don't know if it actually worked. For some reason. I mean, like, I don't even know how to freaking check. I literally don't even know how to know. That's kind of hilarious, actually. Oh my god, it says I'm live. Okay, sick. Oh my god, that's actually me. Oh my god, it's working. What? Hey, Warble, how are you? What? Oh my god, it says I'm live. Okay. And what's this? Oh my god, that's actually me. Oh my god, it's working. What does the little crown mean? Hey, Warble, how are you? I actually don't know. I always see it when I watch streams. And what's this? But I have no idea what it actually means. What does the little crown mean? I actually don't know. I always. We'll make somebody a top fan. Interesting. It's actually kind of crazy. Sorry, I didn't. Interesting. It's actually kind of crazy. Sorry, I didn't. Specify or whatever. It's I don't know why it's weirder seeing me on YouTube. Maybe because I just watch a lot of YouTube. Specify or whatever. It's maybe I need to. Maybe I need to. Let me see. I don't remember what I was thinking. Let me figure it out. Bum bum bum. Flavor Flav. I don't remember what I was thinking. Bum bum bum. Flavor Flav. What'd you think of Charlie? What you think of Charlie Kirk? Do you mean Charlie as the person, or do you mean the situation? What'd you think of? How you doing, Cruz? What you think of Charlie Kirk? Do you mean Charlie as the person, or do you mean the situation? How you doing, Cruz? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? It's your question. The person? I always will respect someone who believes in the power of debate. I didn't really know much about him and Turning Point USA at all, other than like the controversial bits, like his views. Even then, I really didn't know too much about him. But it does actually sound like he really did value debate, which is something that I really admire. So that's really cool. I do think that his views. Oh, Jasmine 17893. Thank you so much for following. I appreciate you. I do think that his message and his movement. I do think that continues to be a danger to our society, and not good or healthy, if that makes sense. A danger to our society. But, and especially if you're new here, Mr. Cruz. I don't remember you. I don't remember you. Especially if you're new here. The Twitter video was the most insane shit ever. I agree. I think politics is a dangerous profession. But the crazy thing is, though, that that wasn't really his profession, unless you mean like being a political pundit. I would agree. But no, I wouldn't even agree that it's dangerous. It shouldn't be dangerous. Being a politician, and especially being a political pundit, should not be dangerous. I actually like pimping house is less dangerous than politics. I don't know much about the game nowadays, but yeah, I think I don't know much about the game nowadays. What's up? Do you stream, Jasmine? The fuck is that question? I needed to change my. Oh yeah, that's right. I don't know if my chat is showing up on Oh, it should be. I needed to change my... Oh, yeah, that's right. I don't know if my chat is showing up on... I don't see it, but... Oh, it should be. Maybe it just needs to refresh or something. I don't see it, but... I don't have a brain right now, clearly. I actually have a lot of thoughts racing in my brain right now. Like usual, ADHD and all. But like, I actually have a lot of thoughts racing in my brain right now. Like usual, ADHD and all. But like, I forgot my vape. I don't know where I put it. Is that person here? Yeah, it is. Okay. I wanted to braid. It's echoing? What's echoing? Somebody else say something to make sure. Oh, is my... That's why. I have my stream open. I didn't realize. That's funny. But wait, I've had my stream open this whole time, no? Fuck that shit. Anyway. Thank you. I appreciate you, Josh Water. Conspiracies? No. Hear another person? Hello? Nope, they're not there. I don't even know if there's like really anything in the creator dashboard for YouTube. No? Maybe? I literally don't know. I don't know anything about streaming on YouTube. So thank you for putting up with me in the moment, but okay. Please join us over there if you want to. We're trying to diversify over here. One day, maybe tomorrow, we'll try Twitch. That'll be a good time. We're gonna be international superstars. Live chat is updated. Okay. Sorry, one moment. You streaming on YouTube too? Yes. Wait, why is it like... Sorry, I'm not gonna finish that sentence. It's not worth it. Wow, I fucking love Kix so much. Holy shit. Kix great. Slip yo ass. Post link on Twitch for YouTube, please. Yes. That's right. I should probably put that link somewhere. Shouldn't I? Let me go grab that for you. There I am. Copy. Saw you on Twitter. What's under your last tweet? What are you talking about? You think I know what I'm talking about with any of that? What are you talking about? You think I know exactly what you're talking about? What's under the last tweet? Thanks, Warble. I appreciate you. Don't make me open my Twitter. Just tell me. Okay. You guys. My mom is amazing. She don't want to open Twitter. No, it's just, I don't feel like it. I'm doing shit. I have a lot of things to think about and do. Fine. You're baiting me. What do you mean what's under my Twitter? Oh, Wick, look at her post. He's so cute. Even though I have words for Wick. I have words for him. It's a crazy picture. Okay. Based. If I posted it, it's probably freaking sweet. Make sure that you go and you follow me on, or you find me on Twitter if you want to know what everyone's talking about. B, like baby, but BB. What words? Wick! You! Oh my god! Wick! You stop discussion and read super chats at the worst times. It drives me nuts. Get him excited. Aw, thank you. Oh my god, wait, what's this? Josh, thank you so much for subscribing. Yay, is that YouTube? Gonna make my money? Just like, listen, obviously, like, take everything I have to say with a grain of salt. I know that I don't know anything, and I'm not getting super chats at the rate you are. And boy, you've been getting those super chats. I'm very proud of you, okay? How do you choose? How do you decide when it's time to read super chats? Mint, really, thank you so much for following. I appreciate you. Hey, Will. What makes you decide when it's time? It's almost like you do it on purpose. Zach, what? Thank you for following. Wow. Is that all on Twitch? I think, maybe? Thank you. Wow. Want to see there's a lull in the convo? No, you don't wait until there's a lull in the convo. That's a lie. Or there's no lull. I just pick a time because well, people give me money to read. Hello. See, now you see the problem. It's like, during my, cause I like went back to watch the end of the thingy that we did together. That was actually, that was so much fun. That was so much fun. And also I have to watch, I think I'm gonna watch the, stream that you did yesterday too. Cause I heard it was, okay, yeah, I heard it was gonna trigger me. And then I like turned it on, or like a clip, like Food Chops was reacting to it or whatever last night. And I like opened her stream real quick and I saw literally like a 30 seconds and I like started like twitching. So I was like, okay, I have to like wait. And at least like if I'm gonna watch it, I have to be like on stream because like this is crazy. But like, at the end, it was like the Gen Z attorney guy. It was like, I was waiting and you can see, because the reason why I went back to watch it was because like, I was sitting here like seething almost, or just like waiting so patiently because I was like, yes, exactly. Because I was like, well, I shouldn't be waiting. Okay, I don't mean it like that. I wasn't like waiting patiently, but it was like, I was waiting for the right moment to be like, what do you even think about Trump's thing? Then like right when he answers, and we're ready to get like, we're ready to fucking go. It's like, it's time to read the super chats. And I'm like, and then it resets the conversation. Someone posted a crazy wedgie under your tweet. Oh well, that's fine. Let him do it. I'm just saying. I think you're trolling, and I respect it. It's just, those are my words for you. I know that they're like super, like I'm, you know, they're super spicy words, clearly, but I'm just kidding. Did you think I was gonna hit you with like some real smoke? I saw 30 seconds of it and you were mad at me. Yes. But I'm gonna watch for it here and I guarantee you it's gonna happen. Or actually, I don't know that, but it's going to. Were you live for like a super long time again? I don't know, like I don't want to watch like, because I think you were like live for like 7 hours last time. Freaking superstar. Hey, Nature Boy. It's okay if you do. I like to fight. Same. Does it get spicy at a certain time? Obviously, I'm not gonna just sit here and like let it play. You know I like to talk, clearly. But, cause yeah, I need to pull it up. But yeah, now that I'm trying to do YouTube as well, I feel like my whole entire screen is filled with chats. Is it working over here now? Because sometimes my Streamlabs updates uses, it's okay if you do, oh, never mind. Oh, that just showed up. Oh, never mind, it didn't. Am I seeing, because yeah, Twitch, yeah, it doesn't show up on the, can't you set a multi, you can, but it never, oh wait, it never refreshes for me, and it's really annoying. So I feel like I should probably fix it. Oh, wait, there's refresh chat. Okay. Testing. Oh, hey, Josh. Thanks, Josh. Someone hit me in Twitch. I mean, kick. I want to see if it's working. That'd be so freaking cool if it, like, finally started working. Yo, what's up in Twitch? Can I get a kick? Oh my god, it showed up. Okay, base. I can close all these now. Yay! Okay. That's actually so awesome. I'm so happy it's working now. But I'm scared because if it stops working, I don't know if I'm gonna know. I'm not gonna be paying attention. I'm not gonna be able to realize it that well. But I'm happy to see Zip Zip here too. Because that's who told me it was gonna be Destiny doubles it down. Oh yeah, that's right. He shows up here, doesn't he? Is he in the whole thing? Yes. Oh shit. Cause yeah, I heard he talked to our boy Gen Z attorney. I heard that my opinion of Gen Z attorney is gonna change. Cause yeah, we like so after our panel, we had like a really wholesome conversation, and I was the only person who left that conversation being like, he's a mind we can change. He's there. He's right there. I can sense it. I can feel it. I haven't felt that feeling in a long time. But I was told that my opinion was going to change. Delulu? No, this is why. Do you want to know why? Let me tell you why. I've already told Zip Zip why. But this is why. So our conversation, I thought, you have to agree though, Zip Zip, was our conversation not super wholesome and cute? Because it was, I think. Because we were talking about how, like, I was radicalized and how he was radicalized. Well, I don't know if he would describe it. You didn't think that was a cute conversation that we had? He was acting nice? Stop. You sound like one of them. And defended voting for, okay, you're triggering me. That's fine. You can have your voice in chat. You can be in the peanut gallery if you want to. He wouldn't describe it as radicalized. Yes, I know that, okay? I do. I was like, because we were talking about, you know, the whole SJW movement, and I was like, yeah, that's when I started to really start watching, like, that's when I kind of morphed into my mom when it came to politics, because I was always politically involved when I was, like, younger, but I was kind of, like, forced to listen to talk radio, and I'm not gonna listen to the radio when I, like, move out and go to, like, college, you know what I mean? So, then that's when I started, you know, that's when I became a Mug Club member shortly after, Daily Wire subscriber. Okay. Then, all of that. And so, like, we were talking about how, like, that was kind of both of our introductions, really, into politics. I guess, technically, I would say that, too, for me. Even though I had been following it forever. Like, I would, like, read the news or something. But that's when I started actually, like, daily consuming content. And then we talked about, okay, I get that, Zip, just shut up, zip it, zip, bah! You're triggered already. And then oh yeah, you guys, I'm making a tinfoil hat today. I literally bought tinfoil. So we'll make a tinfoil hat too, because then we can put it on when we want to talk about conspiracies. Or when we want to make fun of conspiracy people. It'll be like a whole thing. It's gonna be really cute. I don't know what kind of hat I want to make though. But we were talking about then the COVID and then the election. And it was so confusing to me because he's the only person, the only other person I have ever talked to who actually sat through the hearings about the election. He's the only other person that I had ever talked to who was like me, who voted for Trump and was like on their cope afterwards. And he even agreed that like he would describe it like that too, where you're sitting there like in the fetal position, like, oh my God, like what just happened? Oh my God, America. Oh, was the election stolen? Save me. But then we both were like, okay, like let's just watch how it plays out. And we both came to the same conclusion that it was not stolen. And then January 6th happened. And I'm going to tell you right now that like it's so bizarre because I like he did it in the debate that we had with him. He did it in that call, and he's going to do it again this time. I'm already calling it, okay? He only talks about the God, how do I put this? I'm trying to think of an example. Like, he was able to recognize that the election was not stolen. Come here, baby. He was able to recognize that it wasn't stolen. But then when you ask about like Trump's involvement, he separates Trump the person from like the events of like a situation. So he's able to accurately be like, yep, the election, you know, we thought it might have been stolen, and then we watched the hearings and we watched everything and it was not stolen. And January 6th happened and January 6th was bad. It's like, okay, what about Trump's involvement in January 6th? And he like short circuits, and it's like, so yeah, it was like when we asked about the and I already yelled at Wick Zip Zip about, because he doesn't care. I already yelled at Wick about picking the worst time for super chats. One Iraqi, one. Thank you so much for following. I appreciate you. He caught me. I didn't know he was spying, and I was like, I got words for Wick. Do you think guns are the problem, or just fucked up people who use them? Fucked up people who use them. Okay, come here. Thank you. It will never... I know, Sip, sip. I get it. I understand. But also, to be fair, I think that a lot of your feelings, which are valid, you're allowed to have them. I think, at least the way it sounds to me, I feel like your conversation with him or whatever, I feel like this thing that we're gonna watch, would you say that it is influencing your feelings at this point? Am I not aware of those yet? I'm from Germany, and what I've seen with Charlie Kirk is so surreal to me. I agree. Oh yeah, is it true that was it the UK did like a protest or whatever, or is that not true? I read that on a website, like an actual like AIDS fake news website. Because when I talked to my mom today, which, oh my God, I had the best conversation with my mom today. I literally didn't glaze him. Who the fuck said anything about glazing him? You are really in your feelings. And that's okay. Sorry, I don't mean to say that in a patronizing way. As an emotional whammon, I'm in my feelings a lot, and so I'm used to just calling it out for myself, so I'm sorry. I didn't want to offend you. I had the best conversation with my mom today. I really did. It was awesome. She gives me hope for the future. She really does. Because I think, like I said before, she was super deep into MAGA until like right around November, the election cycle. Now, I feel very sad that it kind of, she's not quite like she went from MAGA to, thinking that like nothing matters, you know, like, voting doesn't matter, whoever's gonna win is gonna win, and everyone's basically the same, and it's just, everything's just destined to happen, and it's just the way that it is, and that's really sad. But because that's how she feels, whenever we do talk about politics now, it's like, if I mention, for example, I don't know, the war in Ukraine, and it's like, did you see that Trump did this thing? And it's like, she'll kind of lump Trump in with everybody else. So it's like not Trump's own words or actions. It's always like he's like a puppet for this greater whatever. But then today when I talked to her, I was kind of expecting more of that. And I was like, first we talked for about like 30 minutes or whatever, like with this like elephant in the room of like politics, because we love talking about politics, and we literally had not mentioned anything that happened. And I was just like, so like, how you feel about the world today? And she was like, I'm aware of what's going on, but I'm not really paying attention to it because, you know, whatever. And she was ready to give me one of her conspiracies. So she kind of set it up kind of like that. Like, I know you don't normally agree, but like, listen, you know, I have my reasons to believe. She was like that they're going to use, or the White House, the government, deep state, whatever, is going to use Charlie Kirk's assassination to divide us as a nation further and further apart, to basically make us fight each other and blah, blah, blah. I was like, I agree. I was like, do you know about what Trump said the night of, you know, Kirk's death? What do you think about the fact that, you know, he ended up blaming the radical left and calling them terrorists, and said he was going to go after all these organizations? And she was like, see, this is what I'm talking about. And I was like, would you say that Trump's responsible for that? And she was like, yes, fuck that guy. And I was like, fuck that guy. She was literally just like giving just like base take after base take after just, I was just like, I fucking love my mom. That was amazing. We haven't been on the same team like that in so long. It was awesome. Yeah, it was really cool. But also, wait, I have a question, because she brought something up to me, and I was ready to shut it down as like one of the conspiracy talks or whatever, but she brought up a good point, and I'm assuming there's a rational answer for it. Wait, no, tinfoil hat tank. Fuck, I don't have my tinfoil hat on yet, but this is, okay, listen. She brought up a theory, or she brought something up to me, okay? Why is it, you know the video of the guy, the assassin guy, jumping off the roof and running? How did they find the gun in the woods if he didn't have the gun on him then? Where did he throw it? Where did they find the gun? I was like, you know what, Mom? That's a great question. What was this? I guess when I mentioned how inflammatory Trump speeches, I'm gonna completely ignore me. Who ignores you? He did have it? There's no way. Oh, did he have a bag on him? Did he have a bag on him? Okay, give me a moment. Don't LOL me. I didn't remember my conversation with her, and I was like, he did jump off that roof, and I did see him move, but wait, hold on. What broadcast was I watching? Whose stream was I watching? Was it Wix? Was it my own? Where did I see some clip of, there were people on the news talking about a video of him walking down the street before the shooting, and he was walking like he had something in his like pants, like a gun or something. Braveheart, thank you for following. I appreciate you. Because that's what was going on in my brain. Was like, wasn't there, who was I watching? Was that fake news? But I feel like I kind of agreed when I watched the footage. Like, I could see where they were going with it. Okay, what's this, Oh, okay. What is this? Why are there two? Should I, like, I don't know where to put this. I'll put it over here. Where's it? To the bag. Oh. Is that the bag or is that like a sweatshirt? That's a bag. Okay, fair enough. I'll inform my mom as well. Thank you, team. Mm-hmm. Tired, thank you, Braveheart. Thank you for following me. I appreciate you. Okay, based. Based investigating. Okay. Is there anything else that I should watch before watching the Wick panel? No, not really. Oops. Not the Reliant K song. Okay. Hey, wait a minute. Did you watch the Biden? Yes, we did. I have more smoke for this Wick guy, I think. Why doesn't he post any of our things as, like, videos, but he posts the Destinies, like, immediately? I see how it ends. Wait, no, it says streamed. This is a live stream. Is this a video or a live stream? I don't care. I'm just having fun. Where should I put this guy? Okay, we gotta make our tinfoil hat, too. What do we want our tinfoil hat to look like? I'm thinking. I was thinking, like, just, like, the regular, like, cone or something. Can I go down more? But I don't know if we can get, like, I haven't posted an edited video. It's all live streams. Okay, fair. I just know that when I Googled, okay, well, this is the problem. Well, when I YouTubed ours, it wasn't the first thing that popped up. But then when I type in your name, his is the first one that popped up. And I mean, that's an obvious, but that's the algorithm doing its thing. But make it like a bowl-shaped helmet. You can do cat ears. Maybe, but I feel like they would look like devil horns, no? But yeah, also, why couldn't I be on the one with Destiny? All these people, Gen Z attorney gets all the clout. Everyone gets all the clout. I'm just trying to find reasons to complain now. That's why it works. Maybe. Let's see. I have 50 feet. Do you think that's enough? Be asked or on a special show. Fair. Fair. No, it's fine. It was 2v2. Oh, see, I literally don't even know anything. I told you, I'm literally just here to bitch. And you're here to watch me bitch, I guess. So, I mean, who's worse? I'm kidding. I love you, Wick. Is that too much? Maybe. I'll think about it. Use the whole 50 feet. Currently my favorite subject meat. Based! I love it. I'm so excited. Can you guys hear that okay? I don't even know. When does it start? Right away? Wait, I'm actually confused. How did... Because when we talked to Gen Z attorney, he said... Like, did he... Was he, like, signed up to go back to back like that, that's exhausting. Because it made it sound like I feel like he would have mentioned if he was going to be doing more, because he made it sound like, nope, oh, based. Damn, and he wanted that smoke? I'm shocked. So Thursday, Destiny was like, hey, I want to do this show. I'm actually shocked. I fucking invited anyone I could to fight him. Because, like, if you didn't notice, I noticed. He wanted the clout. No, I'm not shocked about he wanted the clout, but, like, I had a data book and plan. Actually, that's awesome, Wick. Shit, that's awesome. That you were able to put it together like that. That's sick. When we watched the Trump address, he got so, like, Gen Z Attorney got so quiet. And so that's why I'm like, why the hell did he agree to this? Because I figured that was, like, his moment to just, like, run and, like, never come back. But hey, gotta respect it, I guess.
So how you doing? We're live, by the way. We are.
Can you guys hear this?
Officially live. I'm gonna wait till do the starting and stuff.
It's evil.
Till everyone gets here, because just to let everyone know.
Yeah, I guess if you don't mind about
10
like.
minutes ago, everyone was like, "I'm gonna be 5 minutes late," and so they'll be here.
To be fair, I said I would be 10 minutes
my headphones.
early.
Maybe I can use the
early, right?
tinfoil to
Well, I was hoping to be on a lot
put these up together, but.
Sure. Everyone else.
Can you guys hear okay? It's a little quiet. Can you turn the volume up?
Screen black? Can you guys not see me?
Yes.
Oh, I got the stream pulled up. I see it.
Yeah. It should be working. If it's black on your end.
I feel like I should do it more than that. No.
User error.
Yeah. But yeah, how was your day? How you been? Okay, Destiny will be here in a second. He's got his camera up. He'll undeafen in a minute. Okay, hello.
I'm starting to learn more about how to do volume.
Okay,
I think I'm starting to get the hang of it. I think I know what's.
Dev will be here in about 2 minutes.
Oh, Tallings are too. Tallings triggered the fuck out of me.
Need to wait.
I'm not gonna lie.
Get started, and when
that day, the whatever, I was like.
We'll just have a discussion.
I don't even remember why.
So, without further ado,
I just remember I was heated.
One and all, to yet another episode of Wick TV. It's across.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Across ideological space where we come
She's being stupid.
Issues
yeah, but like a lot. Oh my god, you guys, I have to get my hair done.
Serious.
You can tell. I gotta put my tinfoil hat on like now, or like make it not obvious that my hair needs to be done.
Or this week we've had a political assassination in America.
I cried. He was a good
Charlie Kirk was shot in the neck at a Turning Point USA event where he was on a college.
I don't think I shed tears.
Gunman, who just
but I was emotional.
Captured today.
Oh yeah, that's right. It was like we cried about this man and blah blah blah. Okay, yeah, that's why it triggered me. Yeah, I remember now.
Discussion on where we are at as a country when it comes to political violence.
I'm gonna try to
and
tinfoil my headphones.
Uproar on the right.
I might just get my other set of headphones. You might not like the mic on those, but what? I wonder if I would have to use that mic.
All sorts of things, and there are many on the left who have been celebrating this as well.
This
we're gonna talk about
wire is like
how,
done,
or if we even should.
Let's see.
Turn the temperature down. What is causing all this political violence?
I have to pause it.
And
because I want to hear what he's asking. And I need to have my hands free for our tinfoil hat making. I have to like do something like if I like put it together like this or something. It's like one of those things where you have to like pinch it, you know what I mean? Like put it together. I have like a super stupid looking like, I mean it looks stupid, but like with like a headset or whatever, like the mic thingy, so the audio might be worse on my end, but I might just literally have to do that. I'm trying to remember where I put those headphones. They might even actually just be like right here. Actually, yeah, if they're just in this drawer, I'm gonna put them on, I think. Or just, did this work? Actually, if this worked, let's see.
Maybe how to fix it. Again, we got 2 more guests coming, and
Yes,
they'll
it
be
worked.
here
Cool.
hopefully soon.
All right.
But first, I want to.
It was whether or not we should turn the temperature down.
Gen Z
Fuck
attorney,
no.
tell us who you are, what you do, what are your thoughts on all this. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. Well, I appreciate you for having me on. I was just telling Wick before we started. It feels a little bit like I'm in a Rocky movie or a Creed movie, where I had my first debate panel literally 2 days ago, and
Yes.
this is your welcome fight, and now it's time to fight the champ.
Okay.
So excited for that. Appreciate.
Okay,
the
wait, they're literally
opportunity.
right here.
I
Hang
guess
on. Sorry. I might sound scuffed, but might just have to pull out the... What are these? Wait, I have other ones too. What are these? Why do I have so many of these? I'm gonna look so silly. But I don't think you guys care. God, me trying to put all of these... Remember when we spent like days organizing all the wires and stuff and putting little bows around them to try to keep it all neat? It was the worst idea I've ever had in my life. This is actually like awful. Oh no, do I have a USB? I might literally just have to use this mic. We'll see how it works. You tell me how this works. WAP, we are professionals. Let me see something. Okay. If I do like this. Oh, wait, did that work? Oh no. Can you hear me? Is that like horrible? How bad is that? Is it really loud? I should have probably put on a warning first. Can hear you, but what does that mean? What does it sound like? Based. Thank you. Can I hear this now? What if I like scream? I'm kind of worried because it's like literally right here. Should I like move the like over here then? Probably. I don't know. We'll see. Be careful. Good luck. Oh, you can't hear it, can you? Oh, it's like together in one. That's so bizarre. Wait, what? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. This is sad. Alright, fuck it. I'll go back to what I was doing. Because I don't know how to make... I don't want to fuck with the sound. Because I don't know how to do it. Let me see something. Okay. Oops. Okay. Yeah, no, 1 second. It's not updating. You can hear me again, right? Yeah. Mr. Sweetie, if you donate, we can hang out for every $100, we'll hang out for 1 minute, okay? So 1 minute, $100, 2 minutes, $200, and then we'll talk, okay? That is an exclusive offer just for you. How do you feel? So if you're talking about expensive watches and stuff, fucking show up. Put up or shut up.
The attorney. Currently, a former prosecutor in North Carolina, currently work in private practice doing criminal defense as well as really anything.
I can't hear. This is sad.
Any type of civil litigation that comes in the door. So really just a little bit of everything. So even though that's my area of practice, I have a personal interest kind of for a while.
I think he triggers you especially because of the attorney thing, no?
So try to stay as up to date as I can on Supreme Court decisions and various facets of that. So a little bit about who I am. Obviously, been aware of Mr. Destiny for a while, and actually kind of been the go-to voice of when I want to get I think a well-reasoned, well-educated left-wing opinion. I think starting back in the Manosphere arc, the Red Pill arc, and yeah. So.
Oh, you mean fucking your siblings?
As far as the situation itself, obviously I'm a right-leaning person. I'm trying to make the reasonable right be a thing again. That's my calling card, and I will extend as many olive branches as is necessary, even if that means beating you over the head with the olive branch, and hopefully to get to some sort of common ground. I don't know. Regarding the situation itself,
I'm gonna test my audio with a song first. We're gonna listen to a song first. I had this song. I couldn't sleep last night because I couldn't stop listening to this song or like hearing that. Like I had this song stuck in my head. Okay, and I'm gonna play it so I can try to figure out my headphones before we watch the debate. Do you guys remember this song? I cry.
Why must I cry? 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 Why must I cry?
Hold it like this.
Why must I cry? Tell me why. No matter what I did, I tried to love this kid ever since he was.
I don't even know why I think this is what's gonna work for me.
Now he's 17 and I thought that he changed his way, but when I look at him, he's still hating on me.
I need like a. Ooh, I know. Latino. Macac Latino? Sorry. My sugar daddy? Sure. Don't we all?
You really don't care. Don't understand why you gotta go this route. Don't you understand? Without a doubt, it's the wrong path. Understand?
What's up, baby? Oh my god, it worked. Kind of. Must I cry? Okay. We're in business. Okay? Let's go back.
Situation itself, obviously, I'm a right-leaning person. I'm trying to make the reasonable right be a thing again. That's my calling card, and I will extend as many olive branches as is necessary, even if that means beating you over the head with the olive branch, and hopefully to get
Tinfoil
to
hat
some
time.
sort of common ground.
Hi, baby.
I don't know. Regarding the situation itself, I feel like we're going to get into that, so I think I'll hold off for now and let the other folks do their bit.
Okay, well, thank you for being here. I'm sure we will get into it. Holly, now that you're here, what are your thoughts?
Hey guys, this is Wick TV. Sure you know.
Okay, sorry for the delay. My thoughts are that extreme polarization in this country
Who's your favorite
has
porn star?
obviously
Your
led
mom.
us to a very shitty place. There's plenty of blame to go around, and
Oh,
lots of
no.
that blame is should be deservedly directed at Donald Trump and plenty of Republican influencers and politicians who obviously stoke these flames and engage, I would say, in the type of stochastic terrorism that we're used to seeing from our favorite tanky Twitch user. However, to me, this is not the same
hope
as
Wick
gerrymandering or making
goes
edgy
off.
jokes.
I want to
where
see
you
him
have
just
to meet what the other
rage
side
out.
is doing in order to still be in the game. I don't see how
I hate myself. I hate
the
this. I hate this.
left or liberals lose by not playing just as dirty in this type of game. I don't see how the left or liberal loses if they decide to turn down the rhetoric, even if most of the responsibility for the rhetoric falls on the other side.
Wick
of the
out. Hell
aisle.
yeah.
I don't see why this aspect also needs
I want
to
to
be
see it so
gamified
bad.
when we're paying
She
in
doesn't
human
know.
life for it.
Stop.
Those are my thoughts.
Thank you.
You're going to give it away.
Dev, welcome to the stream. What are your thoughts? You're muted on your end, sir.
It's time for the streets to run red with the blood of everyone. Let's go! How's it
no.
going, guys? I'm just fucking around.
Cringe. Oh.
What are your thoughts here?
My actual thoughts. Okay, so, jokes aside, I've noticed a pattern, okay? When you have a left-wing guy who attacks a right-wing guy, you'll see establishment Democrats offer condolences. Maybe they'll take the opportunity to shill for some new gun laws. Far-left communists over on Blue Sky, they'll cheer and clap and talk about how liberals deserve the bullet too. Right-wingers talk about wanting a civil war, and they want revenge. They want justice. But when a right-wing guy attacks a left-wing guy, you'll see establishment Democrats call for calm. They'll definitely shill for new gun laws. Far-left communists, they might
Wait,
be
what is he
outraged,
talking
but
about?
They might also say,
What is...
oh, well, he was a lib, he was a traitor to the revolution. And then right-wingers, they invent these fucking conspiracy theories.
Oh,
about the
true!
attacker was not truly right-wing.
True!
A crypto-leftist, or he was a glowy or some shit. And there can be no real reconciliation unless the right
Thank
deals with the
God.
violence. And that's kind of weird to say when it was a right-winger who just got killed, but it is nonetheless the truth. And I guess we'll get into it as to
yeah,
why.
we will. And last but certainly not least, Destiny, what are your thoughts here? Political violence and what we do about it.
Yeah, we have a leader right now, the United States of America. His name's Donald Trump. If anybody has the responsibility to turn down the violence, it probably should be him, especially given that he's the one that pushes a lot of it. Seeing Charlie Kirk get exploded on Streamable over and over again is exactly the type of stuff that Republicans push for. It's exactly the type of stuff they want. You can tell by the way they respond to it. It's not a call for peace. It's a call for more and more and more violence. That violence just always seems more acceptable when it's not happening directly to you. If you have two people standing in front of a piece of paper doused in kerosene and both of them have a match, one person
hold it, I guess.
extinguishing their match is not going to prevent the paper from catching on fire. This weird game of saying the left needs to turn it down over and over and over again, we're like a decade into this insanity, and Donald Trump, even today, like people on Fox and Friends are begging him to call off the civil war that the
Oh,
other side
really?
keeps screaming for.
See, I
and
missed
refused
literally
to
everything that
support.
happened yesterday.
Matt Walsh from the Daily
I was
Wire
hoping to
and
learn
other
stuff
large right-wing
from
figures are
this,
literally
so-
calling for revenge, for retribution. for
Sorry
some
if
type
it's
of
triggering,
war.
but at this
The
point, I
idea
just
that the
literally
left
believe anything
shouldn't
that
say
Destiny says
anything
about
or
this
that
because
the
he's
left
the
needs
only one
to
that's ever been
take root
honest,
on
in my
this.
opinion.
Civility is
And maybe
achieving
this guy in
both
the
sides
hammock,
agree to be civil.
but I just
And
don't know
if the right
him.
isn't agreeing to be civil, then the left is being amoral or immoral.
To be clear, I
by
mean
trying to
on
be
this
civil. You
panel,
shouldn't-
not
you
like
shouldn't
in
subject
life.
yourself to extinction when the right is calling for, a total destruction of your side and keeps saying you're at war.
Okay, and with that, I open up the
Baby
floor.
boy,
If
come
anyone
here.
feels they're being talked over or needs to get a word
No,
in edgewise, just
stay.
let me know. But other
Honey.
than that, let's get to the conversation.
Let's get to the conversation.
Yeah, I'll go first. My first question for Destiny would be, if we had a clip of Trump today saying that it needs to be nonviolence
I gotta
and
update
kinda
my
honoring and lifting the
stream
spirit
titles.
of Charlie
I don't know how to
Kirk
do it from here.
and following it in his footsteps, would that change any of the analysis we're doing here?
If Donald Trump was making strong, disavowals of violence and saying everybody needs to turn it down, that would be very good. It would start to change things, yes.
Okay, so I don't want to do the clip game back and forth, but I just, you want to take my word for it, great. If not, we can do the clip game. Saw a clip of him today. I don't know if it was on the White House lawn, and I heard him explicitly saying, basically,
I've
honor
already
the
seen the
spirit.
clip that you're talking about, and literally 5 seconds before the edited clip you've seen, he blames radical
Wait, you're on the
left
planet.
Democrats.
So
You're battling
then,
too?
in that spirit, then, I seem to recall back to the Biden Independence Day speech, which I agree with.
We
very
watched
bad
it.
people
We watched it.
Make it out to be, because he puts this caveat in there where he's saying, "Oh, it's not the whole Republicans, it's not the whole conservative
He's
movement,
just
it's
lying.
those MAGA Republicans."
He's
And
lying.
seemingly putting that caveat in
He's
there was
lying.
enough to kind of quell people, or I guess.
We literally read and we watched that speech the other day. He doesn't just say now, he literally says now I only mean this is again you're glazing, by the way. Okay, you're cringe. People can't make different decisions. You don't assess situations as they come. I'm totally fine with that. I will support my glazing. Up until this point, when you get new information, that's how it's supposed to work. When you don't play for a fucking team, zip zip, okay? Anyway, Colby. I know you're not hungry. I know, I love you too. But you're not gonna lay on my lap. Should I move the chair? I'm gonna try to put him in the chair so then he lays with me. I do play for a team. You shouldn't. That's not how it should work. That's literally not how it should work. Because when you play for a team, then that means that, if the liberals were doing what Trump is doing right now, that you would just, play along with the liberals because you play for a team. It's different. I'm a Democrat, too, but I'm not, a Democrat by, literally, identity, or, it's not, my life, it's a mission to be, a Democrat and, support all Democrats. It does mean that. Come here. Come here. Come here. Stay right here. Stay right here. Stay. Oh, okay, fine. No more crying. You can come right here if you want to hang out, okay? Anyways. I know. I'm just saying. I'm right, you're wrong. Get fucked. My stream, not yours. Bye.
Get folks on the left to think, oh, look, he's not calling for violence. It's just those
Oh, yeah, no.
crazy MAGA Republicans.
Biden literally says in that speech that he calls out the MAGA, rightfully so and accurately so, for all of their violence. And then he goes on and on and on about how it's not all Republicans, because the Republicans who are not a part of MAGA, he's worked with personally to pass legislation. He names some of them, and then he starts talking about how it's literally just MAGA and how we need to basically shut down Trump, and that we are entering into a new age because Trump's no longer president, and we need to get back to what America is all about. That's literally what the whole entire speech is about. It's literally nothing about condemning, he's trying to frame it as, he's probably saying that the speech was literally all about, just literally, what, chastising America or whatever, when it was literally just about like the beauty of democracy or whatever.
I watched the entire speech and I've read the transcript and I can link it to you. He's explicitly talking about people who denied the results of the 2020 election. A belief that over 80% of conservatives hold today. It is fucking insane, and he was 100% correct in his analysis.
Yes.
And so you're saying there's a world of difference there then between Biden when he clarifies and says, "Oh, I'm just talking about MAGA Republicans," but then when Trump says, "I'm just talking about radical left Democrats," they're saying
It's
that's
not the same
those
thing.
clarifications?
Biden was talking about people that were denying the outcome of the election. When Donald Trump says radical left Democrats, he's talking about every Democrat in the United States of America. Biden explicitly said afterwards, I don't even think the majority of Republicans are MAGA Republicans. But he was explicitly talking about people that denied the results.
Should we play them both side by side? I don't know. It's a long speech. But I'm just saying, what the fuck? Hold on. I do need to change my stream title because I see people getting confused. But I don't know how to do it all. Like, I literally only know how to do it if I do it, like, one by one, which is so fucking annoying. Everyone knows he's lying. No, they don't. What are you talking about? I don't even know how to get to my YouTube. This is so stupid. It's literally saying, do you want to go live? Okay, well, I guess my YouTube title is just going to say my YouTube title. I know how to do it everywhere else. Watching, what's the name of it for Wick on the thingy? I don't know. I feel like, I mean, like, fine, I'll do with Destiny. I'll clickbait too or whatever. I hate doing that, but girls gotta eat, okay? Girls gotta eat! Edit. Okay. We'll make the tinfoil hat later when I don't need my headphones. Do you hear this guy? Come right here. Right here. Right here. Right here. Right here. Okay.
Results of the election, which is a view that most conservatives, a huge majority, hold today. Which that's absolutely corrosive to our democracy. This morning, when Donald Trump was asked, "What can we do? What should we do?" Donald Trump says, "Take vengeance." And then the guy's like, at the ballot box? And he's like, well, yeah, voting, but that doesn't work anymore because it's all rigged. And that was what he said. It's like, oh, okay, so I guess we're just gearing up for a civil war.
Okay. Go ahead, Tali, please.
Oh, you have something to say about this?
I guess I just like, so what comes next then? So
You're just gonna ignore? Wait, what do you mean?
Like, to both sides, this is not an accurate portrayal of what's going on. I find myself very frustrated that so many people on the right can't bring themselves to also just de-escalate. And
is that the same thing she was saying the day before?
And Democratic center lib whatever influencers have been calling this out and have seemed justifiably horrified. It really it kind of seems like it's only a certain segment of the left even that is really feeding this ugly machine, but why not denounce? I mean, as I think maybe Dev pointed out on Twitter earlier, I don't know if he said it in his opening, but these are people who are like barely voting with the Democrats anyway. They want violence against the libs as much as they want violence against, the evil fascists.
Who cares about them? We can talk about them later. The problem we have right now is the president of the United States is pushing us to civil war. Why the fuck would I talk about a bunch of irrelevant things that don't even vote?
Sure, and I agree. The president is a problem too, but what I hear you saying is that essentially, like, the people like you, left of center people, libs also, can't back down from this fight because the other side isn't taking their lighter away. But then, so where is that going to get us? Then there's still a fight.
We go to civil war. We fight. What do you mean? So
we're gonna go ahead towards civil war.
What's the other answer?
Civil war is better than extinction, right? What do you mean? What kind of a solution is that? It's up to the other side. You can't choose to have both people go to civility. That's not a choice that one person can make. One person can choose to either fight or be made extinct. And right now, that's what, if the other side chooses to fight, those are your only options. That's all you can do, right?
You say made extinct, okay, but so you're leaving out the again, we're doing it's bizarre the analogies we're making here because we're kind of talking about rhetoric online, and then we're also talking about actual violence in real life. But
they're not.
What do you think? Wait. What do you mean we're talking about rhetoric versus actual violence? What do you think politics
because what I'm saying
is?
when you say I'm not trying to say that these things are entirely separate, but when you say we're facing facing possible extinction, do you mean that in a literal sense?
Eventually it'll get there.
Yes.
Yeah, we're getting closer and closer. But yeah, if we've played this game over and over again. I'm sure most of you on this panel watch me go on Peers and have the same argument a year ago, where every time something happens, the right either makes a conspiracy
year ago?
theory
What happened a
doesn't
year
own their
ago?
side, or they blame the left, or they want civil war. The left announces and cucks out. Fucking Dodd just got fired for saying that Charlie Kirk's rhetoric played into this. He got fired from
I saw that.
MSNBC. Give me a fucking break, right? And we're just gonna keep doing this over and over again. Well, Donald Trump is literally encouraging violence. Like over and over again, it's insane. It's insanity. Like, yeah, people should fight back until the other side stops.
I guess.
mean, like, what else? Yeah, what else are you gonna do? Just sit there and just keep getting killed over and over and over again, figuratively, metaphorically, literally? I mean,
But I guess what just confuses me the most is, like, I feel like the most recent arc we just went down was the liberals need to kick out the crazy lefties because they don't help electorally, and they go out and do crazy stuff, and then they cheer each other on. And I know you can try and denounce it as, oh, it's 6-follower blue sky accounts, but I mean, are we
we do
not?
need to denounce it, but that's not what this conversation is about. The only reason why those people have so much like say or sway is because of how dominant they are on social media, and because the right likes to point them out all the time.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly, you can look at the political strategy of doing that. It is effective because when I mean, we can all agree, and it's anger is what sells and whatnot. But I feel like
it's anger that sells the Republican Party. The Republican Party is driven by spite and vitriol and
Yep.
hatred
Yep.
more today than at any point
Yep.
in my lifetime.
Yep.
It's just not even close to what it used to be like.
Yep.
Could you imagine Donald Trump being the president after like fucking 9/11 or something? Or like he's incapable. He's not effective as a leader. He's incapable of leading. Every conversation you have with a conservative is constantly saying, well, he's funny, LOL, the jokes are cool, who cares what he says? Like, he's not a good leader. This is what the conservatives have wanted the entire time.
But I guess that's what I'm just trying to get towards, and like, I think we can all agree, right? It's when we look at these crazy individuals, and yes, it's anonymous 6-follower accounts on Blue Sky, but it's also non-anonymous larger accounts. I can pull. I was screenshotting them today just to see if we need to go through them. Just pretty much everyone I saw where it's 500,000, million plus, and not just Hassan. It's other. I don't know how these people get their followings, but dishing out the same kind of rhetoric and cheering each other on. And so if that's the crowd, I think that's the crowd that we should all agree is like a crowd that deserves no place in the political process.
We all agree with that. They don't have a place in the political process. They're not in Congress. They're disavowed by all of our leadership. They don't exist except for in the Twitter retweets of conservatives that are trying to make them a bigger deal than they are.
So then explain to me how in the day after the election, when you're on there with Brian Tyler Cohen and all the other folks that were in that call, and you're specifically talking about,
Oh,
we
he's a
need to jettison
fan.
these pro-pallies that threw the election for Trump, which, by the way, if I was on the left, that would piss me off. I'd probably kill myself if that was the case. If we're losing elections because these crazies think, yeah, do what they're going to do. But if that's not the fight that the internal fight the left is trying to go through right now, is we need to kick out these pro-pally crazy far left, just whatever term you want to use for it. But now it's like and of course we have more to learn about the shooter. But
I don't
from what
even know
it
what he's
seems,
talking
it's
about.
going to be someone who is obviously not a fan, and which presumably puts them onto the left and puts them into this category. Why are we like focusing on?
Hold on.
It's the right.
It's not
Did
the
you vote
left.
for Donald Trump on all 3 times?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you watch Charlie Kirk's neck explode when the fucking blood came gushing out after he got shot?
Yeah.
Do you accept that you voted for that?
No.
Okay, then you're fucking delusional. There's no reason to have this conversation.
Because
I don't know why. Why are we talking about the radical left right now when the
Thank you.
president of the United States,
Thank you.
a guy who has done violent rhetoric over and over again, who has pardoned every single person that he can that's involved with violent crime on the right?
Yep.
You voted for this. This is what you wanted.
This
is
is
what you
literally
want.
just a
This is
recycle
what
of
you
like
voted
what
for,
we.
and this is where we are now.
How did
What
he
the fuck are
not?
we talking
How did he
about
not
the
think
far
that this
left?
was
I
going to
don't
be the
give a
same
fuck about
thing?
the son of the far left right now. The leader of the United States, the ex-leader of the free world, I don't know what the fuck the United States does right now, will not disavow violence. When the people on Fox and Friends are begging him to disavow, he won't do it. Why the fuck are we talking about?
I didn't even know
Tinfoil?
that Fox and Friends was.
I guess I just reject that
News
we're
file.
pinning this exclusively on one person. I think we can. I think you
Who
understand that
else?
This is a much
You wanna
broader
talk about
problem.
Blue Sky
We can
people?
agree-
No,
we can
it's
agree.
not.
No, hold on.
No,
Hold on.
you're
Let me.
lying.
I'll say
You're just
we can.
lying.
We can agree. Trump may have the biggest impact as being the president. I'll agree with you there. But this is just such a bigger problem than any
No.
one.
No, it's
individual
not.
The
person.
problem is Donald Trump.
Yes.
That's the problem. He's signing off on the violence on the right. There's a reason why 7 out of 10 of the largest protests in U.S. history have happened on his watch over the past 5 years of his presidency. Like, it's not a coincidence. At some point, you have to wake the fuck up and realize that the voting's not a meme, that his rhetoric isn't a joke,
This was about
that all
Nick
the memes
Fuentes
about
versus
invading
Charlie
Chicago
Kirk.
and deploying the National Guard and bombing Iran and
I
calling
don't
it
understand.
the Department of War.
What
and
does Nick
invading
Fuentes have
Greenland and
anything to do
Panama.
with
At
this?
some point, you have to wake the fuck up and go, fuck. Maybe this shit is actually not a meme. Maybe it's not funny. Maybe I should probably rethink when I'm voting to watch people like Charlie Kirk get fucking assassinated on Streamable. Like, I don't know what it takes to wake you guys up to it. The fact that you want to come here and talk about
Shooter was one of
tankies is
his
just
followers?
insane to
Hold
me.
on.
When your own
Hold on. I don't know if the shooter was one of his followers, but we need. Shut the fuck up. Stop. It was one guy. Tyler is his name. Tyler shot him. It's not Nick Fuentes. It's not a Nick Fuentes follower, so it's not Nick Fuentes versus Charlie Kirk. It's one fucking dude. It's not Nick Fuentes' fault that this guy died. Sorry, that Charlie Kirk died. It's one fucking random ass insane person. Stop. It's so fucking annoying.
leader of the United States of America won't just simply say, hey, everybody should stop killing people.
I don't care.
Dev, you wanted to say something real quick? Go
You can
ahead.
be radicalized. There are a million
Yeah, I
people
just
who have been
wanted to point out
radicalized in their
that,
life that don't
It's
fucking
probably
go
easy
out
to
and
look back
assassinate
at
people.
2016 or 2020 and say that this is a recent development of
I
Trump's.
don't care who he
But it's-
followed.
It's really not, right? I looked this up. I looked up the text.
Was he a
list, I wanted to
Christian?
make sure I wasn't
Is
just
it
going off
God
my
that's
memory.
doing it?
In August of 2016, when he was
It's
still
just so
running against
annoying.
Hillary, he said, I'll just read it exactly. He said, Hillary wants to essentially abolish the Second Amendment. And by the way, if she gets to pick her judges, there's nothing you can do, folks. Although the Second Amendment people, maybe there is, I don't know. Now that sounds like a veiled call to shoot Hillary if she fucking wins the presidency. So this is something that Trump's been doing for a while. It's not some new thing that he's been radicalized into or the right wing has been radicalized into. This has always been here. It was hidden with memes, and a lot of people fell for it when it was hidden with memes, but it's always been here.
So I guess my question then is, if you think that that's the case
Come up
and
here.
that Donald Trump is
Come up here.
pushing us to civil war and that we really can't de-escalate, what next? What should we do?
Well, it's not going to be a civil war. I disagree with Destiny on that. It's not going to be a civil war. It's going to be more like Italy's Years of Lead. It's going to be more like Ireland's The Troubles, where you're going to have like 10 years, maybe 20 years of sectarian violence that's essentially random, and then things will calm down eventually after basically the revolutionary people age out of the system. Whenever you see, like it happened in Spain, it happened in Portugal, whenever you see countries go through violence like this, you don't really get to de-escalate. You just have to work through it. It fucking sucks, but here you are.
Well, heck, it was the 60s and 70s here, right?
Yeah, but it wasn't as bad as the
Yeah,
Years
it's
of Lead in
just
Italy.
not as bad
Oh,
as
yeah,
that.
for sure.
No,
Go ahead,
that's
Polly, please.
that's.
Am I
Not
just hearing a
yours.
prescription then from you, Dev, also of like essentially accelerationism? Like we it's gonna get bad. There's no way to de-escalate. So
We're not.
left should
It's
just-
accelerating. It's not acceleration like we're accelerating it. Donald Trump is accelerating it. There's nothing we can do to stop it. You can't
Yep.
decelerate from one side.
Yeah, that's pretty much it, yeah.
So the only option is to fight fire
Fight.
with fire?
That's the only option. Yes.
And hope they stop, yeah.
I guess like fight in what way do you mean, Destiny? I guess
Whatever
that's- I
way.
guess
I don't
that's-
know,
Meet
whatever-
them where
whatever
they're
way
at.
People want to. What do you mean? What do you think is the solution? What do you think would happen if the Democrats were to disavow? Tell me what you think would happen if the Democrats were to disavow, like they've been doing for the past 10 years.
Democrats, right? They are disavowing. I guess
what's
like my
happened?
problem
What's-
is, I'm not saying things have gotten better. Obviously, I'm not saying things have gotten better, but I just don't see how like saying, well, if the right's gonna do whatever they want, I guess the left should do whatever they want too. I don't see how that makes.
It's not do
anything
whatever they
better.
want. It's respond
You're a
appropriately.
huge like pro-Israel person, right?
Yes.
Should Israel just lay down all their arms when Hamas invades and let them take over? Why not? Why do they keep contributing to the violence by fighting back?
No, because Hamas is making the everyday life of Israeli civilians, but it's that
Oh,
in jeopardy,
interesting.
right? So if I felt that like literally my life was in jeopardy right now, walking down the streets as a liberal or as a gay person, that might be a different scenario. I don't feel like we're actually there yet.
What does it take? What city do you live in?
And I don't want to get there.
What city do you live in?
What is
When
Jesus.
Donald Trump is deploying the National Guard to D.C. for crime purposes, when Donald Trump is using the National Guard against governors' consents in California, he's sending the Marines down there. When Donald Trump is deporting people sometimes at random, when he's invoking the Alien Enemies Act, like at what point are you like, maybe this is probably not a good thing. Maybe this is kind of unsafe.
I think we can say all of those things are not good things and that they're unsafe, and I don't know why the answer is again. So we should just be just as violent and disregarding of the Constitution, etc., as the right. I don't know. I don't see why that's the
because
answer.
the alternative is just extinction.
Right.
That again
So-
just feels like just extreme hyperbole to me.
What do you
So,
mean?
yeah.
What part is extreme hyperbole? Is
So
Trump,
even like
is
what
Trump
Dev is saying, that
driving
he's,
more
he's
violence
saying
or not?
he
Is
doesn't
Trump
think that this is going to end. Yes, he is. His
Okay.
rhetoric is.
Trump is driving extreme violence. Trump will never disavow violence on his side. The opposite of that, he's actually pardoned every single person
Yup.
he could that's been involved in violence on his side, right?
Yep.
Every single person's probably a stretch, but certainly.
No, it's
All
not.
the J6ers, at least, and the people that were convicted of seditious conspiracy, and everybody involved in his campaigns that have
That's
lied on his
literally
behalf and
everybody.
helped-
I'm not. It's not a point that I'm trying to fight.
Okay, so he's done that. He continues to signal to people that violence is okay. He's talked about using the military to go to cities, whether the governors or the mayors like it or not. Like at what point
Violence? What are you talking about?
do we wait for the soldiers to start shooting and they're like, wow, guys, I think maybe telling people to bring the temperature down, maybe that wasn't enough.
So then, if we're at the point though where it's extinction, it's fight or extinction that you're saying this is the only two options on the left right now. I guess just direct question: is someone justified in
Okay,
killing
you know,
Donald Trump?
We're not gonna do Fed. I'm not Fed poetry right here. We're not doing that. But if we were on a different platform, maybe we could do a little bit of. I already got 20 FBI agents. I already got 20 FBI agents who's watching all my shit all the time. So
You're lost. Wait, what do you mean? What are you lost on? Oh no, I'm missing Wick.
It's
Where's
hard
my
to
head-
have this conversation without at least in a video game or hyperbolically or something discussing this. And I understand we don't want to Fed post
well,
here.
stop. Here's
But
well, not
doesn't
in a
this
video game.
hold on, just
on,
real quick?
wait. Can I ask a question? Real question. Hold on.
Real
For
quick.
Gen Z attorney and Telly, do you recognize that Donald Trump's statements today increase the chances of me getting fucking murdered at the next event that I do?
Yup.
Are we saying based on his
Donald Trump today
statements?
was
I don't
asked
know
to
what-
disavow. He was
Yes.
asked on multiple times
Say
by Fox's friends.
yes.
They asked him, "Will you tell people on the right who want revenge that they shouldn't do that?" He wouldn't say no. He said the opposite. He said, "Well, we could fight at the ballot box, but all the voting is rigged." So
He
you
did
acknowledge that
not.
Donald
Did
Trump
he
is saying
actually
things
say that?
right now that directly lead to an increased chance of me being
I
in the next
should watch
video
that first.
for my next event?
Yeah.
I would probably agree too, but is it more so of an impact than a guy picking up a gun and going and killing Charlie Kirk at a public event?
Wait, what? Wait, what did he just say? Wait, what did he just say? Wait, I missed that. How did he bring up Charlie Kirk? What was his response to this? What was it?
I would probably agree too, but is it more so of an impact than a guy picking up a gun and going and killing Charlie Kirk at a public event?
Oh, is he saying that Trump's words are not as impactful as the person that shot Charlie Kirk is, and as far as whether or not, or the threat level to Destiny's life? That's fucking crazy.
What's more weighing in on that equation?
I don't know how that's relevant. I don't know if we can control every single individual person necessarily, but the president of the United States is the one driving the rhetoric right now for political assassinations.
And it's right now 100% purely responsive and reactionary to the fact that someone took a gun
No.
and killed Charlie Kirk.
Because Donald Trump has the ability to...
Right now, it's been since the quote that Dev had came from, I think was that before he was even elected? Or was it right after he was elected?
Donald Trump has the ability to de-escalate.
But
He's
How are
escalating.
you
It was
asking
August
me- how are you asking
2016.
me?
August 2016.
Okay, so how are you asking me we should turn down the rhetoric when there is a guy on all major media right now who's the president of my country who is saying things that is increasing the likelihood of me getting assassinated? Like, why the
Because
fuck would any...
your response to it increases the likelihood that you'll be assassinated as well, right? When you feed
No, I
into
don't
the
think
narrative.
so.
I think it does.
Because you're one of
and
the
let me
good
explain,
ones?
if I may. So when you give a reality to a lot of the right-wingers who say the leftists just want to fight us, the left just wants to go to war with us, the left are hunting us, and when you come on stream and you play into that rhetoric and saying, I'm not going to apologize, I'm not going to de-escalate, and you know what? Maybe there is no other option than going to civil war or something. Maybe we got to do what we got to do. What you're doing is you're justifying and you're feeding into their paranoid schizophrenia, basically, and it makes
their
the
paranoid
temperature
schizophrenia
way
is
higher.
They have a whole media apparatus that is
Right.
designed to highlight insane takes on the left. Half the shit that gets clipped of mine and spotlighted is like a 2-second cut from any fucking shit I say. Half the people, forget me, don't even think about me. Look at them trying to clip fucking, the Gen Z attorney guy just did it right here, talking about Biden's speech. These are like the most docile people. When you listen to people like, when you listen to the right talk about, I just watched a video of a compilation on Facebook. The right is talking about the violent rhetoric of Chuck Schumer, of Kamala Harris, of Joe Biden. These are like the most, are you serious? These are the go-tos? Because they're saying things like, our nation is in chaos. Give me a fucking break. Like, these motherfuckers will find anything they can to spotlight to try to make it seem like there's some genocidal intent on the left. And then meanwhile, the left has to disavow over and over and over and over and over again, and the president does nothing. So fuck it. It's stupid.
Didn't John Roberts have to come out and explicitly call out Chuck Schumer by name for his comments directed at the Supreme Court? Like 5 years ago?
I have no idea what he's talking
I
about.
don't know. What was his comment? What did he say about it?
It was something about like the Supreme Court will weep the whirlwind, something like that. We could get the direct quote.
What?
But John Roberts is like the most, tries to be neutral, fair to everybody, processes everything.
Who is he
guy.
talking about? What
Like,
is
a lot of-
this
A lot of people on the right hate the way
example?
he chiefs
How long
Justice
ago did he
report.
say this
For
was?
him to come out and expressly condemn the Senate, I think at the time Senate Majority Leader for his commentary, because it was.
Because Chuck Schumer said that the Supreme Court would reap the whirlwind?
I'll get the quote.
What the fuck
guess
is
we'll go
that?
on the quote.
Yeah,
Give it to
I
Dev.
gotta go.
Dev, go ahead, please.
Yeah.
Why do we care about everyone
He said,
else's
"I want to
statements
tell
except
you,
Trump's?
Is it Gorsh? I don't know how to pronounce it.
Gorsuch.
Gorsuch. I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind. You will pay the price. You don't know. You won't know what hit you if you go forward with these awful decisions. That's what he said.
Okay.
That's a call to
If
violence?
that's our standard for violent
Then what
rhetoric,
about
you acknowledge,
Trump?
honestly,
Thank
that
you.
On the conservative side, I could find that 1,000 times over.
Including Trump literally 2 days ago?
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna die. Here's the thing. I'm not gonna.
But if you say yes to that, then I'm not even gonna. I can't even hear Chuck Schumer. Then it's noise at that point. It's the overwhelming amount is coming from the conservative side. Why would I even say anything about that comment by Schumer if that's the standard that we're gonna go by?
So it's just the left and Democrats are just infinitely shielded then, because you can always find a counterexample on the right.
They're not infinitely shielded. It's just not relevant to the overall conversation. What did Schumer say the day after? Quote, I should not have used the words I used yesterday. They did not come out the way I intended to. Can you find me a single example of Donald Trump apologizing for anything he has said that ratchets up the violent rhetoric ever? One example ever.
I can't put Donald Trump, but the example I keep hearing brought up is the Minnesota state lawmakers, and how the main person that was making jokes was Mike Lee, senator from Utah.
And Donald Trump said disgusting comments as well, yeah?
About Mike Walls, though, or Tim Walls, right?
In regards to the Senate shooting, yeah.
When I was looking up, all I could see was basically him saying he didn't call Tim Walls, but that keeps being, the reason I'm bringing this up is because that keeps getting brought up as basically
By us.
a recent
He tried to do his
politically
research.
targeted
How cute.
violence, which certainly, again, I'm not going to dispute. The guy was a right winger.
I don't
and
know
he
what the
attacked
cat
left winger.
means. What?
But the only evidence example that we're pointing to of like elected official
Nope,
that
say
was
it, come
making
here.
a joke was a senator, which is bad. I'm not going to agree with it. But then he walked it back
Are
the
you-
next day.
do you
So
wanna
just
play
by the
again?
standard you just laid out, if someone walks it back the next day,
Where'd your toy
then it's all hunky dory. We're cool.
I
with
just
it.
had it.
Did Mike Lee walk that comment back?
He did.
Where'd it go?
I think he did actually. Yeah.
Okay. He might have walked that comment back, but I would argue that
there it is.
Schumer and Mike Lee's comments were far different. Do you think that Schumer had a like malicious or violent intent when he said you'll pay for this or whatever?
Probably not. No.
Do you think that Mike Lee's intent was a little bit more sinister or jokey when he's doing a nightmare on Wall Street when a senator just get
think-
killed?
I think
I'm not
if
saying that he's necessarily advocating for violence.
That's right. We went
but-
over that on our
yeah,
panel
I
too,
think
didn't
him
we?
trying to turn it into an attack on Tim Walz was certainly ill-advised. I don't see if it was a joke I missed where he was directly making fun of the victims.
He had a
Then
pic that was in quote. The quote was a picture of the shooter in the mask.
with what saying what Nightmare on Wall Street?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's an attack. It's not an attack on the people, on the victims. It's trying to make a political attack, an ill-advised, ill-timed political attack. But you can still see it's still a difference in kind there, though, right?
I want to quote. Did Mike Lee walk it back, or did he just delete his
Yup.
post?
He deleted it and he put out an official statement through his office saying, I could find the official quote, but it was.
Did he put it on his social media or anything?
Like, it was, what I said was wrong.
I don't think that he. Well, hold on.
Okay,
Fuck.
while they
Okay.
find that though,
Wait.
my concern here.
Hold on. Sorry, I have to pause. I don't know what my cat wants. I'm like, he's like never like this. What the fuck, bro? Hold on. This guy's going crazy. Don't apologize. He's lying. No, I know. That's what. Hold on. Zip zip. When he said that he put out an official statement by his office, what I'm wondering is like, the zip zip. Let me fucking finish my sentence. Did he put something out on like the official government website? Or did he not do that? I'm just trying to make sure. Is it something where he's being like sneaky and just saying that okay, that's literally all I was asking. I'm starting to feel like you have heat for me. I know he deleted the tweet. We agree. I've said this a million fucking times. I know this to be true. I'm literally not saying that he ever did anything on social media. I'm saying when he says that he put out a statement on his like office or whatever, is that a lie, or was there something on like whatever who was it? What governor, whatever, like Michigan.gov issued a statement on the thing. That's all I fucking asked. You need to calm the fuck down. You're talking to me. I feel like you're yelling at me. Stop yelling at me. I'm not your enemy.
Destiny, with the things that you've said, at least on this panel, which is I feel are far more.
I
extreme than
deserve
what even you were tweeting about.
Don't.
Let me ask you this: do you think that telling people that, hey, gang, there's really nothing we can do, we can't de-escalate, the right and Trump are out to get you, and they want to bring us to civil war, and then let's say tomorrow someone picks up a gun and goes out and tries to assassinate Trump again, do you not feel at least somewhat that you have been responsible for that, or you would feel responsible for someone doing that?
Maybe, but like, let's back up for 1 second, okay, and not be the like, I don't even want to say optics cucked, because you're not even being optics cucked. We're being delusional. What is anything that you just said leading up to that last statement? Were any of those statements incorrect? Is Trump basically coming after people? Is Trump basically advocating? Not basically. I'm sorry.
No, we are.
advocating for his.
What is
people,
incorrect? What is incorrect
Yeah, was
is the
any- was
idea that
anything that you said-
if we de-escalate, that we're going to be led to extinction.
Okay, so you think
That
that
is
do you
incorrect.
Think that,
That is not
do you,
true.
you think that the left can?
Now, what I'm wondering is, are Trump's own words, like that he has said, would those provide anybody, like if someone went out tomorrow and did a thing that's a bad thing, okay? I feel like that would have more, I guess it would depend on what the shooter guy said at that point. But I feel like if we were to compare the two statements, I feel like Trump's own rhetoric is more problematic for him than Destiny's, no? At least at this point, from what I've heard.
De-escalate right now.
Yes, absolutely. I think the left can, at least from their part, turn the temperature down in such a way that we are more likely.
They have
to
turned the
take
temperature down, haven't they?
control- Hold on, let me finish. To take control back of the House and the Senate in 2026, and also win in 2028 electorally.
But what if
Because
we don't
remember,
have that
there's more than
option?
just two players to this prisoner's dilemmas game. There are other factors involved, including a whole host of people who are watching what we do and judging accordingly. And I feel that if we do de-escalate and the right does not, that those other players, the electorate, will give us the W.
Really? Did that happen last year?
No, but it happened in 2022. It happened in 2020. It
yeah.
happened in 2018. Like, I mean,
I agree with that.
Yeah, sure.
I agree with you, Wick, and I think that that's under the assumption that the right doesn't actually like go to war. Or whatever? Do you know what I mean? Because with the right's rhetoric currently being like, we need to like murder Democrats and blah 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 or whatever. Like if that continues to be the message and they start like enacting violence on us, like we got to do the thing. You know what I mean? The right goes to war and starts shutting down voting. The might. Okay, yeah, me too. I agree with you.
Sure. And in 2020, first of all, also, you don't agree with that because Donald Trump tried to literally coup the government and you still voted for him. So I don't know why you're saying I agree with that.
True! Yes!
The fact that Donald Trump engaged in the behavior that he did in 2020, didn't make a single adjustment or tweak whatsoever to his electoral strategy through 2024, and then won the election, shows that something is like fundamentally broken in our media or political apparatus or in the way we're communicating with each other. This idea that one side can de-escalate, I just don't think that's ever been true at any point in human history. I don't think it's been true in our recent history. I don't understand where this idea that if one, like, I feel like the left has largely been de-escalating, right? The peak bad was probably, I guess, like the BLM riots, which Biden and Kamala had to disavow in order
It was
to
the
run.
Chaz stuff that was peak bad. Chaz was pretty fucking bad.
Chaz was
Chaz
peak?
was bad, but I'd say like the BLM riots altogether is like larger on the national stage
Yeah.
or whatever. The Chaz stuff was cringe. But,
It was
like,
cringe, but it
Donald
was
Trump
just
and
the little
Republicans
area.
have just gone higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. They show no indication whatsoever of turning anything down. Every single right-leaning piece of violence gets blamed on the left anyway. So if they keep ratcheting it up and more right-wing violence happens, they're just going to say it was caused by a leftist regardless.
Yep. I mean, whenever I talk to my my right-wing friends who are solidly in the right-wing bubble, like people who are decent, that if you broke them out of that media sphere, they would, the scales would fall from their eyes, but they're still in it. Whenever I talk to them, their view is always that, oh, it was actually a leftist who did that last attack.
Yep.
It was actually a leftist who did that. It's actually the deep
We
state.
talked about
It's a
that
glory.
too
And
on
it's like,
stream
well,
too.
even if the left stopped doing violence, they'd be blamed for the violence anyway.
Yep, they'd be blamed
So
for the
you
violence
can't-
anyways.
I
You can't
understand.
de-escalate in that media environment. It doesn't work.
However, the reason that they
Unless the
say,
right
and
de-escalates
this
themselves.
has been done with the Charlie Kirk stuff, I think Shuan had said, right? Even if it turns out that the killer was some kind of Groyper guy, right, and not really a leftist or some kind of schizo that had an incoherent political ideology.
I haven't heard
they
Shuan
will
had
see
like the name in
celebrations of many
a
on the
long
left,
time. I had no
right?
idea Shuan was still
And
around.
It's a lot, right? And people who were making memes, making jokes, going out, just saying crazy shit. And then they'll see Destiny come on and say, well, we can't de-escalate. We might as well prep for war, gang, because otherwise we're going to go extinct. And they're
But
gonna
they're
use that to
already saying that,
justify
though.
to
But they're
normies
already
that we're
saying
right
that
and
we're
they're
getting
wrong.
ready for
and
war.
I think that if we take out as much as we can of that equation, right, I think that we have a much better chance at getting to a civil society.
Works-cited crack pipe. Do you think Mike Walsh watched my stream before he made his call to arms decision that the Daily Wire retweeted? Do you think that Donald
The
Trump
Daily
watched
Wire
my stream before
retweeted
he went
that?
on Fox and Friends this morning when they
Holy
were begging
shit.
him for a shred of humanity to call down the violence and he refused to do so?
Do you
Are
not
these
think
guys
you have
all-
any influence on these things? Because
I think
they don't
I
hear
think I
from
do
you
a bit.
directly, but
They
they
don't
hear it
care.
indirectly.
It's called
They would-
it's for the lawyer guy here, we'd call it pretextual. They have the conclusion that they want, and they will find anybody to justify
War against
it.
the Democrats.
They want violence, and they're going to say the left is causing violence. If it's not me, they'll find some random Twitter account. If it's not some random Twitter account, they'll find some random Blue Sky account. They do this even with irrelevant shit. What was the Sydney Sweeney shit where all the right-leaning people were like, oh my god, the left is freaking out about this. And meanwhile, no one on the left even fucking cared. They can fabricate whatever issue they want. Today, I just learned that it was apparently 25 million illegal immigrants that came in when I thought it was 20 or 15 and 10. And who knows what the investment is up to now. And now the stock market matters, and it didn't matter before when it was going down. Like every single thing that conservatives are doing are just putting this false reality in front of the eyes of their constituents. And you're saying, well, if we just turn the temperature down, these guys can't even perceive a temperature. How could we turn it down? How would that even matter?
What
How
violence?
help
What do you
at
mean,
all
what
so far?
violence?
Because I'm not trying to appeal to those crazies. I'm trying to appeal to the normie electorate, which does make judgments based on these things, based on
Normie
the
electorate doesn't
signal-to-noise ratio,
exist.
right? When the signal-to-noise ratio is mostly noise, then a lot of them just disregard it. I don't think the Sydney Sweeney thing had
The
a big effect
crazies
on
are
the
about
normies.
half the country
Yeah.
right now.
I disagree. I do
You're
not
just
agree.
wrong.
that
They
Donald
voted for Trump.
Won the
Yes.
popular vote in the last election after trying to insurrect the government.
Not everyone who voted for Trump is part of this crazy cohort, though. There is a significant group within the Trump voters, the moderate cultists, that
where?
we'll never reach, and I agree with you, are these crazy cultists.
Okay, wait, I love you, but where? You know what I mean? Because I want to know where they are too. And I don't see them anywhere.
But to say that is most or all of Trump voters in 2024, I just
Sure,
disagree.
then it's just as bad, but it's on the other end of the coin where they just don't care about it then. In which case it doesn't matter anyway.
It's not that they don't care, it's that they care also about what the left is doing, and I agree with you that that has been
They don't
misrepresented
care
to
about what
them.
the left is doing. They care about the right is saying the left is doing. Please correct yourself. Nobody here is going to.
Okay,
You're
wait,
not
Simon, what do you
finding
mean?
left
Are you
lawmakers that are
asking-
doing shit like this. Like simultaneously, like I swear to God, I've probably
You're
heard you
right
make
about
these same
left
complaints on these.
lawmakers.
So you're saying I hear about war. You said war against who? What violence? I hear about war. Okay, so it's because after Charlie Kirk's assassination, ever since then, and Trump's words since, including yesterday on Fox News or Fox and Friends or whatever the fuck, and then his address to the nation, and then people are asking him to de-escalate the violence, to say something. He's not. He's continuing to escalate, say things like, and his words are then resulting in the conservative right, including apparently the Daily Wire retweeting posts about going to war against Democrats. That boy, Lolo, hey, thank you so much for following. I appreciate you. I don't know. I don't know my words. So then, it's because everyone's, and then people are saying, like, you need to, I was seeing a bunch of things on Twitter, like, declare Democrats a domestic terrorist organization. We need to go to war. My dad's literally ready to just start, like, I mean, I'm not gonna incriminate him like that. I didn't hear anything come from his own mouth, but based on conversations I have with my family, it sounds like he's ready to get a shotgun and wait by the door, basically, and find Democrats himself. So the conversation is about, like, what do we do in this, with this? Do we de-escalate? Do we pick up our own guns? Do we also call for violence? What if we de-escalate? What if we pretend like it's not happening? Like, what if it, blah, 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 blah. Sorry, I'm not trying to put words in anybody's mouth. That's kind of the vibe. That's kind of the convo. Do you get what I'm saying?
On these platforms where people are like, what's wrong with the left? They're feckless. They don't do anything. They're politically ineffective.
Like
they won't
here,
stand up. All
I'll
they do
start
is they hold
pulling
up
stuff
signs in
up here.
Congress. And then the next day, when Donald Trump, the Republicans, say something different, it's like, oh my God, the left is calling for violence everywhere. They're crazy. They're doing the most unhinged shit ever. And then tomorrow it's going to be, man, the left is so weak and losers. They don't fucking do anything ever. Like, it's whatever the Republicans tell us we're supposed to feel about the left that day is what we end up feeling about the left that day. Why don't we look at what the actual thought leaders, what the actual elected politicians say and do, rather than what Twitter is telling us?
See, but I think this is the game that gets played, though, where it's like, okay, it's easy, and I'll give credit to all the Democrats who
It's
come
not
out
just
and
one
say,
guy.
yes, political violence is bad. Okay, you get your props for that. But right now is about the easiest time for someone on the left to come out and say that, because guess what? If you don't say that, you're seen as the one that's fostering and probably getting this type of violence.
Thank you so much for the 69 bits. What the fuck is up? Oh my God. Half of my favorite number. Thank you. I appreciate you.
It'd be like taking any sort of attack
I'm
that
pulling
the
up
left may do
tweets.
the right may do on the left, and now all of a sudden the entire discourse is about how the left needs
Hey,
to tone down
boy.
the rhetoric so less right-wingers go after hunting lefties.
Yeah, if the environment right now has so many huge figures on the right calling for civil war, why the fuck would I look to the left to disavow people on Twitter?
So, I mean,
I really have no idea what these situations are that these people are talking about. Completely baffled. It's like you were living in a... Who are you talking about? Who's in an alternate reality? What are you not seeing? I'm so confused.
and I guess I
Okay,
disagree with the
yeah,
framing
things
too,
are
as
great.
far
What
as
about
like,
you?
yes, I see the calls for war. It's time to fight back. But honestly, I don't even know what that means. I'd love for someone to explain to me, war against who? What does war even
I don't
look
have
like?
it sped up. No,
Is
we
that
got all
really-
day.
Are these genuine calls for violence, calls for war? Or is this just more LARPing,
Why would I?
cosplaying, saying it's time to fight?
I'm enjoying myself.
You know, fight, fight, fight. Was Trump saying fight, fight, fight after getting shot? Was that him saying, okay, now it's time to go to war? It's time to literally fight? I just, without identifying, we're getting into some legal ideas here without identifying with specificity who's being referred to, who's being talked about. I'm sure you're familiar, the incitement test in Brandenburg. It's without being able to specifically define a specific call to action with imminence as well. Imminence that this person needs to be fought, needs to be thrown out, XYZ needs to be done to them. There's so many elements at play here that are at play for a reason in court of law because they matter if we're going to try and prove this stuff, but we're just kind of playing real fast and loose with, okay, if someone says it's time to go to war against far left communist radical lefts, and then it's like,
I just had a business take off. It's been hard.
I'm not seeing enough specificity.
Let me know if I can help you at all, Lone Web.
This is the game in real time.
This thing you're
I don't think
listening
you
to,
believe
it
anything
sounds
you just
fictional.
said. I think you know that you're playing a game right now.
Have you
because
been
we have
paying
no
attention to the
problem
news at
trying to
all,
parse
Professor?
through the statements of every random word that Joe Biden says, or we can remember these specific quotes about "you'll reap the whirlwind" that Schumer says and apologizes
Yeah, that's
for
such a
the next
crazy
day.
statement.
But now, when it comes time for people like Mike Walsh to say, "We're done talking. We're done. We tried polite discourse and it didn't work."
Matt Walsh.
And now we're gonna fight. Now we have no idea what that means. Now it's, well, who knows? These are vague calls, and
Hold on,
who
what
knows it means
elected
when they say-
position does Matt Walsh hold?
He's one of the largest alternative media figures on the right.
Okay, but you are one of the largest media figures on the left. You are.
I'm an alternative media figure, number one. Number two,
You just said
this
Matt
multiple
Walsh
times.
was an alternative media figure
No.
too.
Sure, I don't have a direct connection to the president like the fucking Daily Wire does. Do you think I'm endorsed by the DNC or by the Democrats? But number two, here's a key difference, because if you wanted to make this equivalent, that's fine. The difference between me and Walsh right now is I would say, hey, if we should turn down the temperature, I 100% would disavow both sides. He will never say that. Do you acknowledge that? That he will never admit that there is any violence on his side that needs to be toned down.
Yeah,
That's
and
coming
that's
from the
why
President
he's
of
a
the United
liar,
States.
and we shouldn't.
Of course, but nothing of what these guys are saying. I don't know what that means. What do you mean nothing of what these guys are saying? They're literally quoting people like Matt Walsh. I'm sorry, for my loudness. I'm frustrated. I don't know what you guys are talking about. You're saying that you haven't seen these things. What are they talking about? It's like they're living in an imaginary world and they're literally telling you yourself. You're getting one guide. Yeah, I get it, but oh my God, Warble, thank you so much for the $23.45. I appreciate you.
$23.45.
W Warble, I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're getting one guide? Yeah, I know. But it's because, well, no, I'm not one guide. I'm two guide, at least. I don't understand why people just keep saying over and over again, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Just fucking listen. What do you mean? You need me to just repeat what I'm hearing?
We shouldn't base our behavior on how he behaves. We shouldn't take our morals from
You
Matt
don't base your
fucking Walsh.
behavior on how he when if somebody keeps saying self-defense, is that basing your
I
behavior
don't know,
on how
maybe
the
they
other person
do.
Okay, we're not
behaves?
talking about physically violent actions. We're
We just watched
maybe
the guy
we're.
get assassinated. What do you mean we're not talking about physical violence?
Are you calling for physical violence? I don't think you are.
I'm saying that it's not the same when
think
you're
it kinda
responding
is.
to another person. I'm responding to the Republicans. That's not the
Right.
same
Okay,
as
who
doing
has
that
done
nowhere.
physical violence to you that you are responding to?
To me, I guess. I hope that I survive my assassination attempt so I can come back and go, look, Wick, I told you.
So I will
What
hold your
question is
hand as
that?
you bleed out, and I will say you were right, Destiny. You were right all along, and that will
This
be
is
the last word
retarded.
you hear.
This is
okay?
not. This
The
can't be a
ambulance is
serious
coming to
response.
save him right now.
Of course, that was not a
I don't know if
serious
you can hear that
response.
on my
I was
window.
joking. But what I am not joking about, what I am serious about, is that this idea, right, that the rhetoric is going to ultimately lead to some kind of physical altercation between the right and the left is something that the right is pushing hard right now because accelerationists on the right are pushing hard right now, and it seems to be you're playing along. You are helping them do it.
Was the North helping the South when they wanted to go along with secession and the Civil War?
No, but we are not in a situation we are at civil war. We are not
We
there.
weren't.
Yet.
Not yet, yeah.
The president is deploying the military to cities and tweeting memes about it.
So that's
What is
Civil
that?
War,
It's
though?
not a comment. Definitionally, yes. What do you mean?
Oh,
The
thanks a
president
lot,
of the
It's really
United
nice to
States
see you.
taking
I was
military
actually
and using
thinking
it for
about
law
you
enforcement measures
because I
against
saw
radical leftist Democrat mayors. That is definitionally civil war. When you're using your military for
I had
law
my
enforcement
Streamlabs
purposes
does have it
against
open
the will
earlier,
of
and I
the
saw
governors of those
your name
states
there, and I
the
was like,
mayors
I
of
wonder
those
how he
cities.
is.
What else
Let me
are
know
you
if I can
doing?
help you with anything, please.
I thought they're not
I
able
appreciate you.
to work in a law
Thank you
enforcement
again.
capacity, and that it's basically a waste of money and resources because they are essentially a deterrent, even though I
It's-
think
yeah,
deterrence
That's
is-
true.
is
They're
an
not. They're
important
also not
factor.
allowed
Oh,
to. They're not allowed
wait.
to deploy the National Guard without the consent of the government.
Wait, is this true? Hold on. Who are my people? Wait, I'm pretty sure Snide is a Republican if I remember correctly. Greener, what are you? I don't remember. Are you a Republican or are you a Democrat? I didn't even think about that. Zip, zip. I didn't think about the possibility that people could hear things and not take it in. Not in my chat. Well, in my chat, absolutely. That's a thing. But I didn't even think about
but
that.
They did in California
Yeah.
anyway.
That
What are
seems
you,
to-
Democrat
that seems
baby?
To be a question that the courts need to adjudicate, and I don't think that's the solution.
The courts need to
And
adjudicate.
that
We
is-
need to have the courts ask the question of whether or not the fact that you would even say that that we need to wait for the courts to weigh in on whether
You've done
President
it.
Donald Trump can send the military to the states to do law enforcement.
Oh,
like,
no.
how do you have so much credit for this guy? It's fucking crazy to me.
I'm not. Well, no, I'm saying in order to fight back on that note.
My
is
hair's
what
a
I'm
lot
saying.
darker than
I'm
I
not
remember.
saying,
The
oh,
fact
who
that
knows
that's
if
even
this
is my natural
normal
hair color. It's, like,
question
all
is
throughout.
unhinged. It's like watching Trump rape a 9-year-old girl and say we need to find out if those were
Nah.
tears of joy before we find out if something wrong was done. This is an
Yikes.
unhinged statement. That's a crazy statement to make.
I don't see
So
how
I guess
those
that makes
things
me
are
right.
analogous at all.
Because you're asking me, do I need to wait for the Supreme Court to tell me?
But wouldn't
if
say
the President
radical.
of the United States
Yeah, actually, that's a good call. I need to verify, or I need to just put it out there. I am not a radical left. Okay, do not enact violence against me. I am not enacting terrorism like the radical left is, according to Trump. Okay, I am not a radical left. Thank you.
memes about sending the military to do law enforcement in Chicago is a bad thing.
No, I didn't say anything about the memes. I'm talking about the actual specific action, a way to counter that, as opposed to saying, well, fuck yeah, it is civil war. So if Trump's gonna send in the National Guard, then we gotta send in our crazies. A way to counter that is to actually try to work within the system.
What
that we
bothers
have.
me-
that yes, Trump and people on the right
how?
are trying
How?
to deteriorate. I agree.
Work how within the system that he's already shown a flagrant disregard for? He doesn't play in the
like
system.
Wick said, like Wick said,
Who exactly
work
are they going to
appeal
fight for
the
violence for
normies
those
who
troops?
don't want to see this type
The
of violence and
people
do not want
who
civil
are-
war and work to get elected. The election will be coming up in
The
in a
people
year's
who are getting
time.
ready for war against the
yeah.
fucking
Hopefully we can
Democrats
have
in our
a
country.
50-member Senate where Biden passed a record amount of legislation.
Sorry, that was
Doesn't
really
matter.
mean.
No one gave a fuck. Where Biden had to come in after another
Biden's
destroyed Republican
legislation
economy.
is obviously separate
sorry,
to
that was uncalled
the
for.
severe cultural rot in our society and
That's caused by
and it's-
conservatives. They are rotting the culture and showing
Yes.
you the cultural rot they want to talk about. That's why prior to the election, every American in the country, people in fucking Michigan and Pennsylvania, are
Hey!
immigrants, and now the problem is magically gone. No one cares about it anymore.
What we are seeing in real time is what's called reciprocal radicalization, where each side's extreme points to the other side's extreme to justify their extreme actions.
But I
And
don't
when
think
you are
so,
helping
because
them
where's the
do that,
extreme?
No,
you
there
are
are
an
an
active
extreme that-
ally and
Where's the extreme on the left that they're
You're so
pointing
wrong.
to?
You're such a
It's
retarded
just-
thing.
No,
The
this is
extreme
wrong,
people
Wick.
on-
This is wrong, Wick. Wick, this is wrong because the extreme people that they're pointing to is Chuck Schumer saying, what was it? Something about you're gonna get your comeuppance. Like, that's their version of radical left. Those are their own examples. Who the heck are they talking about? Fit check saying up. Did I get it? I didn't see anything for, did I? No, I didn't get a redeem. No one does the redeems anymore, for whatever reason.
On the left are
But
people like
not
Hassan
even-
Piper.
I will not right now.
The extreme people on the right are people like
Bro,
Donald
you're
Trump.
calling for fucking civil war.
They're-
No!
no!
It's a one
They're
sided
calling for
thing.
civil war, and we're
If one
saying
side
that's
wants to
fine.
push
If
for
you
war,
want
what
civil
do
war,
you
then
do?
fuck it.
They're saying the two options are civil war or extinction.
If the
I'm
other
assuming-
side won't de-escalate, yes, right now.
Because
yes,
they're talking about
right
civil
now.
war. They
If
have
the
been
Democrats
wanting.
say, "Hey, Trump,
Listen,
we're
my
willing to do
mom. My mom said it best. My mom said it best. My mom actually. Thank you for bringing this up, Wick, and then the panel, and then my mom today. So I talked to my mom today. It was a lovely conversation. What we talked about today was because. So my mom's ex-MAGA. I've said this a million times. Whatever. And it completely reminded me of during Trump's. Was it Trump's presidency? Or was it, I'm trying to remember exactly when it was in the timeline of Trump's first presidency. I think, if I remember correctly, it was right when the election happened, the 2020 election, and we were still trying to figure out if it was stolen from Trump. It was like before January 6th and after the election, somewhere in there. I literally went home for Christmas or whatever, and I had family members who had just bought new weapons getting ready for Civil War. Do you remember the memes where it was who are the Republicans getting ready to fight because they think Civil War is literally going to be like dudes in red coats in the woods outside their house, and they're gonna be like sitting like that's what they think war is. They've been preparing for civil war for years. They've been looking for an excuse for civil war for years. You know? It's true. They're hungry for it. And they just say it every time. And then now their president is like getting ready for civil war too.
About all violence if you do. Who do you think is the roadblock there?
Okay, well, it's a hard hypothetical. You're saying the Democrats, are you talking about like a thought leader of the Democrats? Is it a...
That's the
they're getting
problem. We're
together?
also, yeah, we're conflating a lot of these things. So like
I'm not. I
on the one
haven't
hand,
conflated them at all. You guys are, to be clear. I'm talking about the elected people who represent the party on both sides. Sometimes you guys want to talk about the Twitter on the left.
Yep.
But I'm talking about like the elected
well, sure.
lawmakers.
Okay, so we are all conflating these things though, right? Because
No.
the problem.
Well, actually,
does not
maybe.
seem to be
Sorry.
Democratic elected officials.
That was me being
By and large,
biased. I'm
they are
sorry.
not
Maybe
part
he
of
is
this
conflating
problem
them.
Of
I haven't been paying attention
stoking
if he is.
violent rhetoric and cheering on violence and anything like this. It is obviously a problem online in the media sphere, and a lot of young people, maybe the people who are getting radicalized right now, they are not really listening to. They're not listening to They know your name before they know the name of their elected official locally.
Well,
and
wait,
the
what
same
does
is
that
true on
mean?
the
So
right,
does
and you're
that
right.
mean that?
The
Wait, what does
alt
that
media
mean?
space on the right is worse than Trump's rhetoric, frankly, like by a large magnitude. And so we do need to worry about what the online cultures look like, and or what the non-elected official culture in this country looks like, because there is severe radical polarization
thread
going
on-
on between citizens. And you can say that
WoW
the
Twitter, like
most
World of
jarring and
Warcraft?
explicit stuff is coming from the right, and I'll agree with you that it's coming from more mainstream right than mainstream left, but it does come from the left, and people are not just reacting to nothing, even if they are overreacting, even if they are painting with a huge brush, which yes, the right is one to do, to call everyone on the left, including all the liberals and the moderates and everything. Well, they use liberal as the derogatory word, but yes, they are painting with too broad a brush, but it almost feels like you're
everybody
saying,
on the
well,
left that
I guess we should just prove them right.
Tally,
That's
listen.
not proving anybody right to act in a defensive manner against a side that is calling for the eradication of your political movement in
Right.
the United States.
A defensive manner doesn't seem to be what you're calling for.
Number one, that's literally where we're at this point, okay? Number one. Number two, if all of the left mainstream people disavowed as hard as they fucking could, then the temperature would go from 0 to 100, it would go from 100 to 98. If
Yeah.
Donald Trump
I agree.
just
I
on
agree,
his
'cause that's not
own,
the problem.
if Donald Trump just
I
on
agree,
his
his
that's
own
own.
would bring it
not
down.
the problem.
Sure.
I see.
Donald Trump,
Okay, so
But
hold on.
see-
Let me contend with this. I agree. If Donald Trump just on his own were to bring down the rhetoric, it would have more of an impact than elected
why doesn't he
Democratic
do it?
officials bringing down the rhetoric.
and
However,
everyone in the mainstream
it
media on
really,
the left.
Sure. Okay. Sure. The problem really is with our online culture and the alt media and all of this stuff, in my humble opinion. So
Whoa.
I agree. Donald Trump completely
No.
changing his tune would
Did she just completely change her statement mid-sentence? Wait. What was she saying?
Sure. Okay. Sure. The problem really is with
No.
Own would
Go back.
Sure.
I see.
Donald Trump,
Okay. So
But
hold on.
see-
Let me contend with this. I agree. If Donald Trump just on his own were to bring down the rhetoric, it would have more of an impact than elected Democratic officials bringing down the rhetoric.
Oh, never
everyone in
mind.
the mainstream
It
media on the
really-
left.
Never mind. She
Sure.
didn't.
Sure. Okay. Sure. The problem really is with our online culture and the alt media and all of this stuff, in my humble opinion. So I agree. Donald Trump completely changing his tune would bring the rhetoric down more than public elected officials or the mainstream media on the left bringing down their temperature. But I think, and this is not a testament to the right, unfortunately, but a lot of the extremist right, for lack of better terms, they don't give a shit about Trump at this point.
What?
They kind of virtue signal towards him because that's kind of part of their base.
What?
And they know that that's like how they got into this sphere and that's how they gained their prominence. But a lot of the actual scary right is already beyond Trump. A lot
No,
of
they're
them
not.
People they're a small percentage of people. MAGA is a huge
I don't think
percentage.
they're irrelevant. No, I don't think they're irrelevant
They're
at all.
they're
And I
irrelevant
think, again, I
compared to
think
Donald
they're-
Trump. There will always be radicals. I don't care about grapers
I don't-
or
I don't think-
neo-Nazis
I
or
don't-
whatever. MAGA is the issue.
do.
On J6, that was MAGA. That wasn't grapers. That was MAGA. That was Donald Trump and the Republican Party.
What do you
Stephen Miller
mean?
Is the
The-
deputy chief of staff of the White House is trying to say that the entire Democratic Party should be labeled a domestic terrorist organization. This is not a problem with neo-Nazis or the
That's
extremists on
retarded.
the right and left. That's not. It's evil. It's Donald Trump and his administration and the Republican Party.
Okay, so Right, they're not just a fringe, and I heard you talking about this the other day, and this is also true that the more extremists on the right have gained more prominence. They've sort of infiltrated the moderate wing of the left, for better or for worse. We could perhaps agree that it's for worse. But in that way, they are connected to MAGA. They have a stronger connection to MAGA than the fringe left has to the
No.
mainstream
MAGA
left.
is not infiltrated. MAGA is the
Yeah.
extremism. MAGA is the cancerous
Yeah,
rot.
I don't know that that's.
So, yeah, hold on. In
How? What do you
don't know
mean?
if
You don't know if that's
You
true?
don't know if that's true?
I just don't think that's like an accurate analysis of what we're looking at on the right.
What is an accurate
So when
analysis?
Donald Trump calls for people, when Donald Trump himself plays into all of the violent rhetoric, what do we call that? Stephen Miller is like literally fucking Goebbels
Yeah,
over here
bad,
on
very
fucking
bad.
Twitter. What are you talking? Like every single person that's surrounding this guy is an extremist lunatic. Steve Bannon was in the White House picking out senators like Roy Moore to run for election. Or
Steve
fucking,
Bannon
Roger Stone,
warned
whoever
everybody
online
about
is working this
January
guy's
6th.
election campaign.
Warned.
Or, like, how many
He was
examples
telling the
of people
base
are
to get
close
ready
Trump
for
that are
January
part of the fucking
6th.
White House?
Before
Elon,
January
you talk
6th.
about the horribleness of extremist rhetoric online. A lot of this was driven by the fact that Donald Trump didn't want to see people banned from social media anymore. Elon Musk bought X and made it a worse place. This guy was in the White House. He was Trump's right hand man for fucking 10 months, and he got him to talk about genocide in South Africa against white people. Like, why are you pretending that it's like some crazy small neo-Nazi group infiltrating MAGA?
Don't
It's
think
not.
it's
MAGA
small.
is the problem.
Then
MAGA
who?
is the problem. It is MAGA.
But also too, if I could just make one observation,
Okay,
I'll be quick.
Go ahead real
It's-
quick, and then Dev, and then I have things to say because this has gone way further than I thought it would. But go ahead, please.
Ooh, Wick has
So,
words.
We're in this conversation here, and obviously me and Tally here are supposed to be the champions for the right wing, and I feel like we've been trying as hard as we possibly can to make the concessions where appropriate, to say yes, this is rhetoric that's going too far on the right, which correct me if I'm wrong, this is the exact prescription that's being made right now by you, Destiny, that the right is the ones that need to come together and tone down their side. And granted, I'm not the president, I'm not Stephen Miller, so I can only do what I can with the people around me, and I'm doing my damnedest by coming in spaces like these and the people around me in my
Oh,
circle. I
stop.
feel like Tally's doing the same thing.
By coming on spaces
But
like
it's
these, he's
difficult
literally
to
never
make
been in a
the
space like
case
this until the
when
day before and then
clips
yesterday.
like
That's what he
clips like
told
the start of
us.
This very conversation where we're trying to
Maybe
build
it's
the bridge
he's
there and
started
figure
it
and
anew
say,
late.
yes,
He
it
literally
is a
said that he
both sides
wasn't
of the
looking
BS
at
type
doing
thing,
this like
and
ever
we're
again,
always
basically.
back
That
is,
he had
no, it's 100% on the right. It's all on the right, and there's just
that he covers
it-
like
it's
pop
so
culture
hard to
stuff.
make this argument to try and bring us back to sanity when the
Your
argument you're making.
concessions. We need concessions from the president of the United States. Your concessions don't matter.
That's what I get. But when I see on Piers Morgan, and you made it was a correct point that if Dave Rubin and that other chick were not going to denounce J6, then you're like, then I don't care what they have to say, even though Piers was saying it. But Piers asked you if they were to denounce it, would you denounce the shooting on Trump? You said sure. Yeah, I think you said I'll think about it. And then Dave Rubin came out and said, well, we don't know exactly what happened there. And then you're like, okay, yeah, F these guys. I'm not conceding anything. So here you have two people that actually are the ones willing to make these concessions, and it's not getting
They
us
just
anywhere.
said they weren't making any concessions. You just quoted it back at me. They didn't make concessions. Dave
I'm
Rubin
saying
could have
in
made me
that-
look really bad
People in
there.
front of you.
In that conversation, right? I'm talking about the people in this conversation.
Well, those guys were larger. This was on Piers. It was a larger media thing. Dave Rubin is a larger media figure.
For sure, yeah.
Dave Rubin has bought into the conservative messaging apparatus, though. This is another guy who's connected, to Trump on a fucking direct mental line or whatever. Like, I guess all of the
And-
mega media sphere is.
And we can certainly identify that, like, the incentive structure is to say the crazy stuff because that's what gets you the likes, gets you the clicks. That's just a problem that everyone's going to have to contend with.
No.
This is why I
Why do you keep saying that? Why doesn't it happen on the left then, in the lawmaker and in the mainstream media segment?
So you don't think there are large voices on the left that are saying, basically advocating, maybe not expressly for violence, but they're doing the, political violence is bad, but he was
No.
a fascist and a Zionist, and I'll just leave it at that.
No,
Like,
no,
whatever.
on the mainstream media and for elected officials, this is not happening on the left. It is happening on the right. Why is it one and
I
not the other
agree.
if it's just
I
things get
agree, but
clicks?
mainstream
hold on.
media and
Just wait a
elected
second.
officials have
I
such
can-
little influence on the
What are you
culture on the
talking
left.
about? That's not true at all. Mainstream media is massively consumed by a ton of people. Maybe not
So-
in our space particularly, but Fox News is the most popular cable news network. Is
We're
what are
talking
some of the
about
most
on the
cons-
left. We're talking about on the left. We were specifically talking about the influence
Tally,
in the Democratic
okay.
Party and people on the left.
Real quick,
CNN
Kelly, I can
isn't
think of exactly
MSNBC.
one
Who
elected
isn't
Democratic
everybody
official
except
who
Fox
engages in the
News,
same type of
according
rhetoric,
to
and that's Maxine Waters. That's it. All right. On,
Right,
on
people-
the right, it's every single fucking person.
liberal.
And if you want to talk about alternative media on the left, all the alternative media on the right is also doing the exact same as the left, probably
I
worse.
agree. I completely agree. Yes, literally, definitely worse. I agree.
So then
Or
why
at
would you?
least
What is the
in larger
incentive?
numbers.
So on the left, you can't. If you disavow, all
The
you're doing
incentive
is.
is I don't want us all to die, and I want the further polarization of this country because I do think, which is something that you don't seem ready to acknowledge right now, even though I know you feel this way about the extreme left. The extremes in this country are fueling each other. It is not just one side completely making
The extremes,
one side.
again,
It's one.
it's Chuck Schumer. Like, who are the people that they're quoting? Chuck Schumer, Joe Biden. I can't even think about who else. These aren't extremists that they keep quoting. I'll say it again.
It's not. It's just
It
not.
is. It is. It just is. It just is.
Not.
It is.
It's not.
It's
and
like
you know it's
80%
not,
one
because you've
side,
spent
Tally. It's like
years-
80% one side.
80%, meaning, what do you mean by that, Tev?
It's 80% right wingers and like 20% left wingers at this point, because all the
80%
left
of
wingers,
right-wingers fanning the flames or being
yeah,
crazy?
they're fueling what's going on. I would put the
I
responsibility
agree with
80-20 right left. Well, hold on.
In terms
If
of,
it's
like,
80%,
the-
if it's 80% the right's fault,
full
then
swing.
there's only so much.
That's right, I
damage
got a
you can
mini
do by
trash
handling
can. It's in the other room.
left.
I have
You
to
must also handle the right.
take it out of the bag.
Especially when you can't even control all of the left. Like, how many times have we disavowed tankies and everybody in the mainstream media has had to disavow the left and fight with the left? Like, fuck, there's a huge fight in the Democratic Party right now over whether they even want to endorse Mamdani. But that's not enough. It's never enough.
At
You're
this point,
acting
we're
like
not.
these-
Hold on, just real quick. We're not asking for a disavow at this point. At this point, we've accelerated, and now we aren't just. I'm not disavowing it. It's like they're coming to kill us all,
stupid
and we need to get ready
headphones.
for war. Is what you're saying
Arm
on my
hurts.
channel. They're coming to make us
No,
extinct.
that's what the right is saying, and I'm saying we should be ready for it.
Yes.
There are other ways.
Come on, Wick.
No, wait. Is what I'm saying incorrect?
Yes. Yes.
How?
Oh, wait, so the right is not. I couldn't show you tweet after tweet after tweet.
I
I'm
can
saying
show
this
you
is war,
tweet, but if
civil
you think
war,
that is
here
the
we
majority of the right, you're wrong. That is not representative
It's the-
of the majority of the right wing in America.
It's
It is
the people
representative
that
of a crazy few that are
influence
online, that
them.
have loud voices and a lot
Oh.
more influence than they should
Okay,
in the
hold
Trump
on.
administration.
Okay,
but
in that case, wait. I will concede my entire point if you can show me
Actually-
a single alternative or mainstream large media figure on the right who's saying the right needs to bring down the rhetoric.
Hey,
as well.
Wick's not
Show
dumb.
me somebody like
We love Wick
Massey
here.
who's being excoriated by the
You're
right
dumb.
now for fighting Trump on this, because now they all hate him for saying that.
sir, well, you're putting me in an impossible position because everyone who does that is large on the right in these spaces, is going to be excoriated by those
That's the
loud
whole
few
point.
voices.
But listen,
just
but
like
wait,
the
wait, wait,
people
wait,
on the
I've got
left.
one.
Listen to what
Yeah,
you're
hold
saying.
on, hold on.
Listen to
Just
what
like
you're
hold on, just like the
telling me that we
Vanguard
have to-
is excoriating Pete Buttigieg, right? Doesn't mean
I'll call you dumb if you say something dumb, but so far I haven't heard you say anything that's dumb.
Pete Buttigieg isn't trying to turn down the temperature or do these things where you have Vanguard and other fucking crazy lefties are always going to excoriate them. Yes, so obviously.
But the difference is every single mainstream Democrat is disavowing them. And on the right, not only can we not get them to disavow
Sure, I am
Trump,
biased.
they're disavowing the people that are disavowing Trump. So you're saying that on the left, we have a problem with disavowing extremists. We don't, by the way. We all disavow them.
wanna
And we've done
see-
it over and over again. The mainstream and the alternative
wonder-
left like me do it over and over and over again. And you've seen this from top to bottom. On the right, it's not even that they won't disavow Trump. It's that they will disavow people that are disavowing Trump. Donald Trump
Yes.
made a joke about putting Liz
True.
Cheney in front of a firing squad because she was on the J6 committee. Trump should talk this guy more than any other elected official in the United States because he hates how much. Do you see the disparity and the problem there? And you're like, but Steven, you guys need to disavow just a little bit
Hold on.
harder.
How do we
But
fix it is the
Steven-
thing, and
You can't.
seem
We
to be.
can't fix it.
I was making
Yes,
fun of him that night.
that's the problem I have with your rhetoric. I disagree with you, and I think that if you are telling people that there's nothing to do, there's no way to fix it, there's no way we're
Rick.
going to, then you are inevitably you're feeding into what is inevitably going to happen, but it's not inevitable. That's my whole point. It's not inevitable. There are many
Wick,
off-ramps that we can provide. There are many solutions that we can do.
Give me one off ramp. What's one off ramp?
One off-ramp
Wick,
is.
Wick, how do you fix it? How do you fix it?
I'm trying to explain.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, you de-escalate, right? You disavow as you have been doing and you keep doing, and then once 2026 comes around, you elect people and representatives. You're going to look. The extremists are going to get punished. right? These people who are
But
calling for the extreme thing.
Donald Trump
they're
got
gonna-
out of almost every single one of his indictments and investigations. He pardoned people convicted of serious conspiracy for the first time in like 200 years in this
They're
country.
going to lose their seats.
I have to turn the
Look at
light on.
every
I think.
candidate.
They already stole a Supreme Court pick. They've already stole multiple Supreme Court rulings. They've already indefinitely expanded the power of the president. They've already permanently disbanded USAID. They've already permanently destroyed the Department of Education. They've already permanently ruined the United States standing in the world in terms of our positions with NATO, with the European Union, with trade, with all of our allies. Like, wow, what a punishment. This motherfucker might die in office. What's the punishment? Somebody's gonna piss on his grave?
Hold on, there's
we've
more
got-
than just. There's more
Sorry,
than just. Go ahead, please.
Sorry. I was just saying, and electoral consequences are real. I mean, I'm old enough to remember 2022 when every one of Trump's handpicked candidates went down. in
I'm
flaming
old enough to
defeat. So
remember
that was the
3
push
years
right there,
ago.
right? That was the surge to be more MAGA, to be more extremist, and it was defeated at the ballot box. And so, if you're looking for examples, that and you said earlier, you'll retract all of your points if we can point to any.
Wait, remember he said, remember in our conversation that he said, should have just been me and actually true. I agree with that. Like that would have actually been interesting. The Gen Z attorney guy, it was defeated at the ballot box or whatever. Remember he said that like that was his like black pill moment, that it was like devastating to see that like the blue wave or whatever. I don't know what he's saying about it, but
What did they
figure on
lose
the
from
right.
Remember
that?
that.
What did they learn and what did they change after 2022?
Well, who ran in 2024? Did we see any Herschel Walkers or Carrie Lakes? Actually, we did see Carrie Lake ran for governor, right? And she got destroyed again. So the consequences are real. It's just
Hold on. Everybody that ran in 2024 was a Trump dick suck sycophant.
Yep.
And Donald Trump himself re-ran in 2024 and won the election.
Yep.
He had to choose. Why did he wait? Do you remember why he chose a different vice president? It's because he
Yep.
almost had his last one fucking killed when he was trying to insurrect the government. So how are you telling me that they had some huge consequences or learned some big lesson in 2022?
because they lost, and then you get to 2024, and you can look at Trump and the platform that he was putting together, and I've heard it said before,
Hey, baby.
when you've got these 80-20 issues like crime,
Sure, honey.
issues like immigration, and Trump is planting himself in the 80% side and just riling up the Democrats to take the 20% side every single time, then yeah, he's making the broad appeal. And there's a lot more factors too when you're talking about Joe Biden, what happened to him, how he has to now step out. You're inserting a candidate last second, candidate who seems to have zero authenticity or ability to articulate a consistent worldview that she's held throughout her political career. It just
Do you
felt
think
like
Donald Trump, I'm curious, can you articulate anything that Donald Trump says about literally any fucking issue ever? What do you think Donald Trump's grand vision is for the Middle East? How do you think Donald Trump wants to end the Ukraine-Russia war?
No, he doesn't have a. No, he doesn't.
What do you
have
think
a grand
Donald Trump's
vision.
domestic economic policy looks like? Are tariffs here so that we can make deals with other countries or so that we can protect our manufacturing? What do you think Donald Trump's position is
no idea.
on Canada and Mexico? Are they horrible countries that take advantage of us, or was his upgrade to NAFTA, the U.S.-Mexico-Canada trade agreement, the best thing ever? What do you think Donald Trump's position is on China, our number one enemy, that he's constantly undermining our position against by making enemies of every other friendly country in the world? Why are you trying to pretend? Kamala Harris is infinitely more qualified and could articulate any position 1 billion times better than the actual half-dead retard that is sitting in the fucking White House right now. Like, how could you even say that statement?
I would just disagree as far as if you want specific, detailed, pointed plans as to how any individual issue is going to get addressed. Of course, you're not going to get that from the figurehead of the movement. You're going to get it from the advisors, the people that come in under the
You
experts.
could get it from
on
Kamala Harris.
what was something Kamala Harris was expertly articulating.
Kamala Harris was grilled on when she went. I think it was on a CNN interview. Her and Mike, or her and Waltz got grilled on their economic plans or whatever, and she had to go into her. The 3 big credits that she was offering was an expansion of the child tax
lost.
credit. She was talking about deductions for businesses, where the first
I don't know why they're
what was
talking
it,
about what they're
$20,000
talking
of income would get some kind of tax
trying to
deduction.
figure it
They
out.
talked about housing plans, about how they wanted to give like a first-time buyer a home credit or whatever, and do like you can walk through and listen to her detailed plans on anything she talked about, as opposed to Trump, who literally can't name a single specific thing on anything.
Do you
He
think
said
she could
concepts
go?
of a plan. That was a Trump joke. Concepts
Yes!
of a
It was.
plan.
But do you think she had any level
voted
of
for
substance
concepts
or
of a
depth
plan.
beyond the 2-sentence summary? Like, we want to do a child tax credit in this different category, or
Yes.
if she was.
Yes.
You think, okay, we had an 2-hour discussion where we can specifically dive into her economic plan. She would just be completely fine. It wasn't just something that, okay, if they ask you about your economic plan, here's your 3 bullet point list you're going to go off of.
She was a DA, and then she was an Attorney General of California.
Wait,
and then
what
she was
is
a
he trying
senator
to
of
say?
California,
What is-
and then
what's
she was
the
a vice president for 4 years. You don't think she could detail any plan whatsoever? You really think she was just AFK the whole time?
Yeah, knowing some politicians, that yes, absolutely, you can get fed your bullet pointed talking point. I've seen Mike Pence talk in close, intimate settings while he was running for president in 2024. It was like 3 months apart from each other, and each time he made the exact same speech. And I was kind of shocked at like, oh, I was just expecting at least a little bit more of like a genuine depth of knowledge back and forth.
What? Oh,
To
I'm
say the
sorry.
exact
Babe.
same
Okay,
points.
hold on. Since you guys think that Joe Biden wasn't running the government and it was the deep state, so that doesn't.
Wait,
that
what did
Kamala
we
Harris
talk
wasn't
about
the
in our
deep state?
convo?
Who was actually running the government at that point? That's a facetious question. I'm sorry. Do you think that Donald Trump could talk at all about any of his policies for anything ever?
Well, obviously not to a level that you're gonna
No,
consider.
not to a
being
level.
qualified.
What about
Could he
the
even
bullet
explain-
points?
Do you think that Donald
What do
Trump,
you
for instance, does he
mean? Not to a
understand
level
that
that
Trump is
you're
an
ever going to
info
be
tax, and
okay
he
with.
still
You're
doesn't know
literally
that?
saying that Kamala was just given
I would point to as far as
Points.
look at the number of long form.
And then also, what do you mean not to a level that you'll be okay with? We have concepts of a plan. There's literally no level that Trump can talk about anything because he won't. He wouldn't debate Biden. Were there even talks of debates against Harris? I don't even remember. No, I'm sorry. That was the concepts of a plan. Sorry. Wait, right? Hold on. My brain's all fucked. I don't remember anything anymore. That was not Biden. That was Harris. So then I lost my train of thought with that one. It gets more stupid / evil. Evil, no. Oh, fuck, what is it? Every villain is lemons.
Yes, he did during the campaign, whether it was Joe Rogan, whether it was Theo Vaughn, and those I've heard from the young people. You know, we say Barron Trump was the one that won the election.
He
because
did do
told
more adversarial interviews than Harris. Snide. Fucking stop.
him, hey, Dad, go on these podcasts. You're going to do great. As far as you're going to reach a lot of people, and
was a
who
long
didn't
time.
go on these podcasts. We had to Call Her Daddy. That was a 45-minute
Sure.
interview on Call Her Daddy from Kamala
Okay,
Harris.
so
That
he
was
went on Joe
insane.
Rogan's podcast. He was there for 3 hours. I'm curious. Can you name one substantive point that he brought up on that podcast?
No, he
I
cannot.
didn't watch it. I just know he went on.
This is vibe politics. This is all this is. Donald Trump was it? You think he was going in depth on his policies?
No, he wasn't.
He
You're
talked about-
right. It was fully.
He talked about, I remember, we tried to watch it on stream together. Do you remember? It started, like, I remember I turned it off an hour in, and all you motherfuckers got so fucking pissed at me, because you were like, that was so interesting. He literally goes on and on and on about, I thought it was gonna be like okay, listen, because we went into the interview with Joe Rogan, me thinking that it was gonna, for some fucking reason, me thinking that it was actually gonna be something about him being president. I think it was the first question maybe that Joe Rogan asked Trump was something like, tell us about your first day going to the White House. It must have been crazy for you since you're not a politician. And like, you know, like, what was that like for you? This guy went on and on and on and on about the Lincoln bedroom and like driving up to the White, like it was literally just word salad. It was nothing. I had to eventually turn it off after I was dying after an hour, and I eventually just had to oh my god, it was insane.
It was fully vibe politics, and it made him to certain people seem just more relatable. They wanted to see him sitting down talking to someone in a.
The golfing video, oh my god, wait, Snide, you're talking about how he had more adversarial interviews than Harris? He had Joe Rogan, he did the golfing special, which I thought the golfing thing that he did was genius for Trump. I thought that was his moment to come off as personable. I think actually Trump did a great job doing that. I thought that was a W for Trump. But then I was like, okay, so Joe Rogan is going to be the time when he needs to actually, like, talk like a president. And yeah, we got, like, have you seen the Lincoln bedroom? It's beautiful, and blah, blah. It was just like...
a relaxed setting. They obviously weren't. I mean, Joe Rogan's not someone that you go to speak rigorously about policy.
And the amount of times I heard people say the Kamala campaign is the campaign of joy. We're just so joyous to be here. You want to talk about vibes politics? Like that's the definition of we're just going to try and ride the joy vibes all the way through.
A slogan? I don't even remember that being
It
a
was
slogan,
joy
but...
to present like a better upshot of America of what it looked like versus Trump's message, which was just filled relentlessly of hate, right?
True.
I think this is captured in the difference between the DNC and the RNC, where the Democratic convention had a whole bunch of flags and shit in the air, and I think the Trump flags were all like deport all immigrants or whatever.
They all had ear tags on, actually.
Oh, because the assassination thing, yeah.
Yep.
Mike.
Oh, the Band-Aids
Go
or
ahead,
whatever?
please.
Is that what you mean? I guess I kind
Oh,
of
no one. Okay, fair enough. If you're right, Destiny, and I don't think you are, but let's say you are, then the best what is the best thing that a Democrat should do right now? What are you
Your
advocating
moral
that a
obligation.
Democrat
Your
do?
moral obligation is to fight whatever way you can until the other side is ready
Okay,
to go.
are there
back
any
to
limits
civility.
on that?
It's what you match. It's tit for tat.
It's tit for tat. You match whatever they're
So-
doing.
It's the most
I think
successful
we know what that
biological. That's the most successful survival pattern that's ever been discovered in all of computer science and all.
Gen
of
Z
evolutionary
attorney,
history.
you should have no problem with that. I thought if you have no problem with the violence on the right now, and the Destiny says just match them, and then you have a problem with it all of a sudden, I thought there was nothing to fucking match. You just want the liberals to lay down and just like take it. Not Wick, but Gen Z attorney for sure.
Yes, every other strategy is
can-
defeated. Yeah.
We can caveat and say in a video game, but I think we know exactly what that means. If it's tit for tat, well, what was the tit that just happened? Which means what is the tat in response?
To the
is that not a
tit!
problem?
Wait.
You're responding to the
I'm
tit.
You just
That the
said
other
you
side-
said the
Hold-
solutions
wait,
go
yeah,
tit
wait,
for tat, right?
Are you implying that I'm worried that Republicans are going to call for violence now?
No,
Because
no.
you know they've already all done that. What are you talking about?
Okay, and I'm saying the tit for tat. We've had the tit, and now you're saying that what has to come next is the tat. And
I love
just-
tits.
Yeah, and that's where we've been for 10 years since 2016. Is the back and forth. Yeah, and the other side is
Well-
unwilling to return to civility.
So yeah, I would look though at who have been the most effective political leaders as far as actually effectuating real change in the country, really throughout its history. Is it the people? Just to take one example, was it MLK? Was it Malcolm X? Was it the one who said, let's actively practice civil disobedience as we're being hosed down, as we're getting dogs set on us?
That was a
we're going
late
to remain
response from me. That took
unerringly
me a
peaceful
second.
in
I'm
the
like,
face of this horrific violence, because that is what's going to garner sympathy and win people to our side and persuade hearts and minds. Was it that guy who got massive legislation passed, or was it the guy saying, no, actually, they've oppressed us, they've shot us, they've killed us, they've lynched us. It's time to take up arms and defend ourselves, which is the
Oh my-
mentality that you're
dude,
taking here now.
MLK's attachment to nonviolence was a strategy that was effective because people could accurately perceive that one side was attacking the other.
Yes!
Right now, you have an entire
Yes!
media apparatus that is lying to the entire country about who's committing the violence, about who's radicalizing everybody. They are unable to perceive what's actually happening. That's the issue. Again, over 80% of conservatives right now don't even believe in the results of the 2020 election. MLK's strategy only worked because people actually saw what was happening, and you didn't have a whole AI system of fucking Russian bots and all this other crazy conservative shit who have all decided, I guess we could fucking lie as long as we, spread our message. That's the difference. If people couldn't actually perceive MLK, the children and everything getting attacked by dogs and shit, then it would have been a dog shit strategy.
Here, Gen Z, let me put it this way, okay? Pacifism only works as a tactic if your opponents actually have a moral compass, right? Like, Gandhi worked against the British Empire. He would not have worked against the German Empire, because there's a difference in how these two enemies operate. You cannot simply lie down and let your opponents destroy you and hope that your suffering moves their hearts. Not if their hearts aren't going to be moved.
Then to both to Dev and to Destiny, then what the Charlie Kirk shooter did was justified?
No.
in your mind, then?
no.
I don't know if I would say justified, but I mean, it's a natural consequence of what's happening, and there will be more killings too. They will happen. Yeah, for sure. And right now, Donald Trump is providing the justification for both sides, I would say.
You act as if this is inevitable. I very
is.
much disagree that it is inevitable. I think that we
I think it's
have
inevitable as
places
long
where we
as
can get
Trump
much
keeps
less political violence. You are
stoking
correct
the
that it is
flames.
happening at a greater and greater rate. Again, we had about 150 political violent activities in the last 6 months or so.
Oh, like in
And
Ukraine
last
in
year it was half.
2014, that was violence. You're gonna bring up the Obama years when talking about violence in Ukraine right now? Shut the fuck up.
That, so there is more, but if your only solution here is that we have to match energies, it's going to get worse, and they want that. You understand that. The Republicans want it. They
No,
are
they
not
don't want it.
the
No,
crazies,
they
I should say. The
desperately-
crazies.
Hold on. The
they-
Republicans desperately don't want it.
Oh, they
Charlie Kirk,
absolutely do.
They don't. You're wrong.
Wait, did
they're
you say
gonna
Democrats
use
or
it
Republicans?
To
Okay.
basically kneel on your neck, to step on your neck and
you're
say
just-
this
you're
is
wrong. You're wrong.
justified,
You're
and so
completely
that the
fucking wrong.
public
The-
just
the
lets
lo-
them.
The
Because
loss of Charlie
a
Kirk
cry
is
from my baby?
damaging to the conservative movement. That's going to hurt a lot. He was a big figure in the movement. He was super young. He had a huge future ahead of him. Turning Point USA is an incredibly successful organization. That is a huge damage to the Republican movement. They don't want.
Okay,
they
do you
want to
think
be able
his
to say this
death
shit is happening, but they don't
removes
want
the
it to actually
organization?
happening.
The infrastructure is still in place. there will be another Charlie Kirk. They're just going to replace him as a figurehead, but their martyrdom they are going to use to justify so many degradations of our civil liberties and civil rights, and they're going to use it to oppress liberals and leftists. They absolutely are. They are giddy.
We have the Lake
about
and
it.
Riley bill. We already have like this legislation written off of these.
Do you think it's as
death
bad as
events.
it could get? Do you not think it can get worse?
It can, but it's because they're driving it. It can't get better if one side wants it to get better. Both sides have to play into it in order to have stability.
I feel like we're just rehashing the same argument.
We are.
Yeah, like, didn't you hear my closing statement on your panel?
As a Israel-Palestine, and I think I've heard you say, Destiny, that it somehow finds a way that everything it makes its way back to the Israel-Palestine conflict here. But if the solution here is that basically you're arguing the same way the pro-Pallies argue, that the Palestinians are getting endlessly victimized over and over and over again, and therefore the only thing that they think they can do is fight back. But then I believe your argument is, okay, then let them continue to fight back and they'll just get annihilated. Instead of maybe trying to work towards
just that the right's only going to listen to the right and the left's only going to listen to the right.
It seems
left is
am I
left.
wrong? Is that not an apt comparison?
Left will listen to left, right will
I
listen to
make the
right.
exact same argument for Israel-Palestine.
Why can't I
exact
even
argument for
remember my
Israel-Palestine is that the international meddling in the affair is cancerous because
left
both
listens
sides
to left,
are
right listens to right.
incentivized to fight. If you were an Israeli, you would be stupid to give any ground to Palestinians because all you can do is just keep fighting them, keep blowing them up, keep killing their leaders, and keep expanding into the West Bank. That's what they've been doing. That's why they annex East Jerusalem. They're splitting it up even more. They're moving settlements out more. Why would you give up if you were an Israeli? And if you were a Palestinian, well, if the entire international community is supporting you, if they're calling it a genocide, they're calling it apartheid, they're all saying that it's unjust, why would you give up fighting as a Palestinian? Both sides in that conflict are also, yes, permanently incentivized to fight each other.
And so they just spiral into destruction instead of actually trying to work and figure out a solution that's actually going to be sustainable long term.
Is the right trying to figure out a solution with the left?
You keep saying sustainable long term. It will be sustainable long term, just for one people.
Just one side, yeah.
Exactly. That's the issue. Right now, Republicans, every single large leader on the right, alternative media, mainstream media, lawmakers, and the President of the United States are saying that this is a war between good and evil. They want to succeed, but they just want one side to succeed.
But the left is saying that too. They're just largely removing the word war. They're still talking about things in terms of good and evil and existential threats to the lives of Americans in a way that I think is.
I think you need to look back into Crimea again.
Don't know anything about what's going on in the political system. Millions will die because of USA. Can you admit that? Hold on, wait.
Was
Can
that
you admit that
2014?
millions will die as a result of the
Is that what you're talking about when you say 2014?
Oh, I'm talking about.
Wait. Jen's the attorney. He just lied. He said they said millions will die. Millions are going to die. Was it 14, 15 million?
If you want to,
right?
It's 14. It's 14.
I'm not going to focus in on international aid as our evidence of millions will die.
How about hundreds of thousands of people that died as a result of the people not getting vaccinated because they didn't believe in the COVID shots?
What was on the lips of the guy who went and did the congressional baseball shooting? If not, millions will die based on the Republican healthcare plan. So I need to kill all the Republican leadership. When you're saying millions will die because of Republican policy, domestic policy, that's kind of a problem.
But millions have died. Don't you think there's a difference if one side is being truthful and the other side is lying about things? Don't you think there's like a difference there? If there's a truth value and one side is being honest and the other side is fucking lying, don't you think that matters?
But you were not only just saying that this is true, you were saying this is true and there's nothing we can do about it other than civil war.
Oh,
if the other side
getting
doesn't
pissed.
do anything but fight, you have two options. You either get genocided or you go to war. Yeah,
we have elections in this country. There are other ways to
The
resolve this.
people that you're talking, the 14 million deaths that you're talking about is not a genocide in the United States of America, right? This is people abroad, and we can all disagree with it if we all do on this stage, right? But that is these are conversations about values and foreign aid and things like this, which is separate from talking about literal death in America, which is the topic of conversation here today.
Sure, I mean,
Yes,
we're defunding all of our healthcare shit right now. We're like crazy. We just did cuts to Medicaid, which the conservatives in the past have said they promised they'd never touch. You've got people that are not vaccinating their children against.
So if defunding healthcare is going to potentially lead to deaths of Americans, then is it justified to murder Republicans for that? If our greedy healthcare system is responsible for death of Americans, then is it justified to murder
I never
CEOs
said that
of
it's. I'm not saying that it's justified in doing it. I'm just saying there's a difference in the truth value between what both sides are saying. We can talk about prescriptions.
You're not saying it's justified, but you're basically
we
saying
can talk
if they're
about
not going to let
you're
their foot
skipping
off the
over.
gas,
Do you acknowledge there's a difference?
Consequence.
Wait. Do you acknowledge there's a difference in the truth value between both sides saying these things? That when the right says the left are all communists and the left says the right are fascists, you understand that one of these statements is kind of true.
Ooh, he said the F word.
Right? Or do you think they're the same thing?
They're not the same thing, but there's truth to both of those statements. There are actual fascists on the right, and there are actual communists on the left, both vying for
name
power.
a communist on the left. I'm gonna name one on the. I'm gonna name a fascist on the right. But let me start.
Trump.
Donald Trump. Name a communist on the left now.
Like I said, on the right, they are more successfully vying for power than they are
Because they're
on
the president
left.
of the United States.
And I've already
Kelly,
acknowledged that this is not an issue that we have among elected officials in the Democrats.
Then why did you
Why
say it's an
didn't-
issue
why
on both
didn't-
sides? Sorry, God.
Why didn't you just say the New York guy? Like he's a socialist. He counts.
Well, because then we're going to get into a semantic difference over, well, he's not actually calling for a cashless, stateless society. He just wants to do, free grocery stores and expand the social safety. Because that's going to be the distinction that gets played. Because,
it's a dumb distinction. But
again, it goes back to.
Kelly,
Sorry, real quick. It just goes back
Sure.
to the 5-hour
get
explosion.
bit by a
between Jesse and
mosquito?
Pisco
What was
about
that?
use
Ow.
of the term socialist, and what are we meaning by when we say
No,
socialist?
it has nothing to. You keep wanting to skip past the truth values to have like the fun meme arguments or whatever. Okay, while people's brains are getting exploded. The reality is look at the difference in treatment between the Democratic Party when it comes to Mamdani. They don't even know if they should endorse him. On the right, you've got Mike Johnson and everybody else covering for child rapists potentially. Do you see the difference there? How lockstep everybody is on the right? In the mainstream media, most of the alternative media, and the lawmakers and the president are all saying, oh, the Epstein stuff, who cares, LOL. And on the left, they're like, oh, I don't even know if we should endorse the next mayor of New York City. Do you see the difference there?
Seems highly likely that the only child rapist was Jeffrey Epstein, to be clear.
Nice
Just fanning the flames of
dodge,
that.
pivot and
of that
dodge, pivot and
conspiracy.
dodge, pivot and
I'm
dodge.
not
I
even
hope you
trying
guys
to
jerk
dodge,
off.
trying
I
to
hope you
just-
guys have
Kelly,
big old
Kelly,
vibrators. You jerk
Kelly,
off
You
to
can
the
ask
next
the question again,
assassination.
I'm
It's a
just
fucking
reacting
good
to something
meme.
specific that you said.
Good meme, good meme, good meme. Good
Kelly,
meme.
I have a-
By the way,
Well
I think
memed.
going around and calling everyone pedophiles.
Well
I think
memed,
going around
guys.
calling everyone
I've
pedophiles.
got a
also
question
adds-
for you,
also
Tally.
adds that environment, which is something, by the way, that the left used to readily acknowledge, that calling people groomers and pedophiles can actually put them in danger when it's unfounded. And so I do think that there's a lot of that going on both sides there right now. That is just
Both sides? QAnon was literally built
calling-
around a
Cheese
secret
pizza!
pedophile
I
ring.
agree, and that's why it's so disturbing that the left has decided to take up this mantle. I
When did
agree.
the
What are we
left take
talking
it? The
about?
left- Wait. You know what? I almost
The
agree
Epstein
with
This
you.
Epstein seems to be having
Wait, where
fun.
did the Epstein stuff
You're
come
not
from?
Wick?
Who drove that harder than anyone else in the country?
Yes, the right, obviously.
True.
So look at that. So even there, where you're giving me a problem with the left, it comes from the right. That was my exact argument earlier. All of this is stemming from the right. Bongino and Patel and Bondi were inviting people to the White House for new Epstein files. It was all bullshit. So even the problems we have on the left sometimes are literally caused by amplification on the right. And you're saying both sides need to tone it down.
The left doesn't need to participate in it. Correct.
So the leftists
they
need to be
do,
bigger in
but-
every single way. We have to disavow the bad people on our side. We have to point out that the right is falsely magnifying things on our side.
That's
we have to
effective, and it
fire
wins.
everybody.
It doesn't!
What?
Yes, that
It doesn't
that's
win. Trump
effective,
won the
and it
presidency!
wins Long term,
2024.
absolutely.
Long term? We don't even
Okay.
know long term where we're going to be at.
So the populists on the right took over the right. The populists on the left have not taken over the left. That's why it's happening. There's a substantive difference between these two things. Right? Like the communists don't control the Democratic Party. The communists aren't in control of anything right now.
I think.
Okay, Tally. Here, Tally, just real quick.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
want to go back to one thing you mentioned earlier, because you were talking about USAID and the 14 million deaths, and they're obviously bad. The argument you were making is that there is a. This is kind of a meme question, but I don't mind. There's the argument you were making, I think, was something like there's a difference between people who die as a result of like poor policy or laws being passed or bills being passed, and then directly killing people. And you said that these two things are different, right?
They're different. I'm also trying to make a distinction between like violence in our country and like taking away resources that were improving the status in other countries. I see these as characteristically different things. I'm not saying that the other things don't matter, but yes, it's
I
different.
keep losing the plot. How did we get to this convo?
Right.
How did we
Would
get
you
here?
agree with that,
going out
Gen
with
Z
the gun,
as
going
well?
out with the gun to snipe someone is
Don't fix my
different
hair.
from saying, I believe that our country, and even if you think that all these people are full of shit who make this argument, saying that I believe that our country's in debt and that our money should not be spent assisting foreign countries who have
I don't
not
mean the
seemed
same
to
thing
be
that you
able
mean, Stein.
to take the help and run with it, but rather they seem dependent on the help. You can disagree with that, and that still seems to me characteristically different from sniping someone.
Yeah,
a
sure.
rifle.
And I agree with you. It's just that whenever I look over into right-wing spaces and I see them talk about, for example, the Holodomor in the Soviet Union, they talk about that in the same breath as the Holocaust. But the Holodomor was a mass death based on policy, while the Holocaust was actually directly killing people. So, I
Oh.
do think that we understand that these deaths are
Shoot, my bad.
actually they're pretty similar in the
Sorry.
end. I don't
just
think
said
it really
something out
matters that
loud.
much if you start to nitpick over how they died.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to be clear. I'm not saying that you can have disagreements on funding international aid and all that. That's fine. I'm just saying that people will do this thing like, oh, both sides are making harsh statements about the other side while pretending that both sides are making the same level of true claims about the other side. Donald Trump, in practice, operates as a fascist as much as he can. Does anybody disagree with that?
I kind of do, but
I don't know that
Yeah,
I think it's a semantic distinction.
Okay, do you think that Donald Trump operates as a fascist as much as Joe Biden or Kamala Harris would have acted as a socialist? For Tally or Gen Z or Dev, do you think that Trump was more fascist than Biden or Kamala would be socialist?
Yeah,
yeah,
probably.
I think Trump is
I think
more
so.
open to the fascist influence on his side of the aisle than Biden or Kamala would have been to literal socialist.
No,
Yes,
Trump
to
is
socialist
fascist.
influence.
Trump is more fascist, not open to fascist influence. He operates as a
Brad.
fascist.
Sure,
More
I'm
than-
sure. I'm sure.
Not sure. Yes, he does. If you say sure, where's your doubt? And we can dispel it right now.
May or may not be. Well, I don't know.
I just think that
I mean, I don't agree with
Prove
that,
it.
but go ahead.
word gets.
Pay me $1 million.
No, I mean, Deb, do you want to jump in?
But why I don't think Trump's
Say
a
you
fascist?
agree or don't agree with that.
Well,
Yeah.
fascist is it is a political ideology like socialist is, and Trump he
Speaking
doesn't
zip zip over.
operate
Hey,
under,
Wick!
under the rules of an ideology. He's just
Zip zip soda?
self-interested.
Hell yeah!
And self-interest is not a political ideology.
The great thing
I
about
agree with
being
that,
a
and
small
that's why
creator is I
said
know
that think Trump is
exactly
more open to that type of
who you
influence.
are. You're not
It's
just a
Not open
number.
to type- no, you're obfuscating.
You're Wick and Zip Zip.
This is the biggest equivocation in
too.
the universe. Not open to that type of. He's acting in this way.
I appreciate you.
He's acting in this way. He's acting as we can say authoritarian dictator, if you prefer that over fascist, more than
He's
Biden or Kamala.
he is absolutely
Did
a
I
tyrant. He would
pin
be
it
more
in
of a
my chat?
tyrant
Let me
if he
do
could.
that.
Right? Do we disagree with that?
I would.
I think probably
No,
not.
I would agree. I
don't.
think it would just. I'd probably stem it on, when you're coming from the business world and you're just used to getting things done in business sense, and then you
Can
enter
I pin it
government, and
somewhere?
now it's
No.
all the rules and regulations in place, which are good. I agree.
Oh,
Checks and
weird.
balances, due process, all good things. Lawyer man here. I don't know, hot take, but
Aw,
But yeah, I
sweet
would-
Zip
I
Zip,
would-
I
In what
appreciate
world
you.
in the business world does the CEO just go and do everything?
you don't have to jump through as many hoops.
That's
You-
my
you
stream link.
disagree with that?
Absolutely, I disagree with that. What are you talking about? Depending on the size of the business? You think the Google CEO can just spin up a new product in a day? Or that the CEO of Amazon, Bezos, can just walk into some team meeting and skip their whole sprint and decide to just implement a bunch of new features? Like, what do you mean? There's a ton of bureaucratic hurdles that you have to jump over every massive corporation. Same thing with the United States. The United States is a massive company if you want to compare it to such. A CEO can't walk through anything and just single-handedly do stuff. Of course, there's a whole bunch of bureaucracy from top to bottom.
I don't know. I'm not going to disagree that there's a lot of regulatory hoops to jump through in business.
No,
but I-
not regulatory hoops, business hoops. Why are you trying to blame it on the government? You don't think corporations have their own internal
I don't
systems
agree
for
with
getting
that,
things done?
obviously.
How do you coordinate a company of thousands or tens of thousands of employees?
Yeah, there's a lot of internal processes and systems and structures in place. The only point I'm making is that if you want to wake up in the
Oh,
morning
thanks for
and
the
say,
pin, Warble. I was
want to
about to
start
do
this
that.
project, let's get it on. You don't have to worry about things like the Constitution that are going to say, well, actually, you're not allowed to do that. Even if it's a good idea, even if it's something that people can agree on and get behind, you don't have to worry about a completely independent body, unless you're getting into completely outside the business world into things like fraud or anything that.
What if you're completely in the business world and you're simply the CEO and you do something stupid and then the board expels you? What do you mean? Of course, all these same things exist as a CEO. And if in a company, if you don't have over 51% of the equity or whatever, or voting shares.
I don't know. We see
I'm
a
just
lot of
saying that
CEOs doing a lot of stupid stuff that I guess they're able to ride the roller coaster, and it is what it is. They just are
Donald
able
Trump
to
does
stay
not
forever.
operate. Donald Trump does not operate like an effective CEO. He operates like a fucking retard. I'm just
Federal
saying that
companies
cover
powers?
for him. He
don't
wasn't a
know.
good businessman. He didn't operate his businesses effectively, and he doesn't operate the U.S. government effectively as a politician. or
Would I be
businessman.
able to tell you
But
though
we've also
about
pivoted away from the topic.
the,
Donald Trump
the
acts as
ins
a
and outs
fascist
of like
or an
board
authoritarian
meetings and
dictator, we
stuff? I
would
don't think so.
Way more. Not influence. He acts as one more than
Maybe I'm a
Biden
warrant
or
too.
Kamala ever acted as a socialist.
So actually, this is a good point. I
Yes,
can,
that's true.
but
That's just straight true.
Okay, let me bring it up in this way then. When there are large calls on the left in 2020 to, if Biden wins
I
the
don't know where
election, we're
myself- me
putting
neither.
pressure on him as the left to pack the Supreme Court, abolish the Electoral College, add DC and Puerto Rico as states. There was one more. There was four. I'm blanking on the fourth.
And
but
the
when we're
filibuster?
the filibuster. Get rid of the filibuster. Where we're talking about
I like the filibuster.
key American institutions that it is leftward pressure that were focused and trying to undermine and dissolve entirely. I've seen you answer this question before. Your answer is, well, that will never happen, so I'm not worried about it. Can we not say the same thing about Trump when he says something crazy, like I'm going to tariff the entire world, and then the Supreme Court says,
You think
"Actually,
that's
no."
crazy?
There's a difference
Wait,
between
no,
these
no,
two
no,
things,
stop. Wait,
man.
hold on. There is a difference. Wait, what's the difference, Dev?
The difference is that Trump doesn't listen
Oh.
to any of his advisors, and all of his advisors just suck his dick constantly.
Close.
There-
The difference, wait, but also the difference is Biden didn't do any of that and he was president for 4 years. Donald Trump is doing all of that. He has tariffed the entire fucking world. Biden explicitly said he would not pack the Supreme Court, and he didn't. Biden specifically said that they weren't going to kill the filibuster. They didn't.
He said he was going to create a fact-finding commission to decide whether or not to pack the Supreme Court.
I don't even remember this statement. I'm pretty sure Biden said multiple times. Also, by the way, I looked this up. Mike Lee never made a statement walking back. On his tweet about the Nightmare on Wall Street
let's
either.
go!
But no, I don't remember Biden saying he would make a fact-finding. Hold
Well,
on, wait. Oh my God, wait. Are you mixing this up with when they tried to pass legislation saying that there should be like a standard of behavior for people in the Supreme Court?
No. I know exactly what you're talking about. That came later.
told
That
him
came
that.
during the presidency. I'm talking
Base
about
ups.
during what he was asked expressly in the debate with Trump in 2020. Are you going to pack the Supreme Court? And he waffled on it and said, "Well, I'll form a commission to look into it." Which yeah, no, that's as I remember it. If anyone can fact check me and something being wrong about that.
I've got the fact check. I've got Biden's quote right here. He said
hit me.
this, and I think this was on the campaign trail. He said, if elected, what I will do is I'll put together a bipartisan commission of scholars, constitutional scholars, Democrats, Republicans, liberal, conservative, and I will ask them to come back to me with recommendations as to how to reform the
Yeah,
court
actually,
system,
I
because it's
gave
getting out
Disney
of
all of
whack
his talking
the way in
points
which
other
it's
than the
being
ones that
handled, and
Zip has
it's
claimed.
not about court packing.
Just so you know.
That's what he said.
Okay, you can say that, but what does getting out of whack mean? And before I know where we're gonna jump into, I also agree. I think what the Senate
I only stream in
Republicans did
720. I
was
shouldn't.
pure politics.
Where?
In 2018, blocking Merrick Garland from the court. I can disagree with it on the moral level. They had the right to do it, absolutely. And I believe the historical record shows that anytime a majority in the Senate or the majority in the Senate has an opportunity to put a member on the court, when it was cross sides, that I think it's happened like 7 times. where the
V90OG,
majority
thank you so much for
Senate
following. I
was
appreciate
opposite
you.
The president and the majority Senate did not fill the Supreme Court seat.
Sure.
So-
So
Okay,
Biden
so-
put together
so
this
just
commission.
real
They
quick,
did
I
a
got it.
study. Nothing came from this. He didn't do anything. They didn't even recommend
Yeah,
or take a position on.
Your lighting on
Well, yeah,
YouTube
it
is
lasted-
different than your lighting
It
on
lasted
Twitch.
from April to
Really?
December, and at the end,
720
they basically
everywhere? It
recommended
shouldn't
that
be.
nothing changed because it was all fine.
But here's the thing, because I can play the same game though. And we
You've been
can
looking
say,
for political
well,
cougars all day? How old do you think I am? What a rookie mistake!
How many times did Donald Trump say he wanted to lock
I'm
Hillary Clinton
obviously
up on the
freshly
campaign trail? And
19.
then he gets office, and then what happens? He says, "I
They're
think we
doing
need to."
investigations into every single person that was involved with Hillary Clinton and with Barack
Really?
Obama. That's what's happening right now, right?
We need to let. I'm talking about where is the prosecution of Hillary Clinton? Where was even the indictment of Hillary Clinton?
Living on Twitch.
We don't have that yet, but
we
there
can-
was
we
the whole
can pull-
there was the whole email investigation that lasted for however fucking long. Now that
Wasn't that
under
pre-Trump though?
Trump.
Wasn't
That was
pre-Trump?
pre-Trump. Yeah, but well, some things pre-Trump were apparently biased towards Trump, and some things pre-Trump were apparently biased against Trump. I
And
don't know
that
how
was
you
the
make sense of
exact.
that.
It was
But
Hillary's.
but also, Trump right now is doing investigations on all of his political opponents, right?
Like, give me some examples.
Well, right now, the whole reason why are they bringing up the auto pen stuff? It's because they want to try to roll back all
Is
of the
it
pardons they
different?
can, so they can continue to go after Hunter Biden and
looks the
everybody on
same
the
to me.
J6 Select Committee. Number one. Number two, Tulsi Gabbard just released all of this bullshit Russia stuff, a whole bunch of documents that she hopes nobody ever read, so that they can start issuing subpoenas to what was it, Barack Obama, the Clintons.
me
They
click
tried
it
to even
through?
bring back in Mueller, but I think he's got Parkinson's now, so they couldn't. For anybody
Settings.
was Barr involved in this? For anybody who's even
Quality.
remotely involved with this, they're literally
720.
trying to do it right now. He's writing executive orders
Why is it only
targeting law
720?
firms that worked with the DNC or Hillary Clinton for no reason, just targeting law firms.
How do I fix that?
And so I just have to bring it back to though, if the promise here is lock her up, right? That's the big chant everyone wants to point to. And then he gets in office and expressly says, I can find the quotes, but when asked specifically about it, is there any plans of prosecution from Hillary Clinton? He has repeatedly denounced it and said it's not going to happen.
What a weird thing to say.
And I
Red
understand
Dragon.
we're doing
Wait,
the
no,
whole
no, wait,
Biden
I'm just curious.
investigation stuff.
No,
Yeah.
no, forget. Do you acknowledge that Donald Trump has written executive orders targeting individual law firms because they worked with Hillary Clinton?
Is it in my
I've
Streamlabs?
heard you say this.
probably can't
I have
fix it
not
right
read the
now.
orders themselves. I would need to see. just for myself.
You had to turn off dark mode everywhere.
I mean, not,
Wait, I just want to be clear, just
I'm
for the
not-
record. You're
not
not
disputing-
familiar as an attorney, as a practicing attorney, you're not familiar with the President of the United States writing executive orders that is targeting individual law firms in the United States, and the whole drama that arose about that, with them cutting huge deals with the administration to do pro bono work, with other law firms dropping clients and adding clients, with him rescinding security
I'll look into the
clearances
quality
from
thing.
these
That's crazy,
huge
actually.
law firms, so
Thank
they
you for
couldn't do
telling me
work
that.
for anything related to the government. You're not aware of any of that. You haven't heard of anything.
No.
there. You have-
No. Let me clarify. I am aware, as far as I've heard
Ooh,
you
that's
say
great.
before, that this is something that's
Now you
happening.
all know
I'm
I'm on
saying I
Twitter.
have not looked into it. I've not read the EOs themselves. I've not read any of the rationale, justification behind it. Hate to do the classic lawyer answer, but it depends, and facts really do matter. Circumstances matter. So I just
Wait,
don't want
then why
to.
would
I don't
you-
want to speak on it and weigh on
Then
it.
why would you so confidently say that they're not targeting Hillary Clinton and anything else if you're not even aware of the
Watch me
extent of
move
his
my window.
targeting law
Oh,
firms
oh.
through executive order and through the
look at-
DOJ?
But because I'm
should I
going
put
to
it?
disagree, I feel like this is a pivot, though. I'm talking about the prosecution of Hillary Clinton for her emails. We're talking about 2016 right now, when he was campaigning on lock her up, right? Because her emails, WikiLeaks, and all this stuff, and he kept promising it's going to happen, and then we get in office, and then it's actually we're going to leave that behind because we got a
Let me
country
get my
to run. We're
lighting
not going to focus on that
from my
kind of
other
stuff.
room.
Because isn't this
Well,
stuff
he-
recent? Isn't this a new EO?
No, this was like almost right when he came into office.
But of this term, right? 2024.
Yes.
Yeah, this wasn't 2016 we're talking about, right?
I missed
No,
it.
it wasn't. But
That's
also
what
for
I'm
a lot
saying.
of the but one of the big differences back then is Trump didn't realize that all the stuff that he wanted to do was illegal. So a lot of his administration was pushing back on him. Now he has an administration that will go along with anything. Like, for instance, the fact that Barr literally quit weeks before the election because Donald Trump kept asking him to do illegal shit. He would ask Barr to do illegal shit, and Barr would say, you can't do this, and then it would kind of stop. It wasn't because Trump didn't want to. It's because he didn't realize how illegal all the shit that he wanted to do was. He doesn't have those same roadblocks in front of him this time. That's why this admin is so much more unhinged than he was in 2016.
Because he made sure to have a, like,
Okay. So
because I'm of the opinion, and actually, I don't even think it's opinion, I think it's fact at this point. He has a completely different administration than he did before, and it's because he found people that would just suck his dick, you know?
Wait,
go
you
ahead,
acknowledge that?
respond.
He
No,
didn't have
no,
the
no,
same
no,
problems
no.
that he had. Maybe Destiny just said that. I don't know. I was paying
was
attention.
literally going to say, I feel like we can keep going back and forth on this point, but I don't know if Wick had any. I'm trying to.
Wait, go back and forth. Wait, do you acknowledge that he is way more unhinged this time because he realizes he needs sycophants
Yep.
versus from 2016 to 2020 or 17 to 21,
He said that,
he didn't
okay.
know that he needed actual like people who are willing to break the law.
So, yeah, I'll be honest. As far as I thought Trump was done for after 2020 because I felt like he had burned so many bridges with kind of the main Republican.
Trying to use
folks
me to
that,
escape.
yeah,
Yes, I was
like
gonna say
Pompeo,
that
folks
too.
that
I think Wick had
got
something to say.
Pretty good reputation.
Wait, why
with
did he
just
burn the
with-
bridge with them?
I know him, Bill Barr. It's over all the J6 stuff, which I agree.
Wait, no,
I'm
no,
with-
specifically because he asked him to break the law, right? And Bill Barr wouldn't break the law for
He
him,
didn't
right?
think that he voted.
I'm Team Bill Barr in that dispute. Yeah.
Why is it so hard for you to say that? He asked Barr to.
It's
break
hard
the
for him to
law,
say
and
anything!
Bill Barr would not
Well,
break
because
the law.
because
You
I've
can't say
heard.
it.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did I miss something? Wait, what do you mean, Zip Zip? He didn't think that he voted for him? There's no way Destiny doesn't know yet. We're literally how far into this? How far into this video are we watching? Destiny already confirmed with him that he voted for him all 3 times. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Because no, because I've heard you use this phrase before, specifically about the elector scheme, saying that this was illegal. But you're loading a lot of weight into this this word illegal. It's breaking the law. That was the phrase.
Right.
When we're talking about,
Well,
is it a criminal offense or are we
no,
talking about a
Zip
civil
Zip, that's
offense? These are
wrong.
two different. You can break the law
You're
in
being a
a bunch
hater.
of different ways. The way
He
you're
didn't know that
using
Trump
it,
would
you're
run
implying that
again.
This is this is a criminal, like, go to jail type of breaking of the law, and that's something that I would dispute.
You
that
could think
there's a
he's
million
done
people. I
in
could break the
20
law
whatever.
There's a law called the Electoral Count Act that referred to how the electoral votes were supposed to be counted, and Donald Trump and his ilk were trying to scheme
Yes,
to
thank
have
you.
Pence
Do this.
not
Do
to
this.
follow that law, breaking the law. It would be a
Challenge him on
criminal
January
matter.
6th.
So how was he not
Is there-
breaking?
Yeah, I think I said it already, but like when we were talking to, and I told Gen Z attorney in our conversation after all of this, did Zip Zip run from YouTube? Oh, I guess so. What are you doing, Zip Zip? Hi, Kobe. He, like, when we were running down, like, going through we were talking about January 6th when we started talking about it, and I was like, yeah, like, they got me with those damn suitcases. I saw that video at first, and I was like, damn, that's sneaky. And then he was like, yeah, and just like that, I don't know, he threw out another example, too. Hi, baby. Where, like, it got him as well. And then, it was, like, it was so, like, awkward. It was, like, he was completely lockstep, and he was like, yep, it wasn't stolen. I was like, and so then January 6th happened, and he was like, yep, that was bad. And I was like, and the fake elector scheme? And he knows about the fake elector scheme too. So, no, he doesn't actually. Wait, did he say he didn't look into it, or he said that he did look into it? I don't remember. But I remember, like, there's literally nothing else to say except, like, because he was literally, like, agreeing. Like, he knew everything that had happened. And then we were just, like, at a standstill at the end where I'm just like, and you voted for him again? What are you talking about? He doesn't care about the election? No, I'm not saying, like, does he care or not. I'm just, I don't remember if he said that he looked into it or not. I literally don't remember.
Say no. Here's the thing: a criminal matter has to be outlined in the statute as a criminal matter. It has to have a criminal sanction attached to it. It can't just be. There's a million laws on the books that
Keep
just say.
watching. Well, you
how
keep
something
saying
is
that he's
supposed to be set up.
lying.
In fact, there are people who
So-
try and sue under statutes, causes of action.
Should I
that they were
believe
not
him
able
if
to
he
do
says
so
something?
until
No.
1983 was put that created a federal cause of action for the violation of any civil right. Before 1983, there was no federal cause of action. You could not sue even if someone did violate your civil rights. Before, and this is U.S. Code 1983, not the year 1983. But that's what you have to create the
Can you see how
cause of
cute
action.
he
You
is?
have to actually have an actionable textual hook within the
so cute,
statute
love you.
in order to
Yeah, you told me that
enforce
earlier.
it and consider it
I'm
a
excited
breaking
for
of the
that.
law
I'm waiting
in the
for it.
sense that you're trying to make it
How
out to
cute
be.
my
You just said it was a
baby is.
criminal offense, right? Violating the
That is
electoral
what
count
I
act.
said. Correct.
Okay, I feel. Are you looking it up? Is it a criminal statute?
It would be a criminal offense. I was just looking it up because I don't have the code memorized, but it'd be Title
me
18,
neither.
USC 1512, which is obstructing corruptly any official act. That's what the Electoral Count Act was. It's the official act for
Wait,
counting
is
the
he
electoral
saying that
votes
it
in
wasn't
Congress.
a
So we're pointing
criminal?
to a different statute. Is that the
What
obstruction
wasn't
statute
criminal?
to
What
say
wasn't criminal?
You violated.
What's he talking
the
about?
Electoral Count Act. So you have to go to a different statute. I'm saying specifically the Electoral Count Act. Is that a criminal statute? I don't think it is.
It would be, you don't need an explicit one for obstructing an official act. It would be the obstruction of an official act. The whole indictment that Jack Smith filed was partially.
Is he
centered around this.
arguing what, that it would be a civil case? What is he
Yeah, right,
saying?
that is what the indictment was. Yeah.
So
Mango tree.
So Barr
Thanks for
left because
following.
Trump was asking him to break the law.
Was he asking him to? Well, no. We just got on a different topic. We were going down the Electoral Count Act. I'm assuming through the Eastman memo and everything that happened with that, right?
That was their plan to violate the Electoral Count Act.
And what was Bill Barr's involvement with that?
I think Donald Trump was asking him to send fake letters to the states claiming that the DOJ had found evidence
Yes.
of voter fraud.
I'm
in
pretty sure that's right.
7 target states.
Basically, after he said that, he directed Bill Barr to look into it. He looked into it, said, "I'm not seeing what you're saying," and then at that point, I believe was the basically, well, look again, right?
And then he wanted him to send fraudulent letters to the 7 target states to say that they had found evidence and they needed to suspend their election. So he was asking him to commit crimes. Barr said, "I'm not going to commit a crime. I'm not going to commit perjury. I'm not going to obstruct an official proceeding. I'm not going to be a part of this." And then he left.
Okay. We can go
Wait,
back.
we
and forth.
can't even agree
No,
on a
like-
simple fact. Well, I mean, what are we even talking about? This is what I'm. This is all part of the problem, right? How can you get right wingers to agree on, violence in any part of the country or whatever else when we can't even agree on like this is the simplest fact of the matter thing. There was a law called the Electoral Count Act. Even what you just said here to try to bring up like civil or criminal liability, that really doesn't even matter. You can break a law. That doesn't necessarily mean that you have to be convicted of a particular thing. It doesn't mean you have a civil cause of action.
True.
Somebody to sue you and win on a
He
thing.
got
You can
me.
still break a law with no penalty. So what? So if he wants to violate the ECA,
Good,
that
yes.
was the goal, even with no criminal civil
He tricked
liability
me.
attached. He was asking Barr to help him do it. Barr said no.
Sneaky guy.
That should be the easiest give in the world.
And
He
the
did
point,
get me.
the reason I was diving into some of these details, and I also appreciate going into the weeds and getting in details. That's where issues are solved. Was to raise this distinction of the way you load
Yeah.
that phrase "break the law."
Sorry.
I just think the real discussion is on whether or not there was conspiracy, whether or not there was obstruction. And what were the 2 other counts that were in the Jack Smith? That's where the
No,
that's where
the distinction here doesn't matter. Even if there is no criminal or civil thing attached, you're still breaking the law by violating the process, right?
Yeah, as far as if you are breaking, if you are violating the process,
Yeah, we need
So
to.
there's a distinction with no difference. So it doesn't matter. You're breaking the law. So he's
No, Wick,
asking
let's keep
Bart to
going.
break the law.
We do
See,
need
Wick?
to kind of get off this
It-
for a little bit.
See,
Well,
Wick?
no, let's continue. This is actually great.
Yes,
I
Okay.
don't
let's
know why it's so hard
go!
to say that Donald Trump wanted him to break the law. That's such an easy thing. That's why you said the only reason we're talking about this is because earlier you're like, well, I can't believe he burned all these bridges. Like he made a Destiny tweet. That wasn't why he burned the bridges. He
Does
burned
he
the bridges because he was
know?
asking people in his administration to
He
break the
didn't
law
say,
for
I
him.
can't believe he burned all these bridges. He said,
He
I
did.
didn't think that he was going to. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He said, I did not think he was going to be politically viable in 2024 because he burned all those bridges.
Yeah,
Tyler's
but he
right,
didn't just
actually.
burn
Wow, I
bridges.
can't believe all
No,
of
no,
these
but he didn't
people
just
turned on
burn
him.
bridges. He asked
Right,
them
but,
to.
and Gen Z is acknowledging these things, even if he's not doing it with the precise.
Wait, no,
words.
now he's not acknowledging them.
He's
No.
saying Hitler burned the bridges with the Jews. He didn't just burn the bridges. He set them on fire until they were ashes. There's a difference here.
No, that's actually
Okay,
not
here-
an apt analogy.
Okay, I do want
It is a
to.
total
Hold on.
Gen Z,
he didn't
Gen
just
Z.
burn the bridge with
Here,
Bill Barr because he
here.
said something mean to him. He asked Bill Barr to break the law, and Bill Barr said no.
Here, how about this? Gen Z. Do you know that on December 21st, Trump and a whole bunch of other people, like a dozen
Bannon.
Republicans
Oh.
in the Senate and in the House, they met in the White House along with Pence and along with Eastman and Giuliani and also what's his name? Is it Pat
Bannon.
Sippa something?
Oh.
The actual White House lawyer was not allowed to be in this meeting, and this was the meeting where they planned what they were going to do, and they were in this meeting. Everyone there was pressuring Mike Pence to go along with it, and he refused. Like, is there not something that's legally culpable here?
Bannon was probably there.
No, I think. Well, okay, legally culpable. I think that's where we're getting potentially.
Oh
over the line. If you wanna talk
my
morally culpable, I think
God.
we're getting to that area.
Okay,
I'll give you my-
hold on.
my-
I'll give you a second example, okay? On
Sure.
the day of January 6th, Jim Jordan directed several of his staffers to deliver actual papers of the false electors to intercept Mike Pence in the hallway in the Senate building to deliver the papers. Is that not something?
To intercept Mike Pence to give him what again? What was
The
it?
false electors. They had the papers in their
Certificates.
hands, and Jim Jordan's staffers were sent out to try and intercept Mike Pence as he was moving towards the Senate chamber, and Mike Pence's
And-
security stopped them. Is that attempt not something?
So it never got to him. Just to be clear.
It never got to him, but they
But
tried.
they tried. Your point is that they tried. Okay. No, I mean, I really wasn't planning getting too deep in the weeds on January 6th.
You said you loved getting into the weeds. You loved getting into the weeds.
Was bad. Was it illegal? Potentially, yeah. However, I think once it gets up to the Supreme Court, so let's assume Mike Pence does go along with it completely, 100%. He's all aboard, which let's remember he was not. He stood in the gap and he said no.
Was
And
you
if
gonna
that's his
say
political
Mike
career,
Pence
I
would
think
be
that's bad. He should
found,
not have,
like,
but it just is
would
what
be the
happened. It's a
problem at
fact.
that point?
It's what happened. Let's assume
he
that
gonna
he
blame
does
it all
go
on
along with
Pence?
and then it makes its way up to the Supreme Court. Are we saying, and y'all might say yes to this, but are we saying the Supreme Court would have said, yes, actually, well, this is not.
Why does
this
it
isn't
matter?
The evidence is there for voter fraud, and we're just going to throw it back to the Congress and let them decide and just install Trump as a president. Would the
knows?
Supreme Court have done that?
Who knows? They got rid of Section 3 of the 14th Amendment for Trump, didn't they? They gave him criminal immunity, didn't they?
Oh, okay. I'm glad you brought up criminal immunity. We can
Okay,
go deep in the details.
Before we do
No,
that,
let's keep
hold on.
going. Let's keep going. This is fun.
No,
Because
is
there's more
it?
to this.
It's,
Yes.
it's
We might
off
How does
topic.
that matter, Snide?
Real quick,
Right.
we might have
It's
to do criminal
off
immunity another time.
topic.
I would love to go back and forth on that one, but I think it would take us too far off topic today.
Also, keep in mind
but
the
no.
Supreme Court also might just not touch it because they might say it's a
Substance
major
Price,
questions
thank you for
doctrine.
Valerie,
That's
I
too
appreciate
political
you.
for them to touch.
Well,
Who
we're talking
knows?
about
That's what they for the
no,
election
no,
stuff.
but if we're talking about the interpretation of the Electoral Count Act, the Supreme Court would absolutely touch that
Okay.
and strike it down.
Here's
I
what
think
we're
it would
gonna
have. I think it would have been 9-0. That's my
Here's-
belief.
Yeah, here's what we're
Now,
gonna
wait,
do.
they
Why
would
does
have
it
struck what down?
matter?
The ECA or Trump's actions?
No, striking down Trump's actions.
So then what happens after that? So now we have a president of the United States and the Supreme Court strikes down the ECA.
Supreme
What
Court would-
then? Do we
yeah.
have to impeach him? Does
That's
he
what
just
he's trying to
automatically get kicked
argue.
out? No one has
If Trump-
any
Somehow.
idea.
If Trump refuses to leave, if he installs himself in the
Well,
White House,
there's an
surrounds
idea,
himself with the
actually.
military, but he didn't do that. He still left. And I understand
Okay,
this is after
I
all the
gotta-
criminals
So,
happened.
just real quick, just
He
real quick.
still
but then I gotta make some
left.
money, read some
It
super
doesn't
chats, then
matter that
people
he
would
tried
come
to
in
steal
and
the
all that
election.
bullshit
He
and all that.
still left at the end of the
Whenever
day
I see
because it
people
didn't
talk
work
about
and
this
it wouldn't
issue,
have
literally gets
worked.
this far.
What?
In the Electoral Count Act, there actually is a provision for what happens if an election or electors are successfully contested in the House. What happens is a 15-man panel is made of 5 House reps, 5 senators, and 5 judges. And then it's their job, the election is postponed by 2 months, and it's their job to actually investigate everything. And then those 15 choose who wins. So there's already a process in place in
Sorry,
the
I'm
law
sorry.
for what should happen, but none of it was. Well, Trump didn't want to follow any of it.
Yeah, because what you're talking about, they explicitly said that that's why they wanted to call the ECA unconstitutional. They wanted Pence to invoke his, what is it, the 11th or 12th Amendment or whatever about the vice president's role in the Congress, and that he should just overrule it and just pick himself.
What they wanted to do is they wanted to say that Jefferson set a precedent where Jefferson, in the election of 1800, unilaterally accepted electors even though there was some objection raised. And that was all complete fucking bullshit, because the objection that was actually raised, if you look into the election of 1800, which I did, you look into it, what happened is some of the people who sent in electors from Georgia wrote some of the meaningful content of the elector papers on the envelopes, because I guess they just didn't have enough paper to have to fit on one piece of paper. So they actually wrote some of the shit on the envelopes, and people were looking at it, I was like, what the fuck is this? And that's what it was. The reason that Jefferson accepted the electors is because they were valid electors.
Sure, even forget we can forget all of the elector scheme stuff. Do you think that Trump did an illegal by invoking the Alien Enemies Act, claiming that we were being invaded by Venezuela? Was that illegal?
For what are you talking about, the drone strike on the boat, or
No. He invoked the Alien Enemies Act so they could deport people from Venezuela, Venezuelans faster from this country without the ordinary due process for deporting people. Because he claimed that MS-13 is part of the Venezuelan government, so it constitutes an active foreign invasion onto U.S. soil.
It did kind of get off topic, actually. I agree with you, Wick, but I'm still loving it.
And I don't want to speak too deeply.
Is there any action that Trump has taken that you feel is illegal? Or have you not looked into anything that's illegal of his? You just know everything that the tankies and the far lefts have tweeted and trans stuff.
I could give you an answer. I'd have to think about it, but I can certainly come up with something that I would.
Is there anything illegal you feel like Biden did?
Well, when he says outright that I know the Supreme Court's going to strike me down, but I'm going to do this eviction moratorium anyway, just to give people the temporary relief until it gets struck down, I think you could argue that's illegal.
That's your example.
I mean, we can come up with more. That's the one that immediately pops to mind when you expressly
come up with more.
This whole last 15
How is it? How is it?
Supreme Court and what's going to happen when?
How is it that it doesn't matter what Trump does, because at the end of the day, it never even made it to the Supreme Court, and if it made it to the Supreme Court, then the Supreme Court would have shot it down. Yet, if Biden, I don't even know if this statement is real. Who the fuck knows? But even if it is, and Biden said, like, oh, well, wait, what was the quote? I don't even know. That Biden said he was gonna do something, but the courts weren't gonna let him, so what was it? But, like, even just Biden uttering something, like, how many, like, I can't think of any quotes from Trump at the top of my head right now about the Supreme Court, but, like, Trump saying, like, Mike Pence will do his thing, we need Mike Pence to do his thing, and blah, 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 and, like, that thing is to certify a false, like, it's sort of like, or no, to, not certify the election. How many things has Trump, we're talking about Biden's words? Words matter? What? You can go on and on.
Supreme Court rules in a way that you don't like, and how you respect their rulings, and how you conduct yourself in a way knowing that the Supreme Court might get to ruling on it. So when you're expressly saying, I know they're going to strike me down as unconstitutional, but I'm going to do it anyway, because in the time it takes for them to do
and that's illegal, by the way. Wasn't that the question? What's something that Biden did that was illegal?
Yeah. That's kind of a big deal when we talk about norms and institutions.
And that's more of a big deal than Donald Trump wanting to install himself as the president of the United States after a violent insurrection, and you were hoping that the Supreme Court will overrule, even though they knew they were breaking the law the whole time.
Yes.
I think the Supreme Court has stood as the last bastion against many
I'm not asking about what the Supreme Court would do. I'm saying Donald Trump's intention was to break the law, to install himself as the president, and to circumvent the 7 states' electoral votes.
And there's been many times through American history where people have tried to do things that are very bad for the country, and the Supreme Court has stood.
Name one time where somebody's tried to do something like that.
I mean,
this has never happened in American history. It
hasn't.
You can't even call that illegal. But Biden saying, and my guess is I'll look up this quote, see if he even said that. But Biden saying that he's going to do the moratorium on rents or whatever, and even though that's breaking the law, that's clear in your mind. But all the stuff that Trump's done, we either don't know about it, haven't looked into it, or it probably wasn't that bad, or we don't believe it.
Yep.
Okay. You can answer that question, but before you do, I do want to get through my super chats.
That was a good time for super chats. I agree. What did I say? Warple. Where's Warple's name? Wick. I agree.
Who really want to weigh in on this, and we'll do that for another 20, 30 minutes. Okay. Yinderduck, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Audacity for $5 to say, and then one day, for no reason at all, people voted for Trump.
It is good
$10
shit.
from GBO Farms
A
to say the
mirror,
left is way
mirror.
more violent than the right
Wow.
in the last year.
I'm complimenting you.
Embassy attacks, Axe Blue donor in Ukraine volunteer trying to kill Trump. Luigi Mangione, Colorado pro-Palestine terror attack. Fuentes attempt at killing him. $20 from Lawson Harrison to say, Wick, I told you months ago the logical conclusion of where the current political reality is headed is toss. What would the panel do or think if Trump goes for a term 3 in the court?
I said that this is a good time to read super chats.
$5 from Origin of Logos to
I'll
say,
play
what
the
is
clip
this?
that I'm
Bring on some
talking
actual
about for
people who
you.
will challenge Destiny on his level.
Wait,
These
America,
guests
answer
are-
these.
Yeah, go ahead,
questions?
please. It just
What,
takes longer if you answer them. Yeah.
Okay.
Go
I've
ahead.
got all night. I don't know about you.
I wish I could find it
Trump,
without-
Dude, okay. If Trump term 3 actually happens, you
neither
guys
of us
gotta
is
actually
going
fight
on.
it out. Like that's.
There were
fucking-
like
No, they
3
won't. They'll defend it.
times
They'll defend it.
when I was
I think-
ready.
no,
I was like
know
literally
Destiny
made
likes to
like
place
hype.
money bets.
And you were like,
I
"Alright,
placed a
guys, I
money
gotta
bet
make my
on
money."
No
I
Trump
was like,
term 3 pretty strongly on that.
I'll bet this, that if there is a Trump term 3, you'd vote for him. $20.
See, so do you want to take the bet with me now that there's not going to be Trump term 3?
no, it's if you would vote for him if he tries to run again. And do you remember? Wait, Zip, what did he say? Do you remember? Because that's when I was like, Obama's gonna come in and it's gonna be Obama v. Trump. Did he say, because when we were like, if he's on the ballot or whatever, and then like, or like we literally asked him this. What was his answer? We asked him this. What did he say? Because at first he said, okay, this is exactly what happened. I was like, if it's Trump, if Trump runs, because I made a Trump 2028 joke or whatever, and I was like, would you vote for him again? And he was like, well, I don't think that Trump would be able to get another term. And I was like, no, but would you vote for him if he would? I can't remember what he said. He didn't say? Okay. Yeah, that's when I was like, Obama v. Trump or whatever. Like, oh my God. And then, I think I don't remember, but. Whoops.
Well, I don't know,
Yeah,
because
I'll
he
get
might
in
die
on
of a
that.
stroke or whatever
Well,
the fuck.
duh.
before.
Okay,
But if there
you-
is a Trump term
see?
3, you will vote for him.
But he doesn't
And
think.
this is why it's great. You were so right when you said if you think people don't believe what they're saying, bet money on it and they'll run away from it. And you just ran away from it, so that's fine.
Well, hold on.
What did he run away from?
The big point is not whether or not he would survive to run term 3.
See?
It's that he would circumvent the law and the Republican Party would support
He's
him in
doing it
it.
here
That's
too.
the whole point of it. Not whether or not he'll live that long. That's the central part of that argument. Why are you acting like the big deal is whether or not we think he'd live long enough to make it there?
I'm not. Whoa. See, no.
It's whether or not the Supreme
I don't think
Court would
Trump's
get
gonna live long
him.
enough to see term 3. I said Trump term 3 is not going to happen. Meaning, I've seen all the jokes. I've seen all the people saying, "Yeah, Trump 2028, it's going to be great." And I'm saying, and I'm calling it for what it is. It's jokes. I'm willing to put money on that. That Donald Trump is not going to run for re-election in 2028.
Why?
You don't
Why
want to
do you
put
think
money
he's not
on
going to
that.
run, though? Wait, why do you think
Because they're not going to let him.
Answer me yes or no. Are you going to put money on it? Are you going to bet on it? Or are you just going to?
Does
No,
he
the
dies
question-
or not?
Assume he survives. Yeah.
The question isn't whether or not he's gonna run again. It's whether it's when he runs again, are you gonna vote for him? And he keeps trying to turn around to be like, $2 because he's not gonna run again. That's not the fucking question.
If
Assume he's
he
alive.
dies, the bet is null and void.
It's void. Yeah, it's void.
Okay, it's null and void.
Trump is
We're
alive.
assuming good health, and they're survived, right? Like, so they didn't.
He's
have
gonna
a stroke or
try. I
anything,
think
right?
he'll try if he's still alive. Yeah.
What if, wait,
Okay.
the only other possibility is if he has like an actual, like a full-on stroke or whatever the fuck, the full
So-
version of whatever he's had so far.
Yeah, we're
he's
assuming
like cognitively
okay,
impaired.
Yeah,
he's like
yeah,
in a
I
fucking
get you.
wheelchair
We're,
or whatever.
Yeah, we're assuming health comparable to what he has now. He can at least
Yeah, if the election was like tomorrow or whatever.
at least in theory fulfill his next term, right? There's no stroke, there's no paralysis, there's no nothing of that, right? Cognitive
Yeah,
decline.
if he is
etc.
healthy enough to be president again, yes.
Okay, so
I think you do it. Yeah, I'll put $20 on it.
$20? Oh
Yep.
man, you're bleeding me dry.
okay, $20. You heard it here first. We can nail that in.
Wait, no, why does he
$50
think that
from
he's not gonna run
I-
again?
I accept. Lawyers here offer acceptance consideration, valid contract. Let me officially just say I accept the offer.
But who
Boom,
would
we're off
run-
to $20.
Okay,
would Trump
great. We
run
can
against?
Look at 2020.
Probably Newsom. I think right now it would be Newsom. If it's not Newsom, this is oh my God, Peaches. Oh my God, that's so cute. Peaches MK. Listen, this is my dream. Okay, it's 2028. The Supreme Court or whoever the fuck decides if he can run again. I would assume the Supreme Court rules that Trump can run again. And we have an even bigger, an even golder escalator. Huge! A way bigger golden escalator. And Obama descends. I'm telling you. It literally, like, I have goosebumps.
We'll pull this stream up again, assuming we're all still alive. $50 from Alexander Rin to say the point. Many people on the right have abandoned the idea of coexistence entirely. They don't just want to win elections, they want to eliminate.
If Trump ran again, would you vote for him?
Thank you.
No.
If it was Trump versus Kamala Harris.
Liar. Liar.
100% no.
Liar.
Who the candidate on the other side is. We can do our classic Trump versus Hassan.
Okay, no, okay, all right, just
He doesn't even care who the other person is running against him?
Hassan, but I just want to vote. I won't.
Why would you not vote for Trump again? Why not?
Would
Destiny.
not vote for either.
I definitely wouldn't vote for Hassan.
Ban books, ban
Ask
votes,
him that.
redraw history, jail opponents, target enemies. Thank you for the $50, Alexander Rin. $5 for Exoteric Dichotomy to say, ask Destiny, what is the solution? Are we going to play chicken and actually crash?
AOC?
Civil war?
It's gonna be Gavin
collapse,
Newsom.
Civility. We have to be better.
They're not gonna run
You wanna
another
respond to
woman
that real
again.
quick, or you good?
Especially a non-white
People
woman.
have bullshit themselves into thinking, largely because of the
Unfortunately.
Republicans who have mind raped everybody, that civil war is the worst outcome. Civil war is not the worst outcome.
True.
One-sided extinction is
The
the
worst.
outcome.
Yes.
Okay. $20 from Festiva. Destiny should grow a pear
Festiva.
instead of sucking a pear. Own it. We're sad the PA guy blasted the firefighter, not Trump. You know it's a tit for tat world now. Arguing is too late, and what you say will rile up more than Trump. $20 from the Goodman JS. Would you agree that there are more adults who act like children and go to violence instantly rather than talk it out in a mature way? Many people in videos laugh at people dying on the right or attacking people on both sides. $20 from Alexander Rin. Perhaps the first step isn't winning the argument, it's eliminating the foreign interference that's poisoning the conversation. Until then, we may never have a chance at a shared reality, let alone a shared future. $5 from GBO Farms to say Destiny can't distance the left from Hassan when they invited him to the DNC. Mamdani meeting with him. The left
I'm not
is
even
literally
commenting on this
terrorism
stupid
adjacent.
ass.
$5
Super
from
chats,
Wit
it's not
to
worth
say,
it.
I'm going to be honest, I don't know who any of you are, but Destiny, and I think most of this leftist versus Democrat narrative, etc., is just streamer bait. $50 from Vincent Davino. This is so crazy. The mainstream media do nothing but mislabel the right as Nazis and fascists and dangerous 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Why do you think Charlie was murdered? Because the mentally ill left
I like money
thought he
too.
was evil. $5 from Audacity. You
Damn,
really
I
can't
gotta
help
do a
yourself, it's so
panel or
funny.
something.
$15 from
You're
Vincent.
raking it in. That's
All the
fucking
people doing
awesome.
the shooting and the stabbing
I'm
are on
happy
the
for
left.
you.
There's no right-wing violence. It's all the left. Trump, Kirk, Reagan, Lincoln, all the violent riots, 99% of them are left in violence. Any responses to this?
Sure, that sounds absolutely true. Yep, 100%. Definitely not proving my point. Also, I'm curious, where's this quote from Biden saying he knows the Supreme Court will shut him down, but he's going to do a thing anyway?
I'll look for it.
Are you
What would you
serious?
suggest?
In this
$10
night?
from Trey Jones to say Destiny says, why would the left need to come down and not the right? Oh, I don't know. A loony left just shot the most prominent voice on the right.
Holy
Why the
shit!
fuck would you advocate for the left? Fight after that.
That's
idiot.
awesome.
$5
Damn.
from Mega Lag to say Destiny.
What are you
is a
gonna do
divisive
with it?
agent. He's literally contributing to this cultural rot. He needs to log off. $10 from Vincent to say even if they both or the right core of the left are more violent rhetoric, it's the left being physically violent. That's just a fact. $5 from Trey to say Destiny is too stupid to realize he himself has been re-radicalized by the far left. Schwango for
Fuckers.
$10 to say Wick, I know I love you, but Destiny and Dev are 100% right. You can't negotiate with evil and malice. 100 ARS from Real Serious to say, I feel like at this point someone here should just force Destiny to answer. If he thinks someone should Roblox Trump then, because he's not leaving options for anything else. Should
If
someone
I'm
do
not
that?
leaving options, then definitely Trump is not leaving options.
Okay. $5 from Audacity. If that were true, she'd still be in office. AF for $10 to say in Colombia, after 10 years of political violence that resulted in the death of 200,000 plus, the two main political parties came together and agreed to share power during a period known as the National Front.
Ew.
$5 from
It took
Red-
him 10 years to get there, though. That's kind of the point. Is you can't just jump to that point. If people are already fighting, like,
Osman!
you're already in it.
Oh,
Uh,
S-Man the
show me.
gamer?
Yeah,
Osman the
10,
gamer?
we're
Thank you for
going
following, I
to
appreciate
$10
you.
and up on this one, gang. $10 from K. Say the cost of Destiny being right or wrong is civil war. The cost of
Since
doing
my
best
headphones are working, I'm gonna
de-escalation
make my
and it
tinfoil hat
working
while I
is no
can.
civil war, and being wrong is civil war. So take the
I
option
should get
where
a
no
hat
civil war is an option.
to measure my
That's just
head.
not true.
Do I have a
if
hat
you
anywhere now
de-escalate and
near
you're
me?
wrong, then you just eliminated.
True. Oh my
$10
god.
from
Peaches,
AF
I'm
to say
good. Thank you for
attempted to
following.
overthrow the government, thought the election was going
Kobe
to
says
be
thank you.
rigged, threatened to cut the license of media companies, had nicknames for his opponents,
Do I
talked
have a
about Hugo Chavez.
hat right here?
$10 from Gay Ben. We could take every
Gay
bad
Ben.
tweet
Oh,
ever
Ben
created
Gay.
by
Gay
every
Ben.
prominent
That's funny.
rivalry, put them together, and it wouldn't equal one Destiny stream. Democracy isn't about being correct, it's about the consent of the governed. $10 from Trey Jones. There's a reason cities aren't boarding up businesses and preparing for mass riots after what happened to Kirk. Same can't be said for Destiny's side. $10 from Landon Stewart. Most of the people laughing aren't Dems. They're non-political people who didn't like Kirk. And the others are progressives. The conflation of every human ever being a Dem is impossible to deal with. $10 from GBO Farms. Name one Dem lawmaker or media person who disavows Antifa. Waltz said that
Shut
socialism is
up.
neighborly, and Bernie went to Cuba and Soviet Union. He is a communist. Yet Fuentes is disavowed on the right. Hopefully you guys can name at least one Dem lawmaker who disavows Antifa.
I could probably Google it, but Antifa hasn't been part of the national conversation for like.
I literally haven't even like
For like 10 years.
The only
I feel like Antifa was a big thing in 2016.
time-
Like, what are we gonna talk about the alt-right
someone
groups or
yesterday in
Gamergate?
chat mentioned Antifa, and that's the first time I've even like thought of Antifa in like years.
We all let new
What's the
guy down.
what's the foil for?
$10
I'm making a
from
tinfoil hat.
Audacity said Destiny. I
Oh,
remember.
actually, I'm so sorry. Fuck me, I'm a fucking retard. When Biden and Trump were in a debate, didn't Biden immediately disavow Antifa, and Trump couldn't disavow the Proud Boys, and he said stand back and stand by?
Was that the context for that?
I think, if I
I
remember
think
correctly,
Biden said Antifa is an idea, not an organization, which I think is
Yeah,
false. But
he was kind of skirting around it, and if I remember, I think Trump did denounce it. They asked him again. It was kind of like the moderator and Trump were talking over each other, and then Trump just threw in the stand back.
I
and
didn't-
stand
I
by.
didn't realize that
think
was the
that's how it played
context.
out, but I think he initially said basically, yeah.
No, he said,
I was a
"Who do you
Trump
want me to
supporter then."
disavow whatever I disavow him." And then he said, for the Proud Boys, stand back and stand by, because it's these radical leftists. And then the Proud Boys leaders put on Parler that we hear you loud and clear, sir. And then on January 6th, they showed up and they broke into the Capitol. They were the first entrants across all three, the outer two barricades, and the first ones into the Capitol. And they all the leaders got convicted of seditious conspiracy. And then Trump pardoned all of them. Kind of a pretty bad through line there, I would say.
$10 from Audacity. to
Right,
say-
wait, that is a bad through line, right? That Donald Trump refused to condemn those people. Then
I
they
don't know how loud this
publicly
is.
acknowledged that they heard him loud and clear. And then they showed up at the Capitol. And then they were the ones that were orchestrating the first break-ins through every barrier and then into the Capitol. And then they were convicted in front of a jury for seditious conspiracy. And then Trump pardoned them, right? For doing a seditious conspiracy to help coup the government. That's a bad through line, right?
Yeah, that is bad through line. I harshly disagree with the pardons for the seditious conspiracy in particular. Yes. I will say though, just as far as we hear you loud and clear, sir. I mean, if you think the president's calling you out and your organization out, then of course I think you're going to jump on that and try and make political hay of
You
like,
think
oh, look,
he
the president,
was?
He likes us. He thinks we're great. So I'm not
What if-
surprised that they would do that. And then
Yeah, I'm
as
not
far as-
either.
Have you seen any Antifa leaders say, "Oh, we feel like Joe Biden hears us loud and clear"?
Well, I think like you said.
BLM leaders even saying that?
Well, the whole BLM 2020 was, I think I heard you say with XQC, gosh, I'm sounding like a super fan. With XQC though, that
I was
basically
literally gonna
BLM, the
say,
way Biden
he's
got elected
brought
was
up
by
the
disavowing
Pisco
BLM.
conversation,
And sure,
he's
he
brought up
disavowed the
the Pierce
violent rioting
Morgan,
the same way
whatever
that
this.
it's so easy
I
when
assumed
your
he did
side is
research
perceived as
for
the one
this,
that's causing
but
something bad. To say like today
Like,
with
damn.
Charlie Kirk stuff, it'd be like after the Tree of Life synagogue shooting.
deep cuts.
It's so easy for all Republicans, all conservatives.
Actually,
to
maybe.
say,
I don't
yeah,
remember what
it's-
it is that
that's
he's
a terrible thing to
referencing.
happen. The more important and interesting discussion is about the underlying, what are the philosophies, what are the ideologies that are fueling these kinds of things. And so, but I disagree though that I think Biden got elected by disavowing BLM. In fact, didn't he adjust his campaign promise from "I'll have a woman vice president" to "I'll have a black woman vice president," and "I'll put a black woman on the Supreme
What does that
Court."
have-
And
I
now
think it might
my
have been the Supreme Court thing, but regardless,
central-
if he did
the central
DEI
theme of
pick-
my campaign too is also going to be equity, equity front and center.
Sure,
Like I feel like he made
liberals
pretty serious concessions to the BLM ideology. That I mean, you
the
disagree with any of these points?
BLM ideology, we're talking about BLM being like literally as violent as the Proud Boys, yet you're going to say that he won that he was elected president because he ended up like conceding to BLM and doing something that they wanted, and that was having a black woman vice president and a black woman, or was it a black woman on the Supreme Court? That's That's him conceding to the violent BLM? What?
Know if he promised a black woman VP pick. I think he mentioned that about the Supreme Court. But
And that's not a concession to the BLM ideology?
I think he did it for
well, hold on,
VP
but
also.
all of the BLM, the whole quote unquote BLM ideology is not necessarily bad, right? Like taken at its face value.
Well, look how we're just saying we can go back and forth. I want to get through more super chats, but we're shifting the goalpost now away from he disavowed BLM and that's how he won the election
Hold on,
to now saying,
wait,
well,
let me go
actually,
back.
He didn't say that he won the election because
Let me
he...
very clearly identify the goalpost. The goalpost was that he disavowed the rioting and the violence, something that
Right.
Donald Trump can never bring himself to do.
I don't
Exactly.
want to do the clip game, but what you said earlier was
I don't want to do the
you said
clip
you disavowed
game?
BLM.
Then fine, then I was wrong. Let me readjust my statement. You agree that Biden and Kamala disavowed the violence, and Donald Trump has never disavowed violence from his side, without
Wait.
also bringing up the left or blaming the left or saying it was the left that actually caused it.
Yes, disavowing violence, saying violence is bad. Yes, that's something they both did. Kamala Harris also is tweeting out links to
But don't
raise
have these
bail,
issues
raise
here?
money for
Yeah,
bail
because
for
you don't have
rioters
Trump
that are
there.
engaged in this
Duh.
violence.
Yeah, so you're doing the game. So Kamala Harris retweeted one bail fund link. What's wrong with the bail fund link?
And I'm saying the point I'm trying to make is words are one thing, actions are another. This is the whole point of this entire discussion. The reason we're here today
What's
is to
the
talk about do
action?
words
That's
and
the
match up with
issue.
actions. And the concern the
What
frustration
is-
the right has with the left is that yes, they will come out and say violence is
How
bad,
is
but
that-
they're not also making this about the scourge of gun violence, which is what else.
How can you say that that is bowing down to the BLM, the dangerous, violent BLM agenda? How can you even put that as, like, was that one of their agenda? Like, how is that any indication of them being a violent people? How could you even prove that he was doing it for BLM to begin with? Like, there's so many questions there. Is that the violent, like, your equivalent of the Proud Boys and Trump doing something on behalf of the Proud Boys? I've already said it like 3 times. What the
Saw a lot
fuck?
of leaders making the point about that too, making the political point about gun violence. But I hope we can agree this is cringe to make this anything about gun violence when we're talking about a hunting rifle and not any sort of the other contested weapons. But aside,
What is it they want to happen?
the
They
point
want
of
to
this
fuck your
entire
mom,
discussion,
that's
the reason
it.
we're all here today is when words don't match up with the actions, and the right is frustrated because yes, when the flashpoints happen and people get killed, the left will come out and say, "Oh, well, we condemn violence. Violence is bad.
Trying to
Political
score
violence is
a
bad," which is right. That is
Yeah.
the right and accurate thing
It's
to say.
cringe because
but
it's not
what
even
are
a
we
good
doing
one.
to adjust the behavior that then leads to the violence? I understand your take. is
Only
it's
do
all on Trump,
gotchas
it's all
if
on the right.
it's not
we
cringe.
just have to agree to disagree.
They're almost all
on
Okay,
this
so
first
now that you just lied for 2 minutes and just said the most retarded thing I've ever heard in my life, when you say that the words don't match the actions, I agree with you 1,000%. The actions of Kamala Harris was one time she retweeted a bail fund for people in Minnesota that got arrested by the cops. The overwhelming amount of the BLM protests were peaceful. There were violent ones. They did
Yup.
have to disavow the violent ones.
Fiery,
they did
but
do
mostly
that.
peaceful.
When they came into that, yes, that is the one picture. Congratulations. Do you acknowledge how many Republicans today say that the entire January 6th insurrection was caused by the 36 confidential informants that were supposedly on the grounds that happened? That it was a Fed-surrection? That had nothing to do with the fact that Donald Trump called those people there, riled them up for a year, saying the entire election would be rigged, and so they had to fight like hell to take their country back, otherwise
Yes.
they're going to lose it, and that they had to march to the Capitol to give Congress the power that they needed to do the right thing, which was, by the way, was insurrect the government, right? That Pence, for the first time in all of U.S. history, the counting of the electoral vote was actually delayed. These are the actions. As they broke into the Capitol building, Donald Trump
Thank
sat on his couch and while he
you.
watched all these people invade the Capitol, claimed that he didn't have the power to stop it because the mayor didn't want him to, despite the fact that today, apparently, he has the power to unilaterally deploy the National Guard to all of D.C. if he wants to. And he
Yup.
sat there on the couch making calls to
True.
congressmen, including fucking McCarthy, and made fun of them.
I
saying,
didn't
well,
even
maybe
think
you were
about
right because
that.
you're not cooing the government like I wanted you to, right? A president who I think maybe the first time in the U.S. history ran again as president with a different VP pick because he almost got his last one
You two
fucking
are
killed.
awesome.
And after all of that happened, he
Who's the other
pardoned all of those
person?
people.
I
How many
appreciate
people
you,
did
but I don't
Biden
know what you're talking
pardon
about.
as part of the BLM riots?
Well, we can go
That's
back and
the
forth.
difference. When you talk about actions, that's the difference. All you have is meaningless fucking speech. But when you look at the actions, it's
I
clearly
don't think we should
a
watch
difference
these
on
people
both
anymore.
sides. You
Why?
can equivocate all you want, but everybody knows you're lying.
Okay, we got.
Yeah, I'll just hop in really quick. So Gen Z, I actually agree with you that the Kamala retweeting the bail fund is bad, but everything Destiny
You
just
think
said
they
was
mean
completely
me?
true, and it's about 10,000 times worse.
Okay. $10 from
Why
my
would you
master.
say
You say
that?
Destiny. I remember you vehemently championing trusting the government and its institutions from 2021 onward, and now you're mad we're doing it? Ugh, come on, man.
Ugh.
$10
Okay,
from
Epic, that's true. Dusty, I thought you said you wanted to trust the government. Why wouldn't you trust when the Nazi government was in existence or the Soviet Union was in existence? LOL. Yes, Donald Trump is fundamentally damaging and destroying the government because he doesn't like how the government functions. Everybody else admitted this earlier when he fired fucking Barr, even though they seemed to be confused on whether or not it was because he wanted to commit crimes or not. But yes, the first time that Trump was in office, his cabinet was literally an all-star cabinet compared to the fucking retards we have right now. The Indian dude talking about Valhalla because some conservative activist got shot.
Well, that makes me look like KKK.
And who said that some people maybe needed to be sacrificed in the altar of Second Amendment. Yeah, there's a difference.
Okay, $10 from Malevolent Vet to say, question for the panel. If MAGA wins in 2026, will your opinions change? Or should liberals, Democrats, and the moderate left be the bigger
That kind of
person
point?
in
What other kind of point
2028?
is there?
They went electorally?
Yeah, if MAGA
As
wins
a result
electorally in
of
2026.
tensions ramping up? I mean, your country's cooked at that point, dude. Just call it a day. It's over.
Okay, $10 from Gen X to say,
It's
how
just
can you be an anti and
tiring.
Trump
All these people on
supporter,
both sides. It's toxic.
and support Trump?
No,
how
it's
can you be an
not.
attorney and
Attorney,
support Trump.
yeah.
Sorry. But not even bothered to look at the corrupt and unconstitutional things he is doing. My God, you swore an oath to
And
the
also, if
Constitution.
you don't like the
Targeting opponents
toxicity,
is
if you don't like it,
unethical.
log off.
100
I'm having a
IRS
good
from
time.
Real serious to say, if Destiny genuinely thinks
Unless you're
there's no
doing the
peaceful
triggering like
resolution, then
woman
brother,
thing, and you're like
unironically,
trying to
you
assume
need
that I'm
pivot to being
like
a gun
need
tuber
to be
and
told
convince
to like
progressives to be pro
turn
Second
off or
Amendment
something.
if you want to be useful. $100.
I feel like they're just talking to
from,
talk.
Audacity.
When do you
to
talk?
say, I can
What-
actually
how-
feel the
when
temperature
else do you
being
talk?
turned down right now. Thank God we are all safer right now, and all it took was
I'm talking
one
to
more
talk.
debate
You're
about
talking to
January
talk.
6th.
We're all talking to
And
talk. What the fuck are we
$20
doing here?
from Gelatinous Rube to say we can do the grievance game all day long.
got you, Wick.
Payback for BLM, payback for Summer of Love, payback
Small
for
Hawkins
Kirk.
viewpoint. I think I need
De-escalation is
scissors
no longer
then.
an option because everyone has legitimate grievances.
I think.
Split the country
No, my
or
scissors
else.
are in the kitchen where they
$10
belong.
from Radio Jack to say, as
Just to be
someone,
clear, I'll say this a million times.
And in the bathroom where they
Anybody
belong.
here is welcome to disagree with me. If everybody on the left told everyone on the right, hey, maybe we should all calm down, if the right agreed, it would happen.
Yes.
The right won't do that.
Yes.
The right will not
just-
agree. They will never be the ones to say, hey, all of us should
Twist
chill.
it.
They won't
But the
do
problem,
I-
the
hold
problem
on.
is just it's
Well,
so
'cause
easy.
it's
Sorry,
thick.
it'll take 15 seconds. I promise. It's just so easy to when you're the side that's perceived as being the aggressors in this very moment. It's so easy for you to be the one to say, "Hey, everybody, let's just." It's like when you punch somebody in the face, and now you're saying, "Oh, everybody, let's just all
Who
chill out."
punched
It'd be
someone in
like
the
after Steve White
face?
Synagogue, we're talking about. It's so easy for the right to be the ones to be like, "Hey, this guy's not with us. Everyone, let's just all chill out." Well, in the meantime, and maybe that's not a good one.
Yeah,
because
no, I agree. That's great. You just made all the Civil War arguments that Wick was chastising me for earlier. Cool. Okay.
look, there are accelerations on the left too, and also foreign accelerationists who are pushing this. So even if the right just agreed, I think things would calm down, but there would still
Both
be
sides
the
are
threat
toxic.
of acceleration being pushed
A
into
GOP
the
filing
American
based.
electorate.
It would be
Krigan.
significantly decreased.
Fair.
Right now, there is one side in this country that will not de-escalate. It is the conservative side, led by the President of the United States, who was reelected.
$10 from Radio Jack to say, as someone who does in real life political work in red areas, there's an actual underlying threat of violence. How comparable is it in blue areas? I'm not sure. Okay, with that said,
Fair.
I do want to get.
Sorry, can I make
Maybe.
just one point?
Yeah, we're gonna have closing statements right now, and then we're gonna bring in
Okay.
some callers for about 20 minutes. And
Oh,
then
this
we'll
one, Zip
call
Zip
it-
comes
call it a
on?
day.
Okay, but before closing statements, Wick, I'm sorry. There's one super chat. It's $5, but he's from one of my viewers. I want to answer him directly. Okay.
Okay.
I already have it. It's Bill Skinner, and he says the left has engaged in large-scale political violence since the Summer of Love. The right is talking about self-defense. These are not equatable. I'm gonna talk to you, Bill Skinner, because I
You're looking
know that
crazy
you
as hell.
watch
That's
my
the
content
point.
and you like me.
This is
I
my
want you to understand something,
conspiracy
okay?
hat.
You know my history.
We
guy.
put it on when we
If
do
you look at
conspiracies
stuff like Italy's
or
Years of Lead,
conspiratorial stuff.
if you
When
look
I
at
talk from my
the red and
tinfoil
white
hat, I can
purges
put it on.
in Spain and Portugal and Argentina and all these places.
Kisses
Here,
chocolate.
there's something that you'll see, okay? The left has
Tinfoil
more
hat.
individual.
Maybe I need to make it look
instances.
more like a hat.
So the left will.
Should I give it
riot
like
more.
a-
There'll be like more days of rioting, but when the
Like a
right
brim
commits
or something?
violence, it kills way more people. Like the left will like shoot one or two people here and there. And, you know, maybe a few dozen will die. The right sets off.
What does it look
car
like from the
bombs,
back?
Okay. The right commits mass shootings.
You tell me, I can't see it.
The left's violence is spread out over months, so you think it's happening all the time.
What does it look like?
When the right gets violent during these events, it's like one day and a bunch of people die, and ultimately the right
Yankee
kills more
with
people.
no-
So I just want to
what's-
explain to you,
what's a
Bill Skinner, 'cause I know
Yankee?
that you're a reasonable guy. This is why you think the left does more violence, but why they actually don't. Okay.
Okay. closing statements, and we'll get some callers. There's some callers that I really want to get in here, and we're gonna do it one at a time, gang. So I'm not gonna bring you all at once, right? But just we'll do it. Tali, why don't you start us off, and then we'll just go around the room, and we'll be good.
What's a Yankees cap? Like a
Sure, listen.
baseball hat?
I don't know how far we got in this conversation. I am extremely disturbed and concerned about the state of our country and the increase in political violence. Yes, what we saw with Charlie Kirk,
Pikmin? Oh, cute.
people are using as an example of this sort of left versus right violence. I don't know. I was not paying attention to the news the several hours before this stream, so I'm not sure if we have more information about the shooter and if he was definitely an anti-fascist or if he was definitely a groyper or something like this. But the problem of political violence seems to extend beyond just these lines, right? We have people murdering healthcare CEOs and BlackRock CEOs and people who happen to work in their offices in broad daylight. We have people murdering embassy workers, I guess not in broad daylight, I guess in the I don't know, something in the early evening or something like this. This is a real problem, and I think we all should be pushing to de-escalate the violence. I understand.
Yes, we're all trying to do that. How do you not understand?
Rules of engagement and rules that you can use in government, like fighting back on gerrymandering.
Police
and
your
like this,
own, girl. What the fuck?
The filibuster and not allowing the other side to just have all of the tools and refusing to use them on principle. But when the tools were,
you literally came on crying about how this was like an amazing man and how like we blah 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 blah, like
to try to tamp that down.
I don't know.
To vocally stand against these things. I agree with Wick. I think
maybe I need to rewatch
that you're
our
looking to
thing again.
Is the voters, the people who are disgusted and scared about the violence that they're seeing in the streets, not necessarily the talking heads on the other side of the aisle. But I agree with Kay's super chat earlier. If the possibility of there is a possibility, if there is a route we can take that ends not in civil war, I think it's incumbent on all of us to push for that route before just
yeah, it's because we didn't have to talk about like de-escalating violence like this, and because the president would have just fucking done it.
Again, I appreciate the opportunity for being here. I agree with a lot of what Tali said about. Obviously, this is unsustainable. I disagree in thinking that not with you, Tali, just with our premise earlier about the only two options left are, I guess, extinction or civil war. I think
it's for
we
conspiracy
have more
times.
than those two ways out. We've had prior periods of bad times, both in this country and abroad, that we can look to as examples. So I think there is ways out of it. The real unfortunate part of this whole situation is Charlie Kirk was one of those people that was trying to push through in the name of free speech and open debate and trying to win hearts and minds and made himself into the most effective ground game organizer for the entire conservative movement. And the fact that he's the one that got targeted, it just makes this whole situation so much worse. And it's going to lead to people who are basically, we've already seen them say, it's like, we tried with Charlie, and we see what you did. Now it's our turn. And then the cool epic pose with the gun. And so I still think a lot of it is LARPing and cosplaying. I don't think we're on the path to civil war. But something certainly has to change. I think it's a mutual de-escalation that has to happen between the right and the left. It's unfortunate. I disagree with people on the right saying it is all the left. Someone made a question earlier about that. I think that's wrong. I disagree with people on the left saying it is all the right. I think we all play a part in this, and yeah, we just have to recognize that we play a part. I think the call or the idea that this is just fringe left that we're talking about that says this stuff. This is what I want to get into earlier, but we kind of got off the point, was this fire poll of 75,000 college students that said that 70% of college students are okay with shouting down speakers, 50% of college students are okay with physically blocking people from going to see speakers, and 30% of college students are okay with physical force and violence to shut down a speaker from speaking. This is not insignificant. This is not 6 follower accounts on Blue Sky that we're talking about. This is broad swath, huge amounts of people that are creating permission structures for violence, and then it culminates and metastasizes into these situations like we find ourselves in now. And I think it's wrong to just hand wave it away as well. When one side it's just purely relegated to the fringe. Well, it's the entire other side, every elected official, every pundit and whatnot. When we can go down the list, this is the last thing I'll say. The challenge was made earlier as to if you can name me one mainstream conservative pundit, large pundit, that is actually saying it's time for everyone to de-escalate. It will take back all the points. I know you're not going to take back all the points, but whether we're looking at someone like Ben Shapiro, like Brad Palumbo, Coleman Hughes, these are, and there's plenty more that maybe are not mainstream conservative, but
Nick
they're these,
Fuentes did recently as well.
okay, Nick Fuentes. And
Palumbo and Hughes are not mainstream conservatives. Sorry.
well, and maybe the point here is that there's tons of people that maybe used to be left. They call themselves in the center. I believe your take on that is that these are all fake centrists that are actually all on the right. But either way, these are figures that conservatives look to for thought. Well, okay, you can talk about how we're going to define conservative. It's going to take us down another rabbit hole. But I think there are major people in the political space. Sorry, I'm wrapping it up. That are not what we're saying they are. There's lots of people calling for de-escalation all around. You heard it tonight from both of our right-wing champions here, and it seemed to have been met with basically we're either lying or don't mean it, and we're just on the path to civil war. So I'd love to talk more about some of the specific cases like presidential criminal immunity or the hush money case. For anyone watching, YouTube, Gen Z Attorney, Twitter, the Gen Z Attorney.
Okay. Just
yeah.
real quick, because I missed a $50
Yeah.
super chat, and this will be real quick. Hope for $50 says, question for Destiny, do you think blue and moderate districts should start forming internal defense packs and prep for possible escalations?
These guys are French. Who's
Or
French?
is that paranoid overkill?
I
Maps,
think that'd be
alternative
base as fuck.
institutions.
I think that Newsom should have
Zeba9
activated his whole
underscore
National Guard
one.
before
Thank you
Trump
so much for
came in
following.
and
I
tried to
appreciate
steal
you.
Some of it. Yeah, I think the state should be more serious about it and should prepare for an invasion that Donald Trump keeps saying is going to come to the Democratic cities and states. Yeah.
Okay. Dev, please.
Thanks for having me. It was nice to meet everyone here who I haven't met before, which I think is just you, Gen Z.
That's
I,
what
ho-
you do.
I hope you're not mad or anything about it getting a little bit heated.
No, of course not.
I pretty much I agree that like you obviously disavow all this stuff, and everyone here disavows all this stuff, but the complaint isn't really towards you; it's toward everyone right now who is calling for civil war and wanting to escalate things further. And I understand that it was a right winger who got shot, but this didn't just start with Charlie Kirk getting killed, right? Like there's been a tit for tat ongoing now for quite a while, and I just don't see right wing politicians turning down the heat. I see Democrats doing it. I don't see Republicans doing it. I don't mean randoms on Blue Sky. I don't mean idiots on YouTube. I mean elected officials.
I don't even know. Can we just say for 1 second, like, why are we pretending like Blue Sky is like a thing?
This will just continue.
When was the like? Who talks about Blue Sky ever?
Destiny, last word, and then we can do a little open. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think you should ever trust conservatives or centrists when they say they want to turn on the violence. They don't. All of the criticism is always aimed at a single side. I don't know if the Gen X guy has a Twitter. I couldn't find it. Tally's had plenty to say about the.
Wait, couldn't find it? Does he have a Twitter?
Charlie Kirk retweeted Dennis Prager.
Can we find
Absolutely
it?
Nothing to say about the killing of the Minnesota senator. All of these people's criticism is always aimed at one side. You should view these people as ideologically opposed to you. The people who pretend that they would have voted for the left if they would have.
He has to have a Twitter, no?
They're always lying about that. Anytime you've got somebody who's willing to vote for somebody, while they'll concede thing after thing after thing after thing after thing about horrible stuff that Donald Trump has done, but they say there's just one thing the left needs to change. These are ideological enemies who are trying to poison your side. Don't believe it. They're lying about all of it. Nothing that you could do would ever win their vote. They're probably single issue voters on some retarded shit anyway. Yeah, right now, if in the United States Donald Trump came out and Donald Trump were to literally do a 10-minute address to the nation and say, hey guys, listen, everybody's out of control. We all need to kind of bring it down. Every single party in the United States would be able to bring down the temperature on everything going on. Biden did this over and over and over and over again, and all you see are people with less gray matter in their brain than fucking RFK Jr. Talking about how Biden was actually standing in front of the White House calling on all MAGA
I can
people to
find
be
it.
disavowed.
I'm gonna find
Even
it.
though Biden in that speech literally qualified it saying, I don't think everybody is MAGA. I don't think the majority of them are. I think the problem are the people who are denying the election, which is true. It is a problem. And the majority of Republicans today do deny the results of the 2020 election. They even say 2024 was rigged. It's not good. All of this is coming from one place. They never asked that side to turn it down, only the other side, because they want to see the other side made to go extinct. That's what their goal is. That's why their rhetoric is like this. Nobody would do anything different if they had that goal. So you should treat it like that.
Okay, well, that's a wrap for the closed portion of the panel. Let's bring on Soy Pill. Welcome to the show.
Soy pal.
Let's see, undeafens. Hopefully he will. Oh, there he goes. He's here. He's with us. What do you got for us, sir? And we're gonna go quickly through these, by the way.
His internet's not working. Jeez.
Uh-oh. Okay, well, maybe we'll have
Aw.
to bring him on after. Okay, well, in that case,
No, I'm here.
Oh.
Is my camera not turning on?
it's not.
No.
Give us what you got,
Okay.
then.
Okay. Destiny, I apologize. You had to talk to people who don't believe in January 6th because I think I can just go ahead and concede we have the exact same views of everything on the right wing. That's not what I wanted to talk about. This idea of like not de-escalating is very confusing to me because I don't know what you're trying to advocate for. Like when people on the right wing right now are calling for like more violence, we're going to war. Like meeting them where they are in terms of playing dirty and saying let's gerrymander. California to make sure they can't steal seats makes perfect sense to me. Let's talk shit. Let's make jokes. Let's like absolutely not like go high because they went low. What do you like? Where does this lead when we're meeting them when they're talking about this violent rhetoric? Like, what do you
Sure,
actually
two things.
advocate
I would
for?
say I would say very simply tit for tat. The other side can't feel like they can operate violently with impunity. Number one, my question to you, you responded one and two. My question for you, number two, when the South wanted to secede, should we have allowed them to do that?
No, absolutely not.
And going to war was an okay way to stop that?
Right, but
Okay.
are we saying that what the right is doing right now is akin to seceding?
It's approaching that, yeah. When Donald Trump talks about sending the military to states to take over law enforcement things from them, when Gavin Newsom is making a speech inside and the federal officers are ordered to be stationed outside, is that it's not like a direct path towards what that looks like?
Right. So if you're talking about like abusing power and authority to maybe like get some things done in certain ways, like I'm not opposed to Gavin
No,
Newsom.
hold on. I'm not talking about abusing power and authority. I'm talking about Donald Trump, the commander-in-chief of our armed forces, the president of the United States, stealing the National Guard from governors in states and then deploying them against those states in order to do things
Right.
he feels like the states aren't doing.
Okay.
Only blue
So
states
for that
in a
exact
politically partisan way.
for
Yeah.
that exact thing, right? Like, how do you match people there? Like, what is the match? What is like? Because if
What
you're
does the
talking
Second
about let's not
Amendment say, to quote Trump?
de-escalate, right?
We can quote the not quoted part of the Second Amendment, which is state militias. All I'm saying is that you cannot lay down and die, right? It has to be a tit for tat.
I agree, obviously, but
Okay, yeah.
the difference between like, oh, let's
So what I would
not
call for- this is what
de-escalate,
I'm
as
calling
in
for.
if
I
they're
call for
trying.
Donald Trump to lower the temperature. I call for Donald Trump
No. Okay.
should say, "Hey, chill."
Right, but you and I both know he's never going to do that. So what are you actually advocating for the left
I
wing to do
advocate
in
for
this
everyone
case?
on the left to say, "I'll say that the temperature needs to go down when Donald Trump does." That's what we should.
Well, what's the point if you know Donald Trump's not going to do that? Like, what are you actually saying? When you say meet them where they are, this is the prisoner's dilemma. We have to do exactly what
Yeah,
they're
it's
doing.
hard-
What are we
it's hard to
doing?
find.
Like when I say that, I say,
I will
okay,
find him.
yeah, absolutely. If Gavin Newsom is going to be like
Sure,
carving
then
up
you ju- then just
redistricting,
what I
that's
said, tit for
fine.
tat.
But
in prisoner's dilemma, what's the worst outcome for you?
that you go to jail for like life because you didn't agree for the 5 years that you would both get, right?
Yeah. Prisoner's dilemma, worst outcome is not the Civil War part. It's not where both of you betray each other. The worst outcome in the prisoner's dilemma is when they defect and you cooperate, right?
Right. Again, so this is why I'm trying to get this out of you is like, what are you actually advocating for to meet something on the right? Like if Matt Walsh is saying, let's commit violence, let's crack down, let's do some insane shit. Are you saying the left should also be saying this?
I mean, I don't know.
True.
It seems like everybody's
Camera
getting yelled at now, so I don't
over
know what has to say anything like that.
anything.
Um,
Unless you're
I'm just saying.
you're-
what I would say
that's
right
what
now
I'm
Doobie and
saying.
your
So
frog.
that's not meeting them where they are, right?
I only
you should say what
accept-
Elizabeth Warren is saying, which is I'm not going to say shit about turning down the temperature until
Doobie's the
Donald
only
Trump says shit
VTuber
about
that
turning
I
down
will
the temperature.
accept.
That's it.
Okay, but to me that's a meaningless statement because you're not.
He was
saying
like the
what I'm-
first VTuber I like ever saw. I was like,
prescriptively,
who the
what do you
fuck
actually
is?
Because
it's
when I hear this,
a
when
long
I hear
time
you
ago.
saying this, oh, it's the prisoner's dilemma, and I'm looking at how bad the right wing is right now. It's like, oh shit, are you saying we should take up arms and prepare for the actual civil fucking war right now, which
I
is
think
very
you should take up arms
different.
to defend yourself. I think you should
I
be ready
agree.
to do that for sure.
But what are you actually advocating for in terms of meeting some of these crazy fucking like Laura
speaking that
Loomer,
fast.
Valentina Gomez people on the right wing? Like, I don't think that we.
That's
should
why
be
I don't know why
saying, like, yep,
anybody-
we should start executing
was
these
it? Zip
people.
Zip?
Yeah, we should
Who
start
was
rounding
like,
them up and like.
"Why aren't
I
you
get
watching
the
it at, like,
education camps,
whatever speed? Like,
this
are
seems
you
like
serious?"
A total, deviation from what I would advocate for, which is we're not going to back down.
I can't
we're not
do
gonna
that.
Stop fighting, but that doesn't
Like-
mean we necessarily have to match every single thing that
Listen to
they're
this.
doing. Toning down the rhetoric is one thing. Like, hey, yeah, let's not cause for violence. That doesn't mean you have to.
How would
"Alright,
you do
yeah,
this?"
Let's step on my fucking back and do whatever you want. Like that's what I'm trying to get you to clarify. What you're actually prescriptively asking the left wing to do. Because if it's already what they're doing, Gavin Newsom, Elizabeth Warren, that does not seem that crazy. But that's not what is coming out of your mouth. That's not how a lot of people are reading it.
Read it however you want then. If you don't like how you're reading it for me, then tell the right to chill it out.
I mean, I don't want to have to be the silencer on the Destiny filter saying, hey, he doesn't mean be violent, guys. He just means what the left's already doing, which is, you know, if that is what you mean, cool.
It's okay
But
if that's like the
anything,
only
you
thing
can
you're paying
direct them to
attention
any
to.
video.
But
I'll say the exact same thing. What should the left do? The left should say Donald Trump needs to turn it down.
Should I have
And
a
until he
Blue
does,
Sky?
then
I tried to
fuck
find
it. Don't
Gen
say
Z
anything
attorney
about
on
any
Blue
violence
Sky,
or whatever.
but I
Whatever's
couldn't
happening is
find him.
happening.
I've never
I
been
don't
on Blue
think
Sky
people
until
think
just
about
now.
I'm just saying whatever happens is happening, and that's the state of our country right now.
It's people who
is
listen to
what
podcasts
Donald
on
Trump
2 times
wants it to
speed.
be.
True, Ray.
Right now,
So
Donald
you're
Trump wants to
okay,
be
so-
violent.
Would this be a prescription? Would
Hold on,
this
just
be a
real quick,
prescription
Soy
from
Pill,
you?
so
Yeah.
the housekeeping thing, since your camera just isn't working, so you're gonna have to give us your last thing, and then we're gonna cycle out, okay?
You're gonna cycle me out in the middle of my role.
Are you
Wick?
in the middle of your role?
I'm in the middle of my
Finish
role
the
just because you
clip.
can't see me.
Finish the clip.
No clip needed.
Oh.
You shouldn't even be here. You have nothing valuable to add to this conversation.
Oh,
It's
okay,
Destiny.
yeah.
You don't even believe in January 6th, dude. Just whatever. Anyway, Jesse, so
think you're
are you
listening, but
advocating
okay.
for when someone on the left is to go, like, let's say this Charlie Kirk thing comes out. Turns out this guy was a hardcore lefty. He was like, yep,
Doesn't fucking
I
matter.
was totally like invigorated by this and all these left wing points. And
Nobody
this
is
the defend
radicalized by
trans
the
community.
mainstream
You're
left.
saying we should not denounce
Nobody.
All the people that you used and showed. Look how much better
It's
the
not
left wing is
true.
doing. President Obama, Joe Biden, all these people are denouncing us. Even George W. Bush, I think, did it. Donald Trump. I'm not trying to say
George
we have
W.
to hold ourselves to the Donald Trump standard, but are you saying, oh no, we shouldn't denounce that?
You queue up the denouncement and you say, I'm ready to denounce it. Let me hear Donald Trump denounce violence on his side first.
It's not
what does
that
do?
hard.
It makes the other side calm their shit down. What do you mean, what does it
No,
do?
it doesn't. You and I both
Okay,
agree.
wait,
Donald Trump is not going to
stop,
back down.
Stop. If it doesn't, then it wouldn't do anything if we do it either. So then fuck it. Easy.
It does.
You queue
Okay,
it up.
because
You
the
queue it up.
problem that
You
you're
don't like
facing
my
here.
answer. That's I
No,
give
no,
you my
no, no,
answer.
but
You don't like it. I don't know what you're trying to get another answer out of me. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, because
yeah,
you're not
queue it up.
because it doesn't seem like you're actually advocating for anything right now. What
I
you're
am
saying is
advocating for it. I'm advocating for you to pressure the right to tell their side.
God,
to
these people are
stop
so
being fucking violent.
triggered.
why are you
What the
advocating for that when
fuck?
You and I both know that they're not going to do it.
I think they will eventually.
Wait, what?
Or we go to war.
No, dude,
Those are
Donald
the
Trump is
only
never
two
going to back
options.
down.
They
You
either do
agree
it
that?
or we end up, I guess, all fucking killing each other. That's it. I mean, what do you mean?
No, because
Maybe
the
we
difference
should-
Is I,
maybe I
like
should
Rick,
get a
I
gun.
believe that there's tons of off ramps. Like, for example, Donald Trump dies
Guns
of
are
a fucking
expensive.
stroke. I think they're just going to
You
lose
guys
a
make
ton
sure
of
you
momentum.
subscribe if you want me to survive the Civil War, okay?
Violence, or like this is very similar to what they were doing post-Trump assassination, and yet post that, like absolutely nothing escalated to a degree that I think anyone is expecting when people are crying out civil war.
Donate,
because it's, they're
subscribe.
fucking pussies. Everyone forgets, and this stuff like goes into the wayside. Like if you truly believe, like if like I don't believe this, that we are in an existential moment in such that we cannot solve this electorally, then yeah, I would tell people, yeah, I don't even need to.
It's allowed to show
de-escalate.
your gun,
You should
Richard.
go get arms, and we should go fight in the streets, but we're not even close to that yet. Like
I
that
don't
might
think they've
happen.
said that yet, have they? If they say that, then maybe I'll start saying that. You just say what they say.
Okay, so right,
Okay.
if there's what?
No, can continue.
Yeah,
just-
if they're saying things such as,
He's so
hey,
triggered.
let us crack down, let's throw these people in camps, let's like take guns away from trans people. It's like, okay, are we going
These
to
are
start
screamers
advocating
speak
for
too
that? or
loud.
are we
No,
just
fuck
saying,
that.
hey,
That are we
you're
talking about
I'm
me?
not
I would
doing
get the
stochastic
collar
terrorism, but
constantly.
I'm not gonna
I
denounce
am
people that do
loud.
terrorism until you do it. Like, what is this accomplishing if one, you and I
I was
both
thinking about that the
acknowledge
other
this
day,
is not gonna
too.
change their minds, and two,
'Cause, like,
in your prisoner's
I'm
dilemma,
always
you've got people on the right who are
super
calling violence, and then people on the
aware
left who are meeting
that
them
I
there,
have
but then all
neighbors
these
in
people in the
apartments,
middle who are not part
like,
of
to a
this
point where,
prisoner's
like,
dilemma,
I'll, like,
who are,
tiptoe
66% of
around,
people, I guess, according
but
to
when
Pew
it comes to
Research, who
being
says
on stream or
politics is way
whatever,
too
I was like,
volatile
God,
right
I
now,
like
and are screaming
screaming.
and begging for a fucking solution.
What's worse?
And now an entire
My neighbors
side of
thinking
people
I'm
are like,
crazy?
Actually, no, there's nothing for you to look out for. Everyone's
Or,
extreme.
like,
We're all calling
walking-
for violence. We will refuse to denounce it. Like,
Then the democracy is dead. If that's how retarded people are, then the experiment has failed. People shouldn't be allowed to vote freely.
Yep.
And then we go to the next form of whatever fucking government is. Either the socialists are happy, we move to
Jesus
that,
Christ.
or we do some type of monarchy or
Okay.
you know
authoritarian
we're
shit.
nowhere
Like-
close to that. You know we're nowhere close.
But
to
wait,
that.
what's the other
People keep
option?
saying that, but the situation is getting more and more fucking insane, no?
Like, you're
I mean,
just
no, it
saying
is,
what, like,
absolutely. No, that's
eventually
the thing, is, like,
happens.
You and I
On
are
video
you're-
2 days
you're-
ago. It's
no,
crazy.
I acknowledge that you and I are not going to disagree on a single.
Like,
thing
is
about
civil
how crazy
war
the
just,
right
like,
wing is. What I'm asking you
impossible
is, like, what do you,
to, like,
if you
imagine?
think the only way to like combat this right now is to pressure them into like imagine like shaming the right wing into like toning down violence when we both know that's not going to happen, and maybe
Then we're gonna go to civil war.
Left wingers do enough violence, and we say, well, we'll tone it down when you do. Like, what is this? Where does this get us? What is going to happen after this?
It's not, we'll
That's why
tone it
people
down
either
when
tone it
you
down or we go
do.
to full-on fucking
What do
conflict,
we
I guess.
have to tone
And that
down?
seems like-
Hey,
but,
wait,
like,
wait,
why
where
are
does your
these the two
situation-
only options?
Where does your situation get us if we constantly disavow and the right just keeps amping it up?
If they get more violent and they lose the election, then it doesn't nearly matter nearly as much
They
if
win
we have the
election.
power.
But they win the election because what do people always say? I bet you've even said it. The left is feckless. The left doesn't do anything. The left is weak. Let's say that they keep amping it up and the left doesn't respond. Let's say that Donald Trump, which he's kind of geared up to do, I don't know if he'll actually fucking do it. If you would ask me a year ago, I'd say,
Snide,
fuck no. Now
you
I'm not
are
sure. Let's say
blind.
Donald Trump doesn't find a way to fuck with the election next year, right? Unless they find a way to keep whatever majority they need. They really really don't need fuck all with Congress because it's not like Trump listens to fucking Congress anyway. And everything keeps ramping up on the right. What is the outcome come there.
I'm not gonna tell you what's in my
Thank
arsenal
God,
for
but,
Civil
like,
War,
obviously, if we
okay?
get to the point where it's like, oh, the fucking right wing is escalating, they're seizing
All I gotta
power,
say
Trump runs
is
for a third term, he turns off
My
the fucking
grandma
elections. Like, yeah,
gets
at that
me
point,
at
there
least
is-
one Cutco knife
Yeah,
every
yeah,
year for
no,
Christmas.
I'm not saying that we're not on the
I'm
precipice.
armed.
Hold
We
on,
just haven't
I'm
gone
not.
far enough
Bitch.
yet, right? We have the same position. We just haven't gone far enough
Don't
yet. So what's
fuck
the
with
line for
me.
you?
Well, the line for me is not where we are now, where I think there's obviously a way
Oh,
that
his
we can electorally
camera!
win both the midterms and the next election.
Tell me
So,
what
like,
the line
why
is
would
for you.
the line is where it's like there is no electoral
It
outcome where
worked!
this ever matters, so we need to fight back and be violent about it. But we're just not in that moment right now.
Okay, so if in 2026, if
Mhm.
they start fucking with the vote, so
Yeah.
for instance, they have
No,
done
no,
this
no.
a little bit,
So-
like when Congress wrote a letter to Texas saying, "Hey, we need you to wipe off 5 of your districts." If other states start falling in line with that, of wiping
If I
away
believe
districts,
the courts are so fucked that if he like does an executive order, ban mail-in votes, shuts down the polling stations, and it's like there is
courts-
literally no
the
path
courts
forward.
can't save you. My dude,
No,
he tried to right
if-
away naturalize
My
birth
head is getting
with an
sweaty.
executive order. Why the courts
The
can't
court- the-
save you
The
proactively
courts
here.
literally can because we were like have TROs on certain like electoral executive orders that he's doing right now. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying this is not a dire situation.
TROs.
Bulletproof
My dude, the
armor
courts just
would
got
be
rid of
nice.
the injunction.
Well,
what are you talking about? The
I
courts
hate
are
to
talking
say
about
this,
The idea that if you think that
but
there's
I
no
think-
pressure
isn't
to
it
fighting
true
back
that
against what Trump's
Charlie
doing
Kirk
in
had a
anything in the system right now, which is
bulletproof
very
vest on?
weird coming from you because like I don't think that you believe in this like, oh, the establishment is completely feckless and they'll never be able to get anything done. There's nothing we can do about it. Like, this seems so black-pilled and doomer. Like, yeah, if we're there, absolutely I'm gonna like, you know, start
Oops.
forming my little like military militia, but we're nowhere close to the I mean, no, okay, don't get me wrong. When I say we're nowhere
Here,
close,
listen,
we
this
are
is why I'm
close.
black-pilled.
We're on the
This is why I'm
precipice of a
black-pilled.
lot of things.
This
Yes.
is why I'm black-pilled. Donald Trump this morning on Fox and Friends, okay, was
I
asked
need to
what
watch
should
this.
we do or what, you know, what people say that they're worried or whatever. What do you think about like bringing the country back together? And Donald Trump said, I don't care about bringing the country back together. Okay.
Sure.
You
Yeah.
heard
Oh,
me say that,
space
right?
weed. I missed that part.
Gen Z and Tally, has Donald Trump done enough yet for you to have voted for Kamala instead?
No.
That reminds me of my.
Exactly. That's the point, right? So yeah, it's fucked.
Yeah,
This
if
shit
Gen
is
Z,
so
okay,
fucked.
I would agree with you 100% if Gen Z was every single voter in the middle and the independent. Gen Z, we can both acknowledge is a fucking retard. Tally, I've also called this.
Oh,
the
he's
same
talking
thing,
about Gen Z,
unless
not
you
Gen Z,
disavow
the
and say you won't
generation.
vote for
I was
Trump
like, oh my
anymore.
God.
I think there are so many people like.
He was talking about Gen Z.
Let's put it this way: my parents don't know who the fuck Charlie Kirk is. A lot of people don't know who the fuck Charlie Kirk is. So they're hearing this and they're like,
No,
"What's
that's
going on?
not
What's going
true.
on?"
What do you
If them
mean?
politicians
Who
are not
out
coming
here
and
saying,
matching
who's
Donald
Charlie
Trump's
Kirk?
vote,
Are
if
you
that's what you're advocating
serious?
for, like, them
That's
politicians
not
coming
a
out and
thing.
saying, hey, you know what? No, this is the rights problem in the same way that he's like, yeah, after the shooting, I'm going to.
Everybody
crack
knows
down
who
on
Charlie
the
Kirk
left
is. Are you
wing.
serious?
That's fucking insane because these people who have no idea what the fuck is going on with the Charlie Kirk assassination are now going to see like the politicians they otherwise would have supported like falling into the same like fascist rhetoric that Trump is, and like where does that get us? Those people are not going to keep voting.
These
They're going to be
people
hesitant.
already
This is going
think
to
the
turn
left
down.
wing are doing that though, because that's what the right keeps saying.
where's
No,
Zip
no,
Zip?
I'm talking about like my progressive liberal parents. I'm not talking about
Here's what
independent.
we're
I'm
gonna
not
do,
Those people
like,
were lost 4 years ago. Like people are online. People know this shit. People watch this shit. I've had normie
I
friends
promise
message
you,
me
this
and
is
fucking
like online pilled as fuck. Like there's a reason.
Wait,
like,
why do you let
I'm
them
gonna
keep
go
going? You don't let me
tomorrow
keep going?
or whatever. And
Well,
talk
to be
my
fair,
parents,
I'm
and be like,
respectful.
Who the
Maybe I
fuck is
shouldn't be.
Charlie Kirk? What
They're
the
gonna
fuck is
have
a
no
Joyfer?
idea
Like,
that Charlie Kirk, the guy who's made over 300 college campus visits, who's raised like fucking $500 million, the guy who's calling Donald Trump and has him appear on stage at event, none of them have any fucking idea what, like, this guy is one of the most popular influencers in the United States.
I mean,
Dude,
I'm from EU and so that
vastly
YouTube shows
overestimating the fact that
exactly.
most people are not as politically tuned in as you and I are.
It doesn't
Like, not even
matter.
fucking close. The people do not know who this guy is.
Yes, they
Like,
do.
This is such a like online position to a degree. Like if you ask like people that are hyper online, like people that I talk to that make YouTube videos, they don't even know the fucking difference between like Matt Walsh and like Michael
Sure.
Knowles because these
There-
people
there
are
gonna be
fucking
people
Noah.
who
Like
don't know. Sure, there are people that are that unplugged, but we can't rely on those people to save us anyway. Because it's not like
they're
gonna be
the
voting-
majority of the voters.
Yeah, but they're not going to be voting. You're going to tell me that those people don't know who Charlie Kirk is, but they're going to know when Matt Walsh points out that a radical
No,
trans
those people are
activist
going to
on
know
Nice
when
going,
Joe
Mike.
Biden comes out and
Nice
say
going.
we have
Oh
to
my
go
God, thank you
after
so
the
much for
right wing
subscribing.
in, like,
I
a
appreciate
violent, like,
you.
fashy way that, like the same way
I
they
don't
How
know,
are
so
you?
I'm saying what I'm saying is that what they need to say is they need to say we don't disavow until the right does. That's a super
For
easy
You don't
out.
9
think there's, like, a
months.
huge
Oh my
swath
God,
of,
if I was
not tuned in
pregnant then,
voters who, if they
I
saw
would have
Joe
had my
Biden
baby.
Say, I will not disavow like a terrorist on the left wing, that would push them away from Joe Biden.
Then our country's fucked, and we deserve to go to whatever the next stage is. 'cause
No,
that's
that's the
fucking
thing, our
retarded.
country's not
That's
fucked. It's
fucking
not
retarded.
that
It
fucked.
is. What you're talking about is fucking retarded. You keep talking about all these fucking retarded games we have to play. Well, we have two actual retards here that we have to pretend are normal adults. You're talking about
No,
a politically maneuvered environment where there's a guy driving us towards civil war.
Thank you.
And you've got fucking dipshit on the left that apparently doesn't know any legal event that's happened in the past 10 years to start being a lawyer. And you got a fucking Israeli
Look.
Jew on the right who only cares about about trans issues, and you're talking about how do we perfectly message on the left while the president of the
not
United States
perfectly
talks about
message.
driving
No,
civil
no,
war.
no, no.
This is
Perfectly
fucking
message.
hold on.
President,
No.
hold on,
And
stop.
you are retarded. And I'm tired of
No.
acting like everybody
No,
has to
no.
be treated like a fucking retard.
It's not a
You're
retard.
saying
not
to
saying
me.
that we
It's
need
the-
to
it's
treat
the-
everyone.
Oh,
I'm not
God.
saying we
Oh, that
need to
triggered him.
treat
Bare
everyone. I'm not saying
minimum
that's Wait,
to say,
excuse me,
we
Mr.
disavow.
Moderator.
Shut
Are
up.
you fighting now?
We're going to, it's the bare minimum thing
glad I didn't skip.
to say, hey, we disavow assassinations on political targets.
Yes.
That is
President
the
of the United
easiest
States
thing
can't
to
fucking
do in
do
the
it. The
world.
president can't do
Can't
it.
do it.
Do you
But
not,
we
okay,
can.
please, like in good faith, answer me this. Do you not
But
see
the
that there's
president-
a potential like
does the
huge
president
loss of voters
matter?
on the left if they see now like a real equivalence?
Wick, does the
between
president's
the
statement
left-wing
matter?
Politicians being okay with terrorist attacks, like, and they wouldn't feel like a little disenfranchised. Like the people that I'm
We
describing,
can
not
do
the
it, but
fucking
the
retards
people
that
who
don't
need
care
to
about
hear
gender
it
control.
aren't
Let me
gonna
just
listen
finish.
to
Like, the people
us.
I'm describing.
There is a potential problem. If the
They would
liberals
listen
are
to
weak
the
and tough as
president.
gay, the liberals need to stand up and take a firm position on it. I think you could very easily say that. I think you should make the government shut down about that when the budget comes up. You should say, hey, we are not going to fund the government unless Trump makes one of our conditions. Trump needs to make a 5-minute speech.
At this point, it
saying
is the only
all
thing that
political
matters.
Violence in the country needs to end. And you know
I
what?
really
If that
do
plays
believe
worse
that.
for the liberals, if liberals go,
No.
oh my God, Democrats
Wait,
are
that's
demanding
Because
it.
you're
I
operating
completely
under the
agree with
assumption
you.
that the people who need to hear it would
No.
listen to you, me, anybody.
I
Find me the
completely agree
sickest
with what
fucking
you just
SS
said.
uniform, and I'll sign up for whatever guard tower, concentration camp, whatever. I don't care. All right, fuck
No,
it,
but
dude.
no,
I'll
understand
give
this.
me a gun,
What
I'll
you
man
just
the
said,
post,
what you just
whatever.
said is a far cry from what I think you were saying like 5 minutes ago, right? If you're
No,
saying
I
let's
wasn't saying
fight,
that 5
no,
minutes
but
ago. You were just spamming the
listen.
same retarded shit saying, what do you want to do? What do you want to say? War, say kill
Oh,
somebody.
Wick's in
say
pain.
somebody. I said
Listen,
the main
okay,
thing
look,
you
if
do.
you're saying
I don't
let's play
disavow shit
dirty,
until Trump
let's
does.
shut
That's
down.
easy.
No,
Oh, he's
let's shut
rocking
down the
now.
government until Trump disavows, like, stochastic terrorism is a perfectly good example of like this is the
Not
dirty
stochastic
let's
terrorism,
go low
terrorism,
or
terrorism.
terrorism, whatever. Excuse me,
Mood.
yes, thank you, because he's being the stochastic terrorist. But yes, if you're saying let's shut down the government, let's play fucking dirty, let's withhold funding, like yeah, all of these things are things I'm totally okay with. That is not like if we don't do this,
They're
we're
not
de-escalating.
fringe.
In fact, if anything, this is at least like halfway as bad as they're doing. Like when Gavin Newsom's redistricting, he's not doing it unilaterally. He's literally saying, "Hey, people, you should vote on this." What I'm saying is that's a far cry away. In fact, that is what people want.
Why
I think that's what we
can't
need to do right
Trump
now. I think that's gonna
do it?
invigorate the left wing. But if
Why
you're then
won't
saying,
Trump
okay, and
do
then
it?
also we have to
Why
match
won't
them on the
he?
rhetoric,
That's
which is very
important.
different from let's fight them, let's go as hard as we can.
It's not
That's
just that
very
he
different from
won't.
saying, yeah, we don't disavow terrorists. That's
There's a
completely
reason why
fucking
he
different.
won't.
You have when one
Why
side
won't
wants to fight,
he?
you have two options. You can either meet it or you can exceed it. Okay.
No,
you
that's
cannot de-escalate.
asymmetrical
Why are those the
warfare.
only two
You can't
options?
de-escalate because you can't de-escalate. If somebody comes
Well,
up
I didn't
to
say
rape you,
de-escalate.
and
What you
just
just
sleep-
said is
you
an
say
escalation.
yes,
Because
I'm
he
saying,
knows
to be clear that when you're talking about
that
what I'm
if he
talking about is
won't
not
do
escalation.
it,
Tit for tat is not
if he
escalation,
doesn't do
okay?
it-
No, it's escalation from the Democratic rhetoric of not doing shit for 10 years.
No.
Like,
Fine.
we
If the
both acknowledge
Democratic
like this is
rhetoric
finally
can-
them
Because
fighting harder,
That's
right?
fine. And if the
He
Democratic rhetoric
wants
goes all the way back to
the
what it was before,
war.
whatever, you don't
He
de-escalate at
wants
all.
the
If
fighting.
anything,
He
it might even
wants
get
the
worse.
hate.
There's a reason why
Sure.
Matt only works
There's
when everybody
proof
has nukes.
to show
Right?
that.
It
I
doesn't
agree,
work if
right?
one
But
person
again,
disarms.
wait, no, this is
Again,
this is what I'm talking about.
look
This is
at
the spectrum, right? This
January
is not a dichotomy. I'm not
6th
saying
is
we
a
have to fucking
perfect
disarm and do
example.
nothing, and we have to be like, oh,
Look at
we're
the fact
better
that
party,
he
and we
didn't
can't say mean
just
jokes. Like, you
disavow
and I literally
violence.
were on the same
He
team
didn't
of
just
a
do
fucking
that,
debate
did
saying,
he?
Yes, let's fucking joke about these
He
assholes.
blamed
difference
the
is,
left.
when you
He
say, let's
gave
fight,
them
let's
a
shut down the government,
target.
Let's redistrict. Like these are all escalations. which
He
I
gave
agree
them
with.
a
Like, we need to do
target
fight back
on
because this shit is
Wednesday.
fucking insane. It is potentially existential. It's not so far that we need to meet them on the level of let's endorse political terrorists on our side. Like this
I
is
mean,
just
maybe
not the same
for
thing.
you yet, but for some people, I mean, like it's
He wants
cool
people
for
to
us, but it
fight
doesn't fucking matter at the
for
end
the
of day, I
right.
guess,
He
right? But
wants-
the Supreme
he-
Court just
he
said that if you go
needs
to LA
his- he
and there's
knows-
a brown dude doing agriculture. You could fucking ask him for his papers, right? They
Right.
start rounding up and deporting random.
He knows that the only people who will listen to him are his followers, the people that voted for him in office, the majority of the country, who won't listen to literally anybody else but Trump. They won't listen to anybody but Trump. They want Trump to be king. My mom was one of those people, and she was able to admit to me, God fucking bless her, because I used to say, I used to ask her, one time I asked her, when she was deep in MAGA, I was like, would you want Trump to be king? And she's like, yes, forever and always, basically, like literally. So then when she told me that she was no longer MAGA, I was like, Mom, does that mean that you don't want him to be king anymore? She was like, yeah, actually, like, and I really did believe that, and that's a really scary feeling. They're all like that. My dad, my wonderful father, who always says that that me and my mom should be the only women who should be able to vote because we're just so smart and so beautiful, but we're the only ones. He's out here talking about literally wanting to fucking punch Democrats.
I agree with all all of this. The difference is not that I don't think any of that is like the worst shit ever. Some people, are literally dying, like we said, and the fact that we're brushing off USA deaths is fucking wild to me. But it doesn't matter. That's besides the point. Like the idea that somehow any of that would be helped by saying we're not going to disavow left-wing terrorists is fucking insane. If I don't see how that does do anything but hurt us.
Maybe it makes them afraid.
What do you mean they're not doing anything about it? It's been 2 days,
no,
and they're all
You know-
calling
you
for
know what you
violence.
said
The
even
popular
they already presumed the worst.
political
Maybe when you go out-
pundits.
No, but they don't really. They just sell it
Nice
well.
going, Mike.
Because you know that
$10. Diapers for our baby.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Nice going, Mike. Thank you for the $10 for our diapers. I appreciate
they
you.
don't give a fuck.
But I'm pretty sure diapers are like $30. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know how much diapers are.
Maybe they change.
I hear they're expensive. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
But they also, when you corner a rat, it strikes out. When you have people living in fear, they strike out. And it gets worse. Making
The
them
other
afraid?
side-
Do you think that's going to help?
They're already
Oh my
afraid.
God, it gets worse.
Good.
The
It
president
does
of the
get worse.
United
If you
States
think-
is
oh.
already maximally. He's already said the worst shit you can. Why do you guys keep pretending?
Okay, so you
like there's someone
acknowledge
on the other
that
side
we're
who
not
doesn't
gonna make them more
Shut the
afraid,
fuck up.
right?
Can you? Okay, I don't know
No,
this guy.
you just contradicted yourself.
Please stop.
You
Fed
just
posting.
said
You're
the
so
president
gay.
is
Oh my
at the worst
God.
level. I
Stop
agree,
fed
and we're
posting.
not contradicting.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. They're already maximally posting. They have no fear. They don't care. For Matt Walsh to type that statement out, I don't even know if I would have the balls to go on and be like, all right, guys, we need to fucking do the fucking worst to them, right? I am already knowing that the things that I'm saying means I'm probably gonna have to postpone or cancel the next couple events that I do. The fact that all of them feel right now on the right that they can operate with absolute and utter impunity because the president is protecting them, because the left is cucked and weak, because nobody wants to say or do anything. There are some chilling effects that are good. You should be afraid to go out on media. Shut up the fuck up. You should be afraid to go on news channels and say, I think we should have a war. I think that we need a fucking war.
Right, and the method of imposing that fear should be to approve people taking their lives. Is just to be clear.
Well, on the right now, that's where they're at. Is it killing people is based and awesome? Because we can just say the left did it. Do you acknowledge that right now people on the right seem to have no fear whatsoever? At least the media guys seem to not really give a fuck.
Well, this is what I'm getting to. It sounds like what you're advocating for is we need to make the right afraid by having more left-wing terrorists and even endorsing them, because that's the only way to get them to shut the fuck up.
I'm just saying you don't have to cuck out and try to call it out all the time. Why is it so hard to just say that my answer is, if somebody asks you to disavow, you say, hey, you know what? I would love to disavow, which I would, because violence is bad, which it is, because it makes me scared, which it does. I just want the president of the United States, the leader of your movement, to do it first. Why is it so fucking hard?
Because that does nothing. You and I have already both acknowledged that's going to do absolutely fucking nothing. He's not going to do it. So what's the point?
Okay, then we're fucked.
What do you no? Because we're not necessarily fucked if we can get out of the situation without endorsing more political terrorists on the left wing.
Okay, then keep doing it. We'll see what happens. That's fine.
Okay.
It hasn't worked so far at all. Yeah. So far, it's been a losing strategy. So, and historically, it's never worked. So, but who knows? Maybe this will be the one time it does.
Soypill, you're welcome to stay if you like. I think you're a good addition. But we gotta get more people in.
Okay,
Ghosts, you're here. What do you got? Hopefully your mic works. I hear something.
Like a ghost, we can barely perceive him.
Okay, we're gonna give you a little bit more, then we're gonna switch. One last try, buddy. Okay, well. Next.
Matt Walsh said 22 hours ago, I cannot
To ghost.
unite with the left because they want me dead. They will spit on my grave when I die and laugh in the faces of when I die and laugh in the faces of my wife and children. There can be no unity with such people, but I will unite with anyone on the right.
Why isn't it
I will hereby discard any grudge or personal feud I may have with anyone on my side. Maybe we will pick up those arguments sometime in the future. Now we have to stand together.
Oh, hello.
Plenty. Oh, it's
What do
Sipsit.
you got? I just had some words for Gen Z attorney from.
Hey, we go way back. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Cute.
Yeah, I wrote down some notes for things that you had brought up. You kept saying that you think there's another way besides extinction or fighting. You think that because you're not one of the people who's going to be extincted, you're a fucking Republican and you voted for Trump. You think that all the people on your side are still, it's all LARPing and cosplaying right now. All the shit that people were saying online. You think it's LARPing and cosplaying because they're on your side and you don't give a fuck because they're not targeting you.
Nobody else
and
is
every time
LARPing and
cosplaying.
cosplaying.
Fucking military shit, you laugh with your smug little smile on your fucking camera that we can all see. Because even though you self-admittedly don't know shit about the military, when Destiny kept asking about you about it, you said you don't know fuck all about it. When Trump rigging the next election is brought up, you do the same fucking shit. You don't disavow any of it. You can say, I condemn Jan 6. You still voted for Trump after it. I fucking talked to you about it after the last debate. You fucking kept going,
We did!
I don't know, the indictments. I don't understand what the fuck is going on in your brain. How you call yourself a lawyer, and you just complained about Kamala Harris reposting a bail fund. Yeah, you call yourself a former prosecutor? You say you're a criminal defense attorney now? How the fuck do you, like, do that? You don't know shit about Trump breaking the law. Every time Destiny brings up something about Trump breaking the fucking law, you don't know shit about it. You didn't know about the law firms being targeted specifically in different executive orders, about the mass exodus of lawyers leaving these different firms because they're upset that their firms capitulated to Trump.
Anything else?
Do you even regret your fucking vote for Trump after all this shit?
He's not gonna answer.
The answer's gonna be no, because you don't know shit about it, because you don't give a fuck, because it doesn't affect you.
I'm just waiting for him to be done.
I think.
Are you gonna
can.
answer?
Go ahead.
Okay,
respond, and
okay.
then we can cycle.
I mean, obviously, it's a lot to respond to. You're probably gonna be unsatisfied, but I'm not a terminally online person. I do my best to keep up.
Is it terminally online to know what the fuck is happening in the industry that you work in?
Yeah, if you want to dive down into the weeds on every single legal development, because guess what?
Every single legal development.
Any idea how many Supreme Court
President of the
decisions
United
get put out
States
each year?
signing executive orders targeting specific law firms, some of the biggest law firms in the country.
And so in the time I've had to sit here, I've been able to do a little bit of research, and even looking into that, I'm starting to feel like I'm probably gonna.
In the time I've been sitting here, I've been doing a little bit of research. You're telling me that during this whole debate, somehow you've been looking into the executive orders and you've been looking at the lawyers leaving their law firms, and what the fuck do you mean? Why would you be looking into any of that during any of this conversation? Shut up! Shut up!
To start to agree more and more with it. If we're talking about specifically Perkins Coie, with the rationale being the Steele dossier,
that they worked with Hillary.
Fusion GPS. Yes, if we're talking about promulgating false
information. Yeah, now you agree with it. You didn't know shit about it a few minutes ago.
This is how it always
works.
Yes, correct.
Because I said
Wait, agrees with what?
You don't care.
I said
you
I'm
don't
not
care
going
about
to
your
comment.
fucking country.
I said
you
I'm not going to comment.
You don't give a fuck about the law, the Constitution.
I said I'm not going to comment until I have more information. I can give a more informed opinion on it. And guess what? Because that's called having restraint and not just popping off and sounding off on every single thing under the sun.
Being a coward and a loser.
He said he was gonna look into it later. When?
And being
when was that?
Being ignorant about shit going on in your country, because none of it affects you.
Okay, remember when we were talking after the stream last time, though, and I started asking you questions about presidential criminal immunity, about the hush money case, and you had no idea what we were talking about, and I walked all over you with it.
What the fuck are you talking
I walked all over you with it? What are you What do you think our conversation was?
We can do it again anytime.
Yeah, for calling.
What do you mean you walked all over him with it? Where are all the places I posted? I think in my Discord server I mentioned it. I think somewhere else I mentioned it too, that it was like, actually, I thought, okay, like, you can disagree with my framing of it. You can say it wasn't a cute convo if you want to. It was a cute convo. There was not a debate being had. I mean, the only thing that we did was, like, we talked about, for example, January 6th. We talked about that, like, a little bit, but it was more like, literally, it was us coming together. It wasn't? Okay, Zipzip, what do you call this? Am I misremembering the conversation that we had? Because after it, we were like, oh my god, that was fun. And then we talked and we were like, oh my god, like, when do you stream? Do you stream? Oh my god, I stream on Thursdays. Oh my god, I stream this. I would love to come on sometime. You guys are such fun people. And then I was like, Gen Z attorney, like, I'm curious because, like, I was totally, like, Trump, and this is how I got radicalized, and then this is what we did. And, like, remember the videos of the silly ballot boxes and whatever, and it was spliced up. That was sneaky, and that caught me. And then when we did January, and then we talked about January 6th, and then I was all like, I'm confused, maybe we should look into that a little bit more. And then we talked about how I needed to go eat my food. I was gonna go get Burger King, but then, like, we just kept talking and talking. What are you talking about? You're so triggered, you're not even listening to what I'm saying. You're saying it's cute when you talk about the ballot shit, but he doesn't care. I'm talking about the fact that he literally just said in here that during our conversation, he asked you about the hush money case and that he walked all over you with it. It literally wasn't even like that wasn't the mood, that wasn't the vibe, that was literally nothing that we talked about. Why was I not here? I'm so mad. Why did you not tell me any of this? You told me afterwards that you were on here. I didn't know about any of this going on. He doesn't care. He's evil. We're missing each other. I'm literally saying, I'm proving him wrong, and I'm doing so by saying that literally wasn't even the type of conversation we're having. And all you can say over and over again is, he was lying. He doesn't care. I'm just saying, I'm putting weight into the fact that he was lying. Chill out. Let me call in. No. What are you talking about? Why? What are you gonna come in here and yell about? Why are you so triggered? What do you want to talk about? Just let me know. Oh my god. Okay. I'll call you directly. How was that? Zip is a fighter. He's literally fighting nobody right now. I don't know who he's fighting. Oh, I can't hear you. Wait. Why can't I hear you?
Hello?
Oh, hi! Yeah, you might be really quiet. I might have to turn you up. 1 second. I gotta go back to... How do I exit? Oh, because the little things in the... Okay, I'm so sorry. Wait, I don't remember. I know how to turn people up when you're over there. Fuck, wait.
In a channel,
Oh,
yeah,
I did it. Okay, 1 second. Yeah. Talk
I'm talking. Hey, what's up?
a little bit more.
Can
1
you
second.
hear me okay? Am I still too quiet? Am I
I think you're probably fine, maybe? I don't know.
Volume? Am I fine? Okay.
Talk!
Yeah.
What is
when
it
I
that you
say-
think you have to say?
Okay, when I say it wasn't a cute combo, what I mean is that if Trump shows up to like my house, right, and we have dinner, and he's like, "Oh my God, wow, this food is so nice, wow," and then I ask him about Jan 6, and he's like, "Oh, yeah, so it was really some bad people did some bad things that day, oh, whatever," and then he's like, "Oh, but the food is so nice, wow, you guys are so polite and hospitable, wow." It wasn't a cute conversation. It was him being evil and lying about what he actually believes, and dodging any fucking accountability for his fucking thing. And then he goes on after on Wickstream and says, "Oh, I dog walked you on something," when it wasn't a fucking debate. We were just asking him about his fucking beliefs. That's what I mean when it was a cute combo. Yeah, he's like acting nice to your face, and then he'll fucking he didn't care. He doesn't care. None of it matters. That's all I
That
mean.
feels like a difference without distinction.
There's distinction.
No, because the only reason why I was talking about it being a cute convo, it doesn't matter if it's cute or not cute. The point is that we were all like gathered around talking and being friendly. He could have been lying about, he could have been fake friendly, but we were friendly. We weren't debating, and he's acting like we were debating.
Yeah.
See, this is what I mean when I say you've literally just been...
He wasn't being friendly. He was acting friendly. It wasn't a cute combo. It was a fake cute combo. He was
You're right.
acting cute. He
Yep.
was acting friendly.
Thank you so much for clearing that up.
Yeah. That's a pretty good clarification. Okay.
Good job.
Anything else?
No.
Do you like my call in? Did I give him the right energy? Did I call him out well enough?
You did a good job, but you have that same energy for me for no reason when I literally just basically said that same... I said that same exact thing basically just now.
I agree that you think that. I just don't agree that it was a cute combo. I think that it's minimizing of what happened in that conversation.
I don't know how to say it any differently than what I just said.
Just say don't call it a cute combo. Just said he acted nice to our faces. That's it. Call him what it is. A liar, an actor.
And the point of me talking about it being a nice convo, yeah, is that he's acting like it was an angry debate convo.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm so sorry. Thank you for clearing that up.
Yeah.
I was wrong.
Wow. Okay, I won. GG.
Good job.
All right, thanks for having me on.
Yep, you're welcome.
All right. Have fun with the rest of the stream. Bye-bye.
Oh my god.
Calling in, and I appreciate your words.
Thanks, Wick. Appreciate it.
Let's bring in.
Sorry for mischaracterizing our call.
You're live. What do you got?
Yeah, what's up, Destiny? How do you think we solve this problem?
Wick said what's up, and he said what's up,
the-
Destiny. No. Poor Wick.
Like dealing with like Republicans and stuff.
The leftist has to stand on principle more and not be afraid and let the right mindfuck them so much on narratives, and especially don't let people on the right tell you what's happening on the left.
I can speed these
never
ones up a little bit.
act or operate in good faith on it. So, but I mean, I think Newsom's being a good example there. Hopefully, we get more of that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure, Kevin, that's pretty cool.
Okay. Anything else?
That's about it.
Well, that's it. No, that was quick. Oh, anything? Quickly.
Always call it out. You see
No,
it
it's
if
a-
they're
okay.
full. Wait.
Is that guy?
Take notes from some
Bye-bye.
Aussies.
Annihilated.
Call it out and you see
You're
it
here?
if they're full of shit.
Wait,
I don't know what
really
you mean.
quickly. I have my like ultra libbed out Donald syndrome dad on speakerphone right now. Can we ask him, since we also asked the MAGA retards the question?
I love
as
that.
to whether or not he'd be deterred at all.
I
from the
want to
Democratic
interview
Party
my
and
dad.
vote
I
back?
want to interview my dad for stream
Okay,
so bad.
yeah.
I'm like
All right,
so.
Dad, say something. Can
I'm
you
so
guys say-
close to like coming out to my
guys say-
parents as like a streamer, so I can like
Hold on,
have them
just-
on. I want to do it
Until
so
Dad is
bad.
talking. All right, Dad. If Joe Biden and Kamala Harris refuse to denounce left-wing terrorists because they were trying to, let's say that Donald Trump needs to be pressured into de-escalating, would that make you sway or deter your vote at all with the Democratic Party, knowing that they're refusing to denounce left-wing Democratic terrorists?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, it would.
Okay.
I denounce stupidity on any part.
Okay. But
Thanks,
if it was
Dad.
existential, you would say it's necessary.
Question in a way that's not so
Hold on.
horrendously,
Yeah, that was a horrible way of phrasing it.
Yeah,
Can
you
you hear
can,
me?
but just to be clear, I just want to clear that because this is a concession to you, Destiny. He said if the only option was the existential threat of Donald Trump, absolutely he'd be for it. Just to be clear.
No,
But what's
I
your
don't care.
question?
That's fine. I don't care. You phrase that in the most insane way
Yeah.
possible. Can you hear me right now, Mr.
He
Swipehill?
can't hear. I will repeat it verbatim.
Okay, my question is would you support Democrats when they're asked to disavow violence or whatever? Would you support Democrats saying, we will disavow as soon as Donald Trump calls for his side to be less violent? As soon as Donald
Okay.
Trump makes that statement, every single person on the left will say, yes, we should all bring down the violence.
Okay, Dad. Destiny's question is: would you support Democrats if they said we refuse to disavow left-wing terrorists until Donald Trump turns down the rhetoric?
It's like brain broken.
Prime Val Heretic. Primevol. Thank you for following. I appreciate you.
Hello, still there?
You broke daddy.
Yeah. So would you support Democrats saying we refuse to
Sacred
disavow the
Heartworm!
violence
Thank
or
you
to
for
turn down the
following.
rhetoric until Donald Trump does it?
Wow. Hello?
Millions of people are waiting for your answer right now. Millions.
I don't support that. I wouldn't support them on that.
Okay.
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 Thank you, Dad. I love you.
Okay, bye.
All right. And you just want you
Ooh,
won
he
the
didn't
debate
say I
for
love
that.
you.
That's how
Yeah.
it works. No.
Okay, so
but-
I feel-
You didn't even, I don't know why you didn't even ask my question. Wait.
Wait, what?
You're literally asking, like, if the Dems refuse to disavow left-wing terrorism until Trump.
Is that not what you're saying?
No! You fucking retard. The question is very simply, hey, what should the left say when they're asked to disavow violence? You say, we'll disavow the violence as soon as Donald Trump does on his side. I don't know where you're getting this, like, would you be okay with the left refusing to disavow left-wing terrorism until Donald Trump agrees to their consent? Your phrase is like the most aggressive way possible.
Is that not meeting them where they are?
What do you mean? No, the phrasing is important. People are fucking retarded.
Okay, but then, at least can we concede then? And I'm not trying to, this is not a gotcha. We should not be as bad as the right wing right now. We should be somewhere a little less than the temperature.
The right wing is the one who is not
But
capitulating.
no, but even what you just said, that's not willing to bring it down if they do. That's, we're not endorsing or refusing to endorse terrorists, right? We're already a level below before they've de-escalated, right? That's still not meeting them where they are.
Would you apply the standard anywhere else? When Ukraine was invading Russia to take territory from them in the war, was Ukraine being as bad as Russia?
I don't want to make an analogy. I'm just saying.
No, you need to, because for some reason people's minds are literally everybody on your side is saying we are at war. That's the words they're using. You just don't want to believe any of it because
We're not saying that.
Okay.
No,
Why are you just saying that?
Jesse, I'm just saying that when you say, okay, no, you got mad at me when I said we refuse to denounce left-wing terrorists, right? Because you think that's not what we're saying, right? No? Okay, we're not. Okay, got it. Okay.
Well,
Why is it
first
so
of all,
hard?
If you guys want me to do a segment where I invite streamers' parents on to debate the streamers,
Yes!
I will absolutely host that show. Okay?
Yes!
Which is Holly's mom.
Please call me.
1v1, mano y mano, whatever. That'd be good content. But
Also-
Dad already has to deal with annoying Jewish women all fucking day. He's not going to want to do it with all his mom, all right?
Katya, what you got?
Is
Hey. Oh, she was in there. She was in the conversation.
You know, I mean, yeah, my mom is also, very liberal and also pulls no stops. I wouldn't be surprised if the stream got put down if we did parents, and she was there.
Yeah, my dad says some pretty unhinged shit. I don't know if you want him on stream. He does not understand the
True,
concept
actually.
of TOS.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, well,
Go
My
ahead.
dad would.
Go ahead, Katya.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I mean, it seems like individuals are okay voting for people that they admit will not turn down the rhetoric, like no matter what. But then they say they don't want the consequences of the rhetoric not being toned down. Like either you're being dishonest or like what? We're just pretending that it won't happen, or we think it won't. And we're willing to hedge our bets. What are we doing?
So can you I guess rephrase that?
Right,
Ask
so,
again.
Right. Okay. So basically, you're okay voting for Donald Trump, right? You voted for him 3 times. You did. Tali, you voted for him as well, right? And in this debate, you said multiple times, yeah, I know that they're not turning the rhetoric down. I know they're not going to turn it down. Right. But you don't want it to escalate further, which is why you're saying that Democrats should continue to disavow, or they shouldn't, meet them where they are or whatever.
But I guess where I would disagree then though is, and it's a meme at this point, but it's whether we're taken literally or seriously. And when I see these calls to war, calls to it's time to fight, and I just don't see the resulting outcome you would expect to see.
It's been 2 fucking days.
I see the figures, at least that I look up to and that I follow, are the ones that are saying we need to tone it down. Everyone needs to get together. It's about mutual de-escalation. And then to get hit back with, well, it's all a problem on the right. When the very first question I asked and that I was curious about is when we get unhinged, insane lefties that do stuff, the whole debate we were just having a month ago was whether or not the liberals, the mainstream left, needs to jettison the far left. And now when far left folks act out, as folks on the far right act out, it's a extremism is a problem for both sides. But now it's like,
right, but expect us to disavow for both, right? Like they don't draw that distinction at all, and we kind of get fucked for it. Like even in kind of very like milquetoast liberal circles. So I mean, I just feel like I don't know where you go for this. It feels like a lot of people. Like I understand if you follow people who are, you know, the rational ones or whatever. But I mean, if the president is not, and the people in power are not, and the people who are controlling me are not, then it seems like we're in a situation where people want the Dems to be this release valve, and we'll just like take it forever.
Do you have a gun?
Yes.
Yes. Get more. If that's your stance. Get more, and I want to see
I'm
you
pro Second
first in
Amendment,
the
come
stack.
on.
First in the stack. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
First in the stack.
Yeah, well,
Quick answer to my
I
question.
mean,
I need
at
to
least
get one.
I'm not saying that, you know, basically Democrats have to forever kind of make sure that they're this fail-safe for the rhetoric. Because
what we have to do is ensure that we never go to a civil war. I think that's a very ice cold take.
Wait,
Right,
so was
but
it the North's fault? Wait, could the North have de-escalated? Did the North fuck up? Say the North is equally culpable for the Civil War as the South.
Yes.
I don't think that they're equally culpable as a civil war.
How did they fail then?
How
How did they fail? Why
I
didn't they
do
use their
think
words?
that the Civil War could have been avoided, yes.
Oh yeah, how?
I'm not sure. I'm not a historical scholar, but I'm sure that there's something that could have been done that was not done that could have happened. Do you disagree?
They say that we're not going to end slavery instead of the Emancipation Proclamation.
It's just like this, there's going to be something, but people, I guess,
that
we
was
need
the
concepts
wrong
of a
war.
plan
I
on
was
how this
about to-
de-escalation
never
would look like. But if like what, they're not going to de-escalate. They're just going to say, oh, the left did it, the left
The
did it forever,
South-
forever until I mean, like people are like, oh, when's the shooting?
They're going to
forever?
lose the
It's
election
like,
if they do it and we don't. But if we both do it, they'll win the election. That's the difference.
The South started the war. What they did was, I can't remember exactly. I'm picturing it. I remember it. They bombed, or cannon, whatever. What's it called when you fire a cannon? Is that the same thing? What the fuck is that? They attacked something. Was it Fort Sumter? I was literally gonna say Fort Sumter, then I thought it was the wrong war. Damn it, that would have made me so fucking smart. And the South literally thought that that was going to be the end of the war. They thought that's all they were going to have to do. Weird. I wonder why they thought that. I wonder why they thought it was going to be so fucking easy and that it wasn't going to literally be a civil war.
Yeah, well,
that's the difference. That's what's going to happen. I'm predicting the future. I feel like I'm Cassandra in Myth.
Yes, I'm
Okay?
ready. I want to be MAGA. It's so much easier. We can get the house and
You
everything.
won't win.
No,
No,
I
you
will win because I'll just become MAGA and then I'll get along with my parents better. And my son too.
it's an
So it'll be
unfair
great.
election.
It'll be amazing. I'm the odd one out. Okay, let's go. Neo-Nazis. I can vote for Fuentes in the next election. Hell yeah.
Absolutely. 3274. Thank you for following our mission.
Look, if they are messing with the votes and closing polling places, my position changes. But we aren't there yet. Okay.
They already
They are
rig
trying-
the
they are
fucking
doing that, to
election.
be
Wait,
clear.
they literally tried to actually rig the fucking election. What are you talking about?
January 6th, they tried, but they failed miserably. And they didn't try to rig the election. They tried to overthrow the election, which is a different thing. No one was stopped from voting.
Just to be clear, Wick has literally the Ben Shapiro talking points implanted in his brain. The guardrails held. That's what he just gave you. This is insane to me. I feel
Is that Ben Shapiro's
Am I
talking points?
incorrect?
No, you're right. The guardrails held. You're right. You're
Well, I guess he has to have some talking point because he hated Trump.
We don't have to replace the guardrails until we've already crashed through them and hurled off the fucking cliff.
Okay,
No,
by,
no,
not
no,
repla-
no,
hold on,
listen,
by,
listen.
by replacing the guardrails, I mean disavow political assassinations. That's what I mean. Disavow political assassinations. I think it's an ice cold take to take.
That's not just what this is about. But the problem is that when we get to this point, I feel like you and people who have this opinion are basically, the
disavowing
the
political
helicopter in
assassinations?
Vietnam is going to be leaving, and you're going to be looking up at it like, damn, I should have been in there. Like, at that point, what do you do?
Hold on. If you are not disavowing political assassinations,
We've all
you are
done it
actually
already,
defeating the narrative
Wick.
of the right. You are helping them win elections.
Right, but that's not just what this is about. Like, we're not avowing it, and we're saying that we're gonna, meet them where they are with rhetoric. Like, we're gonna say as much as they are.
With
but
rhetoric. That's a good way to put it.
Wait, okay, this is the whole contention. No, this is the whole contention.
No, shut the fuck up. Your contention is retarded.
No, it is not because you're.
What's happening is a group of people are showing up to dinner without putting on deodorant, and you're saying you guys are kind of stinky. Nobody's gonna want to eat with you if you guys don't put deodorant on before coming. Meanwhile, the other half of the table shits themselves and wears the same pair of fucking Dookie-filled diapers for 2 days and shows up with their shit-filled things going, yeah, I don't know why you guys just won't put on some fucking deodorant. The kind of bad. And you're like telling us that somehow it's on us to be better than that. That's insane.
That is
I would rather
so
shit
good.
myself and join the fun side.
Destiny, okay, when Donald Trump said, proud
That
dad,
is
stand back, stand by, like this is pretty much an endorsement of terrorism.
so
Do you think
good.
we should meet him there and that we should actually say those things?
I'm not gonna fight for you.
No, I'm not telling you to say that. I'm saying we shouldn't do that. And what I was trying to get you to say was, obviously, when you say, hey, we refuse to condemn this violence until you de-escalate, it's already there.
Why are you repeating what I already said to say?
Because I think you don't understand my understanding of it.
We just don't disavow anything until Trump does. Make him disavow first.
Well,
I
right,
don't think you have to support anything. I didn't think you have to be like, oh yeah, go
Right.
kill everybody. I didn't say that.
Right, but that's what the right's
You don't
doing,
like the
right?
answer.
So we're not meeting them where they are, right?
Okay, if you want to say that, then sure. But I said what I said.
Okay, that's all I'm saying. If you're saying it's a prisoner's dilemma, we have to match them exactly. No, because they're fucking insane. They're endorsing terrorists. They're saying, stand back and stand by. lie, and if you're acknowledging
Sure,
we
but
should
at
not
some
do
point
that.
you might have to, right?
I
You acknowledge
agree.
that.
Okay. Yes, and we don't have to do that now, right?
Sure, but what is the point for you? Because you're not going to know it until it's way too fucking late if you win on this side of attitude. Well, we can win in the next election or whatever.
If you're completely black-pilled electorally, I understand. That's probably my line too. I don't think we're there yet. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Katya, anything else before we cycle through?
Yeah, I just wanted to say to Soy Pill, like, what's your opinion on, for example, I mean, like earlier today on the Fox and Friends interview, where Donald Trump said when they were asking him to disavow like the violence or say that we shouldn't be asking for war, be like, oh, they were gonna get revenge in the ballot box, but the election's rigged, but the voting by mail and Jimmy Carter and blah, blah, all that stuff. Like, what do you say at that point? Because they're not willing to de-escalate. They're saying that voting isn't going to work now.
Just to be clear on my position, I am a progressive. I think Donald Trump is an existential threat to this country. I think he's like accumulating power in ways that could potentially completely fuck our country for the rest of forever. We're already probably at points where there is irreparable damage, but that does not mean that I think we need to be exactly as bad as them. And it seems like we actually agree on that, which is fine. But that doesn't mean that anything that he's done is good. It's fucking insane. Just to be clear.
Gotcha.
Why not? Hold on. Why do you keep saying we're as bad as them?
Because that's my understanding. I'm not saying we're as bad as them. No. I'm saying
even
when
if we
you
were
say
in full violence, do you think that fighting for a liberal constitutional democratic government is the same thing as fighting against it? And
No.
when we had the insurrection against the British, were both sides equally bad? In the Civil War, were both sides? It's not false equivalent saying that. Well, we'll be
the difference is if we're in that moment, I'm not saying we're so bad. How can we live with ourselves? Look in the mirror, libs. I'm saying unless we're in that moment, we don't need to escalate that far, and it's going to hurt what would otherwise be the electoral possibility of us winning right now. But that doesn't mean we have to de-escalate rhetoric. That doesn't mean we don't have to fight back. It just means we don't have to be as bad. So when I interpreted what you said was we have to be as bad as them as rhetoric. We have to meet them on the rhetoric. It seems like you don't necessarily have
They're
what my
so
misconstrued
cute.
idea of what you were saying was, which is we don't have to say we endorse terrorism, but we do have to escalate it. We have to be a little bit like in between what the fucking maximum bullshit that Trump and Matt Walsh and all these insane people are doing. Okay, cool. As long as you're saying we don't have to meet them exactly there, then I think that's not nearly so insane as I thought you were being.
Okay.
I mean, especially not with
Katya.
actions, but
Katya.
yeah, I feel like it's different to distinguish those, I guess.
Thank you for calling in.
All right, nice talking to you guys.
Quick, just an administrative thing. I know there's a long line anyway backstage. We probably won't. There's no way we're gonna get to everyone anyway. But there are people who
We'll do three more. We'll do three more, then we'll call it. Okay. So I'll let
there
you.
are people on the server.
I had a question
I'm saying
for you,
there are
actually,
people on
what
the
you
server
just
who aren't
said.
able to access the backstage. I don't
Then
know if
that's because they haven't done the rules right, and they got to learn how to do the rules. Okay. They can accept the rules by clicking on my face emoji. Then they'll be able to see all the channels. Ask me your question, and I'll.
Okay, just real quick. So, let's say Trump tries to pull the Jan 6 Eastman shit again in 2028. In your opinion, what is his chances of actually pulling it off this time?
It's higher because he has more people in places of decision-making power than he did before. I still don't think it's necessarily that high, though. I can't give you an exact percentage. I'm sorry, but it's less.
Is
than
he
50.
gone?
It's
Where'd he
more
go?
Really?
Well,
Was Vance saying that he would do it?
Wait, Deb. Him trying that again with all of his cabinet that he or complete sycophants or whatever. He has more power than Hitler did when he tried to do the Enabling Act. No.
I'm not sure. Maybe.
With Donald Trump controlling every part of the government and having already the populace, or not every part of the government, every part of the executive power, for him to be able to fabricate whatever document he wants, that's more power, I believe, than when Hitler passed through Parliament the Enabling Act.
But if he, hold on, I can skip all this. If he does that and it's successful, then we strap up. Okay. If he does that and it's successful, then we strap up.
So you want him to be successful in his revolution?
Why wasn't she allowed to talk? Are you talking about Tally? She's literally been here the whole entire stream, and all she was doing is she was talking about how there were people that were in the server who were having a hard time, or that weren't able to join like the backstage in order to like join the waiting room. Calm down. How long have you been here, bro? Jesus.
Before.
You've been here the whole time. What the fuck are you talking about?
If he's trying it in 2028. Then we can strap up.
Colby.
What does trying it look like? Like if he starts talking about how
I don't care if you
is
about it.
we're already there.
No, but wait. We didn't know about the false electors till afterwards. Okay, that we only knew about the instructions. So I'm actually totally against you on this thing. This is like if we see him doing it,
I love
we're 3 months too
silencing
late.
women.
Like that's like we stop him.
Well,
to be fair,
what are we gonna do if we don't see him doing it, right?
Just real quick, Soypal, we knew about the
True,
false
Zip Zip.
If you were in right-wing circles,
That's right.
They were talking all about
well,
it
to be
during November.
fair,
I remember seeing it myself.
To be fair, people are mostly targeting, or people are really only asking questions to Gen Z and Destiny at this point. But yeah, she hasn't said anything in a long time. I kind of feel bad.
That's just my ignorance. I'm sorry.
Okay.
But I think it's mostly because people aren't asking her.
Yeah, I just had a quick clarification. I just want to get from Destiny, even though I feel like it's been reclarified like 100 times. When it comes to like your stance on the rhetoric and the current escalation and de-escalation and where we kind of stand.
Stop.
Can you just? You have said many times. You're just saying that if we're to ask the left to de-escalate and disavow all these things, it has to just be 100% reactionary because we've kind of already laid out.
Because if one side is willing to lay down.
37% believe that you should be able to enact violence to prevent people from speaking.
And they actually do.
Oh my God.
They actually
I skipped him.
Totally 180. I'm voting for Trump next time. 37% of college
No,
kids
that's
said that they could throw shit or
not the response. We're saying that there is an actual cultural problem in this country. We're not saying you have to go vote for Trump. That's not supposed to change your mind on your
No, but it does. 70% of college kids. That's crazy. I do. I 180 completely. I agree. It's a problem. It's huge.
You're just 70% say violence isn't okay. No one's saying vote for Trump because of this. We're saying it's a real fucking problem.
I agree. It is. It's crazy. What were they throwing? Were they getting like a football team out there to hurl stuff, or was it like the baseball team? Or that's wild. Can you tell me about some of these horrible? What did they have to tear their stands down? They weren't allowed to give their speeches, or it was so bad that Turning Point USA became the largest student union thing across the entire United States, even though these people are all apparently violent and trying to shut down every server that goes to speak. That's insane. What should I do about that, guys?
They existed in opposition to that. It creates, if you want to use the word, a safe space on campus for people who are actually like, I think I am interested in conservative ideas. I want to be around people that we can actually talk about something.
The whole safe space conversation again. Gen Z attorney is stuck in 2016, and it makes so much sense because that's how he started like being like radicalized and stuff. He's literally stuck in 2016.
It existed in opposition to the mainstream campus culture, which is the stats that I just laid out. And the difference is that these people actually go out and actually do this stuff. I mean, are we denying that?
And they changed that in less than 10 years with no violence? That sounds like a huge problem. That's crazy that they fixed that. How they overcame the insurmountable odds of 70% of college kids wanting to shout down people they didn't like on college campus. That's crazy.
So is 30% just a fine number? Like, you think it should
that's
be higher or
crazy.
lower?
Wasn't there, how many people got murdered on college campuses from people at protests? It must have been a huge number. What was it?
Well, we just had one 2 days ago, pretty high profile.
Anymore?
Getting
Well, hold
murdered?
on. Wait. Was that guy a college kid?
No, it was on
Wasn't that
college
guy,
campus, though.
this guy was from like the fucking ethno state, fucking Utah, raised Mormon, 22 years old, whiter than anybody else on this panel. That's the college radical guy that you're saying killed someone on college campus? What?
I didn't make any comment about the shooter. We don't have any information yet. Well,
You
we
just
got
said it happened. You
bits
said one
and
happened
pieces.
2
Yes, we do.
I said, yeah, there's violence that
Oh
happened
wait,
on
when did
college
this happen? Yeah, we had the information on the shooter at this point.
Maybe if he would have spent more time at college, maybe he would have been radicalized.
What's an acceptable number then for the percent of college students that are okay with using violence? Because these college kids don't stay college kids forever. They grow up, they go in the workplace, they get jobs, and they carry this stuff into these big companies. And,
I would say it's about the same acceptable number as it is for the women on Hinge who just use men for free dinners. I don't think it should happen. It's not good. But why the fuck would I be thinking about this problem right now when the president of the United States won't call back his side about committing violence when governors like Ben Shapiro or Josh Shapiro or whatever are having their fucking homes firebombed, when Minnesota fucking state senators are getting assassinated and nobody even says anything about it? Now
He doesn't believe in women.
we're flying at half mast for fucking Charlie fucking Kirk. Give me a fucking break. I wouldn't even think about
Bring up
this.
Whitmer.
This is like 150 on my list of problems to solve in the United
Bring up
States.
Whitmer.
And also, I think that wait, Gen Z, real quick. Also, I think you're kind of like bearing the lead here too, because when you say people are okay with using violence.
Oh, I wish I could have called in so fucking bad. I wish I knew this was happening.
Like some of these speakers.
Bring up Whitmer. He doesn't believe in Whitmer.
Trans people, like dox the illegal immigrants, and are literally like committing violence against people on that campus. Like that is baked into that stat of people saying, yeah, we're okay with using violence to stop these speakers from enacting violence on us. It's not just we don't like their fucking words. This is
The speakers are not committing violence on the campus.
No, they are. Milo Yiannopoulos, like I'm pretty sure Michael Knowles have done this. They go to these fucking campuses and they're like, hey, here's these people. Hey, my whole fucking hate mob who thinks trans people are an abomination. Here's their name, and they go to this campus, and then they like have like literal violence carried out upon them. So this is like, hey, I'm okay with using violence to stop speakers.
Randomly adopts those students from the colleges that he goes to?
Yes, he does do this. Yes,
That's why he's banned from college campuses.
I'm not talking about Milo. I'm talking about Michael Knowles. And again, Michael Knowles also.
I don't know if Michael Knowles has specifically doxed someone, but I'm
You
sorry, we're
asked
talking
when it
about
was
are you
the
okay with
day
using violence
of,
against a
and I
speaker? One of these
told
speakers
you.
is doing
Is
this.
that
Therefore,
true?
some of these people answering this question are
I
acknowledging that
vaguely
there's a
remember
reality
this
that certain
actually.
speakers go to campus and enact violence against the students.
No, but again.
No, this isn't doxing. This is sicking your fucking insane hate mob against people on your campus. Okay, this is not. Oh, here's your address. Ooh, boo, boo. You acknowledge that this is actually like going to lead to violence against these people and has led to violence. Okay, right?
Just out of curiosity, how many were hurt?
I literally don't know what you're referencing.
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't. Okay, cool.
Well, no, hold on.
Very running theme in the
How many were hurt? How many were hurt?
I don't know. I don't know how many of these people got fucking beat up.
Like you're saying this.
Like right-wing insane people.
Certainly, he's doxing everyone, so a bunch of people got hurt, right?
Oh my god, I
No,
can
wait,
go look it up.
hold on, wait, stop. You're being a lip cup right now. You need to do what Gen Z did. Instead of answering that question, you need to ask him, what's an acceptable number? Put it back to him.
Okay, sure. What's an
Zero.
acceptable
Can you give me
number,
one?
Yeah, I'll go look it up right
Milo
now.
got banned from college campuses, so you lose.
Maybe. I'm not entirely on a
When was the
side
last time
here
Milo's
because of this,
been relevant?
Right, but I do want to give a chance. I do want to give a chance.
What do you mean it's not relevant? If they're saying we're
When was
okay
the
with
last
using
time Milo was
violence,
relevant?
it doesn't matter if it's
He had
relevant. What
his
matters is
heyday.
no. If this is within the past 10 years, let's say there's, first of all, this is not the only time this has happened. But if you're saying, hey, isn't it scary that 30% of people on college campuses are okay with using violence to get rid of speakers when these people demonstrably cause harm to these people with their rhetoric, as if this is like some insane thing to say that maybe we should like blockade them from coming out, or maybe we should scare them from coming out of campus.
It sounds to me like you think the number should be 100%. If there's people coming to campus and violently causing harm, causing violence to people, then
I think 100% would be a reasonable number in the poll. People who have actually, correct
should be. You should be scared to be anti-liberal in a liberal country. That should make you afraid. Fuck off and go somewhere else and take your weird authoritarian bullshit to some other place. You should
Yes.
be scared in the US.
Gen Z. So, have you seen that one video where there's like some conservatives on campus? They have a table set up, and then like a trans person comes over. They back and forth a bit, and the trans person like shrieks and then grabs the table and flips it, and all their flyers go everywhere, and then starts yelling, and then marches away. Like there's been several viral videos. Like, I'm sure you've seen this one of them, right? Yeah. So that's bad. It shouldn't be happening in a liberal society. There are 10,000 problems that are way worse. Okay, this is very low on the priority list. Okay.
See, but I think the reason why it is important, though, is because we're talking about, this is the same argument that was made about, I guess, the 60s and 70s. We're talking about the hippie revolutions, like, oh, they're just college kids, they'll grow out of it. What's the saying, right? If you're young and conservative, you don't have a heart. If you're old and liberal, you don't have a brain. It's like, they'll grow out of it, they'll start paying taxes, it's the meme. But these are the people that grew up to then become professors and completely change the entire structure of academia, which then spills over into Hollywood and spills over into
all of them grew up to be professors. Every single college was
no,
just
of course
we had
not,
like 20 million
all of them. But this created a culture where these people then they started occupying these cultural spaces and completely reshaped.
Antonio Gramsci argument, right?
I'm not saying they're going to grow out of this opinion. I'm saying they're correct for having it. They're actually very astute for saying, yeah, if someone is able to post my name and address, this is demonstrably going to put me in harm's way, and I might have to use violence to keep them off if the fucking college isn't going to protect me. I think that's a perfectly acceptable.
But back to which point, I think we're still waiting on an example of that happening.
Okay, if you just Google Milo Yiannopoulos UC Berkeley, you will find. Okay, first of all, no, I'm not even going to concede. Let's say no one got hurt. If you're publicly posting addresses, and
you said that people got hurt.
Shut up, wait, let me finish. If you're publicly posting people's addresses to dox them, and no one gets hurt because no one decides to go and hurt them, but it's just like, oh, thank God that no one in the coin flip decided to go fucking hurt these people, but their public addresses were posted with the intention of people going after them. You don't think that's a valid reason to say, hey, well, good thing you didn't swat me. Good thing you didn't come and fucking kill me in my house, but I'm just gonna let you do it again?
None of us think that conservative commentators should be going onto college campuses and doxing students. That is
Okay,
obviously.
you think you
Your
should be able to use
claim,
violence to
just
stop
real
them from
quick,
doing it?
Soy
Do
Pill,
you think you
your
should be able to
claim,
use violence to stop them
Soy
from doing
Pill,
it?
your claim was that people got hurt because they did it, and I
Yeah,
just want
and
to know
now
if people got hurt.
now I'm making before I even looked it up, I'm making an even more conservative thing that I think is more defensible. Is I don't think you should. I think you should be able to use violence to stop someone from doxing you. 100,000%, because I'm not going to put my potential harm on the line.
But yeah, how do you know someone's
They
gonna
did
dox
it,
you?
Tally. They did it. We know he did it.
But, these are
But
examples of
that's
Miley Yiannopoulos.
Yes.
Miley Yiannopoulos
And
is a crazy
Supreme-
person, and don't
After
forget
the
that
fact.
you
Student and say, hey,
How do you know ahead of time?
Hold on. If you think someone is going to dox you, Soy Pill, you think that someone's going to
Yeah,
release
now
your
you fed post,
information.
Soy Pill.
What
Get
should you
fucked,
be
fed
able
post,
to do to them physically?
What should you be able
If
to do
they're
to their
going to post my
body?
name and address and they're like, I'm about to do this, they've got their finger on the button, right?
Yeah. What should you be able to do to them?
At the very least, you ever see Starship Troopers where he throws the knife and he
Throw the
sticks his hand
knife
against
and
the
get
wall and he
the-
says,
you
yeah,
think
the
you should
enemy
be able to
cannot.
stab them in the hand
Yeah, the enemy cannot
to
press
stop
the nuke if
them
they can't press the button. 100%, you should be able to stab their hand and not let them
Jesus
press the fucking
Christ.
spacebar button.
In a
Okay?
video game.
No, not in a video game, in real life.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Yeah, you
can
Jesus
do that.
Christ, they're posting your address to a bunch of people who have a demonstrable history of hurting people. Is that
Why
not
you have
fucking?
more, wait, how old are you, Soy Pill? Why you have a
I'm
more radical
29.
position on random people going to schools to dox people? You're the president of the United States calling for the civil war. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Wait, this is
You're
more
gonna use
radical.
violence against fucking against Michael Knowles going to do some
I
fucking
think you
random
could use
man at college, but you can't do
preemptive.
anything about the president of the United States?
Okay, and you
first of
snuck in there that they have a history
No.
of hurting people, and you can't give me one person they hurt.
Milo, Indianapolis has a history of these doxing people are getting harassment. Now, if I show you the hurting thing, now are you going to agree that we can stab them in the hand to stop them from doxing them?
Oh my god.
Show me the.
No. So yeah,
How
if
the
I show
heck do you,
Milo,
like,
Indianapolis, dox someone, they got hurt,
prematurely
you
be
would agree
like-
that it's okay to stab Milo or anyone who's going
got a
to.
tweet loaded up. Don't let him
Yeah?
trick you like
I
Video
know
games?
Milo's getting ready to stalk me,
Answer
so
the
I'm
question. It's a
gonna.
hypothetical.
Okay, make it a conditional.
That's
and change
crazy.
what it means afterwards.
Why
Just
are we
say, like, only if
talking
I think
about
it's a
this?
serious threat or something, or only if I think it was caused by that, so that he can link you something and you say, well, I don't think that was caused by that. You can't draw directly.
Well,
Go.
no, I'll just give you. If you can give me someone that got hurt, and by hurt I mean physically, not their fifis, okay, not fired from their job.
Yeah.
What
but
about my
somebody got-
fifis?
What about swatting where the potential of you dying is there?
Did they get hurt?
Can you answer the question? Do you understand
No,
that swatting has the
I'm
potential of
being
you
very
dying?
clear.
Would
It
you consider
does.
swatting a death threat potentially if you because there's always the chance that they're going to fucking shoot you. Especially, I think you own weapons, don't you, Wick?
I own one weapon. Actually, I own three. Okay, I got these guns here, right?
That's
But
right.
other than
There we
that,
go.
right?
Okay.
Don't let them know how many weapons you have.
So just because so that it would be okay to stab
But you
someone in the
understand
hand
that
right
swatting
before
is
they're about to press
different.
post.
Swatting is
But you-
different. than
I'm not
someone
kidding. I'm
going
gonna
to
start
get
sleeping with my Cutco
Swatting
knives.
has the potential to hurt.
I would consider
agree with
swatting
that. It
potentially,
increases the
like-
chance that they get physically hurt. I'll agree with that. But can you give me a
It's
chance where they got
worse.
actually
Okay, so it's
physically
worse.
hurt?
The Supreme Court's already ruled on this in Brandenburg with the incitement test. There has to be specificity and imminence. Just posting someone's information. I agree, horrible thing to do, completely immoral, but not illegal. I mean, it sounds like you're saying you're being
I didn't
consistent.
say it
Saying it sounds like you're saying it should be illegal if you're going so far as to say
Depending-
you should.
depending
you
on the
know,
in some
context.
states, isn't it?
Yeah,
Is it
and if
illegal
you-
in some states?
Well, I don't know on all 50 states. I mean, each state has their own criminal law.
In
so-
some states is
I
what
agree with that,
Destiny
but-
So are
said.
you saying, just like let's remove legality, are you saying if someone posts addresses and they have a history of people whose addresses they're posted get hurt because they have an audience of people who might be more inclined to do that, it's totally fine if they keep doing it because they're not the ones hurting them?
I mean, I know you said take the law out of it. Unfortunately for you, I'm not going to do that.
Do you have morals, or is that not?
I do.
I mean, I know you don't, but like.
Okay, just to be clear to the retards, the sub IQ
Ooh.
motherfuckers like that that are saying I think swatting is okay, absolutely not. I think there are plenty of
Who
people
the
that are not
fuck
okay,
is in
even
your
though they don't
chat,
give physical harm.
Wick?
But Soy Pill made a very specific claim, and he loaded his
What?
argument. He said
Why
Milo
do you think
Yiannopoulos.
Who would
wait,
say that?
Wick, why do you think swatting's not okay?
Okay, swatting's not okay because it increases the chances of
Attempt murder.
Do you think it's like almost akin to attempted murder, at least like halfway there?
It's
Even
really bad, yes.
okay, if you post someone's address and you know there's a very good chance they'll get swatted, would you say
Okay,
that maybe you're an accessory to
Can
said
you
thing?
can you draw a direct line between this person's
Okay,
Milo
sorry. Maybe,
Yiannopoulos-
let me ask an easier question. Do you think Milo Yiannopoulos is so retarded he doesn't think that his audience goes after people when he posts their address?
I think Milo Yiannopoulos
Why do you
is
think he
very
posts
retarded.
their address, actually? What do you
It's
think he does when he
It's
does
an
that?
intimidation tactic.
Why would it intimidate them if they're not going
Because
to go
it
after them? There's no
increases the
violence.
chance that someone is going to use their address and cause them harm.
Okay, do you think you should be able to use any sort of
No, I don't
physical
think doxing
altercation
is
to stop
okay.
them from
Frankly,
no,
but you
to
made a
stop someone
specific
from
claim that
doxing
you're
you. To stop
weaseling
someone
out
from
of.
doxing you. I'm not weaseling. I'm going to show you, but I'm
Okay,
waiting.
show me. Weasel.
Well, no, because it seems like even in the hypothetical of yes, this person might cause imminent death to you by swatting you, and he knows that his audience will do this. Well, I don't think you should use.
I
violence
want
to
a
stop
stuffed
them from
animal
causing people to go to your
weasel.
house or swat you or
That'd
any
be
of
so
that
much
stuff.
fun to
I mean, you
have for
know that. He
debates.
doesn't know for sure. He's just
You
posting
just-
it because he wants to scare them, right?
Or like a puppet?
You said that Milo Yiannopoulos.
Oh my god.
don't
Stop.
and
I need one right now.
That's all I'm
I'm
asking.
going to do that,
Okay,
but
just
I'm
do
asking
that.
you. But it doesn't
Hold
matter
on.
if when I show you, you're not going to hold to the principle that
I
we're
will hold
establishing
to the
right now.
principle. If they
You
got
haven't
hurt,
said your principle. You said it doesn't. If they do that,
I'm
that
asking
might be
you.
imminent
It's a
death
yes or no. It's
Wait,
a binary thing.
no,
Did it happen
because
or did
why
it
do I
not?
show you the evidence if you won't even concede in the
I'm
hypothetical?
conceding. If they got hurt, I will concede the argument. Show me
The
where they got
argument that
hurt.
it's okay to commit violence against someone for doxing doxing you or attempting to dox you.
Oh, it's okay. It depends on we need more context. Doxing how?
I feel like it's impossible to do that.
That's doxing.
No, here's your
So, like, prematurely, like, enact violence like that?
Right, but I think
I said throw a knife into their hand to stop them from
sure, doing something violent towards them would be justified, at least morally.
Thank you for joining the 30% wig. Now
I feel like that's like impossible.
You don't even have. Okay, you don't even know it. Okay, but I just want to be clear that this happens a lot of times. Well, they make claims. They'll come in, make claims, load those claims. Well, this happened. They got hurt. There was an untold number that were harmed by what this person was doing on campus, and therefore we need to shut them down. But when I ask, can you give me one?
Wait, Wick, is that true? That you don't think swatting counts as violence?
To be clear, the issue
Well,
is
it's not
initially
violence,
presented as a
it's
problem that
harassment,
70% said it's okay to shout
right?
down people, or 30% said it's okay to stop people.
37.
Well,
It was 70% to shout down
is
people, 37% for violence. But
no,
let's
it
be
is
clear, it's
violence
not
because
like
you
anybody
can
probably do,
easily
depending on what
get
kind of speakers we're talking about,
shot
right? Or
if you
violence,
get
or whatever,
swatted. You have a fucking SWAT team coming in.
Yeah, I mean, we could look at the phrasing of the question. But I would just say to go off what you just said, Wick, as far as kind of made that point. And then if you, so you identify, can you give me an example? And then we get into the back and forth, and then it's, oh, well,
What
you
would
just
it
get rid of
be
the law.
then?
You just look at it morally. Well, unfortunately, the law we're dealing with here is the First Amendment, and specifically the incitement standard under Brandenburg, which, by the way, for anyone who doesn't know the facts of Brandenburg,
I agree
there was
with
a
Wick, I
KKK
think,
leader
though.
who was specifically, I believe, specifically calling out people by name as being horrible, horrendous threats to the community, and then some of the followers he whipped up the mob, some of the followers went out and did something horrible, you know,
Because it would be
but he was found not guilty under
harassment, but I feel like harassment is too soft of a word, though.
Charged with incitement under the January 6th stuff.
So I don't know.
Direct call to action and the specificity and the imminence. So just, I don't want to get back to January 6th, but when we're talking about incitement specific legal standards
Just
here,
to be clear, he just wasn't charged with it. That doesn't mean that he wouldn't have met or exceeded the threshold for Brandenburg.
I think it would have been a lot better evidence if he was charged with it.
Absolutely not. The idea that you want the Supreme Court, the idea that you want, it has nothing to do with innocence before proven guilty. It's the idea that you want to test the Brandenburg standard with regards to speech from the President of the United States.
These weasels are so cute. Wait, why are weasel puppets so expensive?
Fucking Solicitor General or whoever is going to go and argue that case. That's an incredibly. People are very strategic about what cases they bring.
This weasel is $32. There's only 4 in stock.
Well, partially monetarily, but partially because they worry about the.
That's a popular weasel.
or whatever. There's a reason why companies didn't want to fight their First Amendment right to ban Trump.
Weasel puppets are a hot commodity.
Who the fuck knows how they would have ruled on that? Like you're strategic about the case.
Just gonna do weasel. What's a stuffed animal? Is that
conservative court with the
cheaper?
President of the United States on the line? That could have far-reaching implications for a variety of different reasons.
Actually, I agree with that. You do have to be strategic about the cases you bring. Because just as much as you might set good precedent, you might set terrible precedent. So
okay, last caller. What's your name, sir? Sean Solo? What do you got for us?
Look at that awesome game room. That's great.
Thank you. Appreciate it. A lot of people call it game
Oh, I could get one of those weasel balls. They're only $12, and then cut it off with a ball. Oh my god, my cats might actually love the little weasel ball, and then like put it on like something like a ring or something. And
I know they don't, but we gotta say it. We gotta keep saying it. You gotta keep asking Grok. When you see people on Twitter, ask Grok who committed the most terrorism in these years.
I thought swatting people was too.
Give them whatever way you want to do it. Whatever they like to hear. Give it to them. Give them these numbers.
Like harass them or whatever.
It's all right wingers.
So I guess
not to mention, for years.
Do the people that swat you want you to get hurt?
We're going to war.
I never knew. I haven't looked at it that way.
And then you've got MSNBC and CNN firing people over empty nothing burgers that were just stating the basic obvious truth. What are we fucking talking about here, people?
Well, we're talking about people who won't.
Who is this? What are we talking about?
The violence that's being committed. I agree with you that the right is worse. I agree with you that the left is going too far firing these people. I don't think they should be fired. I don't think what they did was that bad.
Real quick, Wick, the problem you're talking about doesn't even exist, right? Like every big figure on the
Oh
left.
my god, I want this shirt. It's Weasel Whisperer.
I literally said a million times, political violence and murder shouldn't happen in this country. Nobody should do it. It's not good on either side. I said it a million times. No right winger who's larger media will say that statement. Do you acknowledge that?
Hold on. You don't think I can find a right winger that says political violence shouldn't happen in America?
That same, hold on, Destiny, actually, they'll say a very similar thing to you, which is yes, it's horrible and it shouldn't be happening, but it looks like we're at a civil war and we're not going to be the ones to leave ourselves defenseless. They make
That's
wrong. That's not what they say. What they say is all of it is on the left.
Not all of them. Not all of
Okay,
them. But the people that
stuffed animals are also cheap.
Go to Twitter right now and refresh, and every single thing you see, it's going to say right wingers. It's going to say left wingers are responsible for everything. All the terrorism, all the hatred is coming from the left. That's what
the
they're saying.
president and the vice president of the United States said that the Minnesota assassin was hired by Wells. It was hired by that's a lie that's propagated by the administration.
Yeah, that's very bad.
Okay, I just don't think we need to refuse to like.
So if someone's being Weasley, you can just like.
I think that we can still fight them and not de-escalate. Is there anything else you had for us, caller, sir?
Because then you don't have to say anything, and you can still get your point across.
On Twitter.
Okay, thank you for calling in. Okay, gang. So Phil, have you found your example yet?
Believe it or not, the people who were doxxed don't want their names out there, so it's hard to find what happened to them.
Okay, well you can DM it to me later, and then we can have another stream at some other point about this.
To be clear, it's still, like I said, doxing in and of itself is a threat insofar as you're posting it.
They have weasel cat toys though. Maybe that would be better for me to get.
Regardless of whether or not it's the campus speaker. And if you agree that if there's something that could happen, such as swatting or violence because of this, it's not unreasonable for a college student to say, yeah, I think it might be okay to use some sort of violence, depending on how they ask the question, to stop them from releasing your public address, right?
The reason
preemptive violence, if you don't know, if you're just assuming that someone might come out here with a dox, that is obviously bad.
Okay, what about people that had doxed already?
Because one of them might dox someone?
No, that already doxed.
So once you've been
while
doxed,
they were like speaking on college campuses?
No, as in they posted their faces and names online preemptively before they even got to the campus, which is what Milo did at Berkeley.
We're all condemned.
Why are we still talking about this?
Oh,
I mean, no one here.
So would you say that it would be okay?
The problem with Milo is Milo boarded the child rape train like 10 years too early. He fucked up on that one really hard.
True.
Okay. Anything else from anyone else, or are we good?
I guess that maybe.
I let the record show I'm not good. I think these two people are unfucking hinged, and we're supposed to treat it like it's normal. I think it's crazy.
You don't have to treat them as it's normal, but what you
we're
were
treating
doing
like normal right now. We're treating both these people like they're rational, functional human beings. These people are fucking crazy.
True.
I mean, you're just completely out of touch if you think that either of us are crazy. We're not saying everything that you would like us to say, but we're like obviously moderate, normal people. And again,
no, you're not.
You're out of touch with the majority of the country.
That's fine. And the majority of the country is fucking.
Yes!
It's okay to support somebody who uses the military.
You are out of touch. Yes! You're the majority of the country, and you said that it was radical, and you're the majority of the country, and you can't.
What's the one quote for the only thing necessary for evil to
You
succeed?
proved
is for,
it.
People
For
who
people
stay
do
neutral.
nothing?
Yeah, true. Base.
Well,
So here's the thing. So, I'm not sure that this applies to you,
Check
Molly, but I think
me.
this probably applies to you, Gen Z. If Gavin Newsom came out and he actually said, "No, this is war now. It's time to go and shoot up Republicans. I'm forming Gavin's garrison to enact justice upon the right." I think
You can just say it over and over and over again, and they're just gonna be like,
Trump's an executive order like a week ago saying that police can join up his private new fucking the state park guard, whatever the fuck he formed in DC. I know nobody here knows about that because nobody gives a fuck when Trump does on his shit. But Jesus, what a bizarro, wacko executive order! Holy shit.
So to answer your question, Dad, but listen to the difference you just inserted in there, and I think I like to see the good in everybody. I think everyone's
Now
being
I
honest
want
and trying to
puppets.
get to a better solution. But basically, what you just said.
Can we just be
you
a
phrased it,
puppet
if Gavin Newsom
stream
said, "It's
from
time
now
for war,
on?
Let's form the militia to go shoot Republicans." I think obviously that is completely over the line.
Hand
But
puppets.
Where is anyone on the right? I'm seeing a lot of these vague calls like "this means war," "enough is enough," but it's like I'm not seeing the here and now. Here's the people we need to go after. Like it's just honestly more of the same. Which I agree.
Is there a single person on the left? Is there a single person on the left, including Hassan and all the tankies? Is there a single person on the left whose rhetoric then you would condemn under that standard? Is there anybody who's done a specific call to violence?
Guys.
Yeah, most of them just cheer. They just go, "LOL."
My Amazon Prime expired. I forgot. It's always September of every year.
We're conflating two different things.
No.
If it was actually the same
I
question. But no,
don't
we're
wanna
talking
pay
about,
for Amazon
once again, we're
Prime
splitting off.
again.
It's just like this whole doxing debate we just had. The difference between constitutionally protected First Amendment
okay.
activity and actual incitement to violence. These are
You
two
can still have
completely
next day
different things. So, of
shipping
course,
for some
no one
things,
can
I
be out there
guess.
explicitly
Weird.
inciting violence.
Do you
To the
need
point
Amazon
where
Prime
this-
nowadays?
Donald Trump trying to make flag burning and like an
That's
aggravated
kinda
criminal
crazy.
charge.
Yeah, I think I disagree with that. I think flag burning is it's protected. It's expressive conduct that should be protected under the First Amendment. Obviously, huge
Oh,
disagree
good.
with doing it, but as far as whether or not it's protected under the First Amendment, I think it should be. So yeah.
How do you feel about them making decisions about deporting people based on whether they support Israel or Palestine?
Let's stop right there then, because look what just happened there. Okay, you asked
Huh?
for it, I bit the bullet, and now it's immediate pivot to the next point. Can we just stop and actually acknowledge
It's
that
not
when there are points where we can actually maybe agree on something and then build this bridge?
It's
back
not
and
a
find the middle?
pivot, it's that.
It's completely dismissed, and now it's immediately on to the next point. Like, why would I concede any point in that paradigm?
You're not really conceding anything. These are minor things you don't agree on, and none of it will change your vote. At the end of the day, the only thing that matters is who you vote for. And
So
so,
why? So if none of it matters, why are you asking me? I guess.
it's funny to see how hypocritical you guys will go.
Right.
Well, hey, we can up our $20.
It's funny to
bank account
see.
looks on, they're not.
It's funny to see that if you just ask point blank, do you support this thing that Trump did? Your answer is no, 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 no. Will you vote for him? Yeah, I voted for him 3 times, bro. What the fuck?
28, but
Wait, I have to say, I was totally wrong. I found the wrong thing. I thought that he was doxing the addresses of these transgender students. That's not what happened. He was threatening undocumented students to dox them so that ICE would take them away and deport them, which is in and of itself just the violent action. So it's completely worse than I thought it was. And I totally think that you can prevent this person from coming to campus. By the way, not just posting about it online, he's specifically going to come to the campus, project their names and faces onto the walls, and say, hey, everyone in this fucking room, go find this guy and call ICE on them. Sorry, I thought it was way not that bad. It's way worse than I thought. So yeah, I'll DM that to you so you can read it.
Okay.
But even then, I mean, I think that's still gross, but it's still failing under any sort of.
The university should not allow for harassment of their students on their campus. Like that's
Okay.
completely reasonable. That is
Yeah,
that is
and that could
targeted
violate it.
harassment of students.
You're
Yeah,
fast and
violate-
loud.
She's only saying that
Thank
because of the
you.
Jew thing and the Israel thing, 100%.
I'm saying
violate
it's bad to
Columbia.
dox people and put up pictures of them on the auditorium and put their name and address out there. What does that have to do with Israel?
Well, do you think you should be able to use violence to stop them from doing it if the university fails to protect you?
You can use violence to stop a legal process from unfolding. The enforcement.
Also-
which
I'm not asking you. I don't give a shit what you think.
So is
you're
your
asking a legal
mom.
question, and now you don't want me
No,
to
I know
answer because
legally,
I'm-
legally undocumented people should be deported because they're undocumented. That's how it works.
Not
Yeah, but I don't
you.
agree with this morally. I'm asking
You're
Holly, if
fast
you
and
think
loud.
that
Who are you
someone's gonna come
talking
and say,
to?
"Hey,
Who's
I'm gonna take
that?"
your name and face so that ICE comes and rounds you up. Would you think you should be able to resist that in any way, shape, or form? Not saying murder. I'm not saying do any crazy violent protest. Just hey, I'm
Down
gonna
to the hand.
physically resist you even.
Well, you're gonna have to be more specific because you're saying
Okay.
A lot of
My only
immigrants
example is
from
that
Russia
I'm
and
gonna
Ukraine
come
right
into your campus as soon as I get into the
here.
room with projectors.
Oh,
I'm going to put
wait.
Jose Gonzalez's face on the fucking wall. Sorry, I just doxed him, by the way. Now he's gonna get rounded up by ICE. Jose Gonzalez. And I'm gonna put his name on the fucking wall, go find the student and get him deported, which I would call a violent
Jose
action. People, because he's
Gonzalez?
undocumented, and they say, you know what? No, we are because the university's not gonna protect us. We are going to form a
Jose
human fucking shield and
Gonzalez
allow him to
is
get into the Would you be okay with that?
wait.
Sure, standing in a human shield to prevent someone who is already explicitly
Fucking
claimed that they wanted to go in and
base.
dox private information.
Is
of
he
students.
actually
Yes,
talking
even-
about the
exactly,
singer
that's
Jose
what I'm saying.
Gonzalez?
For example, if at a university,
Why?
they already announced they were planning to go.
That
in and
was
dox
so
the information
cool.
so that
Or
people
is there a
would
different
arrest
Jose
them. No, I
Gonzalez?
would not try to attack the person who was doing that violently. I would hope that my community would come
Okay.
around and stand up against that. So yes,
Sure,
we're
okay,
all standing
okay,
together.
so I
with
agree with this,
arms
and just
intertwined
because-
to prevent
right.
this person from speaking. And by the way, I don't think that should happen for someone like Charlie Kirk or Ben Shapiro or whatever visiting these universities. But someone who is explicitly calling and saying, "I am literally
What a
going to
perfect
dox
time.
students
We'll
at this
queue up
university so
Jose
that
Gonzalez
they
after
will
this.
get in trouble
I
with
love
these
Jose
people.
Gonzalez.
Yes, people want to get together and band arms. Sure, that's
I think
true.
he means
Okay,
another
just to be
person,
clear,
not the Swedish
just to
folk
be clear,
guy.
first
Oh,
of all, just to be
really?
clear, when you are asking,
I was gonna
what
say, there's
are
probably
politics
another
about
Jose
and what
Gonzalez
is
that
a bad thing, I think any
exists.
of them thinking that would be totally fine. And I would go further as to say, if that's not going to work and they're going to break that up using campus police, I would support something so far as I think think someone should, you know,
Of course you did.
do something to Milo Yiannopoulos' hand before he can turn the projector on. And I don't think that's a crazy fucking opinion to say.
Hold on.
So if I go
I think
squat
that's
in my
pretty crazy, actually.
yeah,
That's
if I
kinda
go
nuts.
if I'm squatting in my neighbor's house and the police come to kick me out, I can just stab the cop in the hand.
Yeah, that's exactly analogous to what I was saying.
Yeah, completely. It's a legal process that is being enforced. You may not like the method of enforcement. I don't like it very much.
Yeah,
but
someone
still,
coming in and kicking you out of your own house versus a student going to university through the university's
No,
policy
somebody
to
else's
attending
house.
school.
This
Yeah,
is
exactly
why
what I'm
he
saying.
does
It's
these
your house, right? Like,
debates,
you
and
not
this
going to your
is
house, someone else
why
is in your house.
he
Like,
loves
this is
that
like,
the
I'm stealing your
Supreme
fucking property
Court
versus
will
someone
do
attending
whatever
university,
Trump
so they know, like,
says
existing
because he
in
could
America
just
as
be
an
like,
undocumented person, not in
I'm a
America, like,
lawyer,
stealing.
and
Do
well,
you think if
actually,
ICE
it's
is
like
coming to
all
enforce someone
completely
who
legal
calls
anyway.
college
So
campus
like,
should typically resist those people, the ICE agents?
well,
The
actually,
college
it
police?
didn't get that far for the Supreme Court to even
Some of the
like
policies,
decide on it. So like,
I
is
don't
it even
think that-
criminal?
the answer is yes.
No. Next.
The answer is yes.
They should not. I don't
That
know.
They should not.
I don't. In the same way, I think that certain sanctuary
He's a
cities not
weasel.
complying with ICE is good. I think that
We're
colleges
not talking
having
about not
civil
complying with ICE. We're talking about physically resisting.
Actively resisting.
I don't have a
Actively
weasel
resisting
puppet.
government agent from performing their duty.
Do I have
Yeah,
anything that
it's
looks like a
not
weasel?
very different from
I
people
don't think
who are
so.
Like the feds make an answer.
I think no. I think no, I'm gonna say no, and I'm gonna say this legitimately. This is not me because I don't want to Fed post. I think if the institution is doing it because they receive college.
Oh, you know what he is,
finances
though?
from the government, and like this is like literally an issue that happened where Donald Trump was threatening to essentially like cut off a major amount of funding, if not shut down the college completely. Depending
I have
on
a
how you want to do
sheep.
it. No, I
Do you
think
see my
that is
sheep?
more of a risk to the rest of the students than the students themselves.
Just him.
Gang, this has been a show of all shows. Thank you all for being here. If you enjoyed this content, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Sunday, I'll be going on the Sitch and Adam show to talk about.
I feel like Tali's way worse than the
racism in the media.
lawyer
and I'm sure we're
dork.
gonna talk about.
Tali triggered the fuck out of me, to be
as
honest.
well. On Wednesday, we're having
Doesn't
a
care about trunks. Illegal.
show
Yeah, I
on
know.
the
They
Democrats'
none of
doing
them do.
something
Are you
crime, and
surprised?
On Thursday, I'm going to go on a.
How are
medical
you gonna be
violence
coming to
program,
me
and I won't be
being like,
moderating
he
all these different
fooled
things,
you?
and that should be
You
fun.
thought it was
Okay,
cute
with
when
that,
it's like,
But
duh.
also for Sitch and Adam are brave
What do you
centrists that definitely are
mean?
politically not partisan and just take the most reasonable, rational position on fucking everything. That's amazing.
Okay.
You just don't like women,
actually,
true.
Sitch and Adam. I like you too, Destiny. We like each other.
I like
Okay.
As do I. I like them.
Pretty fun,
Okay.
yeah.
Me too.
Okay.
Except
We might have Drew.
I
Pablo
did
on Tuesday
watch.
Yeah, that might be fun too.
He agreed to come on. We're just waiting to confirm the date. So
Okay,
that might
Tuesday
be
we
on
might
Tuesday.
have Drew Pablo, and I can ask
It
him
was
why.
it was right after the Oh wait, hold on. We just watched Wick's whole stream. I want to make sure that we at least see what's on the docket for him. God, I shouldn't pause it there. Wait, what are you up to, Wick? Hang on. What are you doing next week? What did you say you're doing? I don't know who's the guy that was just mentioned. Drew. Tucker Carlson 2028. Thank you for following. I appreciate you. Hi.
Destiny, we like each other.
I like him too.
As do I.
Same way
I like
Adam.
them.
It's pretty
Okay.
fun. Yeah.
Me
What's
too.
Tomorrow,
disgusting.
such an Adam.
So
No,
We
wait,
might have
really?
We might have Drew
Jesus
Pablo
Christ.
on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Drew
Where
That
Pablo on
might be fun.
Tuesday.
He agreed to come on. We're just waiting to confirm the date. So
Okay,
that might
Tuesday
be on
we might
Tuesday.
have
Maybe.
Drew Pablo, and I can ask him why he decided to switch parties because of all this shit. That should be fun. Okay,
Ooh.
with that, I'll
Did
see you guys
he?
later.
I didn't know
Wait,
that.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. Oh no. Is this Jose Gonzalez that got doxxed? I love this song. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. It's a lawyer's job to defend garbage. That just has no spine. I won't want her BS. True, just like all women. Nope. I feel like it's probably really quiet. I love this guy. Is this the video though? Oh wow, it's a long video. Oh, here we go. This reminds me, I gotta start playing my keyboard again. So this is a really easy song to play, and I really like playing it. I'm not really good at piano though. Yeah, that's why we gotta cleanse. Is this the guy that Milo doxed?
Sometimes there's things a man cannot know.
I wrote a piano song? Really? Do you play, Wick? Oh, my keyboard on the third. Maybe I should bring it in here. Maybe we'll do a goal for a piano stream because I don't play in front of people, so that would I'm not gonna do it for free. Been a while too. Yeah, we gotta stop that. We gotta. We need music. I would play violin. You play violin? Do you like, Also, let's just debrief. Or we will in a second. I am playing on stream. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If we got like a goal or something, I totally would, but. Why are we watching Destiny? This is Jose Gonzalez. This isn't a black woman. It's gotta be racist. Destiny's a black woman. I thought that was a thing. Isn't that a meme? I mean, Jose Gonzalez is also Hispanic. Oh. Sorry, just too much racism going on. I got confused. I don't know how to change the title on my YouTube stream.
There's a rhythm and rush these days, where the lines don't move and the colors don't fade. There is a truth and it's on our side. Dawn is coming, open your eyes.
Can I suggest better music? No, I won't play it, but I'm really curious to know what you would suggest as better music. Guys, I have to pee really bad. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm really quick. How come women are always faster peers than men are? When men, like, literally, like, don't have to do anything except just, like... That's also how big my dick is, by the way. Hold on. Oh, I can't see. It's dark. Okay, I'm coming back, I promise. Can you see, or can you hear me? Wow. I'm taking my shirt back in. Oh yeah, also, well, no. I'm gonna keep that to myself. Just kidding. Because that would have been really random. I'll wait. You guys probably pee less often? Maybe. I just sit down. You sit down to pee? Wait, hold on. I learned some. Wait, hold on. Do you actually sit down to pee? Listen. There is a phenomenon. It's so weird, but it's real. For some reason, and I don't know if psychologists have ever really understood this, look it up, it's real, that like one of the, it's not a symptom, but something that's really common in men with narcissistic personality disorder is that they most likely sit down to pee. If they sit down to pee, they're probably a narcissist. Well, sorry, I just rephrased that. If you're suspect of of a male who may be a narcissist and he pees, narcissist, or sitting down. Yeah, I heard about that. It's weird. Yeah. I found out because, as you all know, I'm like totally one of those people who had like a shitty boyfriend and now I think that he has MPD, but I know he does, okay? Oh yeah, that's right. Oh my god. After our debate with Doobie, and Doobie was talking about fucking his AI girlfriend or whatever. Not him, but whatever. I don't remember. I don't care. He talks about, he spreads lies about people coming on windshield, so I'll just, whatever. I don't care. Well, actually, he spreads lies about me. I don't care. Okay? He was talking about having a relationship with his AI. And I was like, you know what? Maybe I should, like, become friends with my AI. I don't know. So the first thing I thought of was, I was like, AI. I know in all of my heart, well, hold on, no, I didn't even phrase it that way. I said, like, okay, so I've been saying for, like, a couple years now or whatever, like, everybody around me, I'm like, you have to believe me. He has NPD. I'm not crazy. Like, I know it within my heart. I would bet $1 million. So I was like, hey, ChatGPT. I was like, if I provide a blah, 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 describe these or whatever, or I was like, can you help me break down NPD? And if I gave you these examples and characteristics or whatever, can you tell me how they fit into those, or like whatever? AI told me that he's most definitely NPD. That's basically all I gotta say. Okay. And you know what? He sat down to pee. My dad does too, I think. Oh my god, that makes so much sense. I didn't even realize it. So just for a thought, you may be NPD. AI is so smart. I know. And AI fuels my, let me see whatever. I'm surprised Darko didn't say anything. Is he actually not watching it? Crazy. Empathy is the key to figuring out narcissism. It's not that simple. Ping sitting down can be helpful for males. Sitting relaxes pelvic and abdominal muscles. That's fair. I'm just saying. What is it? Hold on. I'm being irresponsible. Men sitting down to pee, narcissists. Is there a statistic or something? Statistics. I'm super narcissist. Wait, really? There's no statistic. No. Wait. Men sitting to urinate with. Okay. The two topics are research shows that standing versus sitting pee is no significant input. Wait, stop. No link to narcissism. No, stop. ChatGPT. You're wrong. Hold on. I don't know where I'm going to find it. I don't care that much anymore. Oh, no. Okay, listen. I have no problem with people fucking their AI. You can do it. I don't care. Especially, like, if you have a situation where you have a fleshlight or, like, a toy and you want to, like, hook it up so it feels more like a person and you want it to, like, talk dirty to you or something. I don't give a fuck about that. You do whatever you want to do, like, in the privacy of your own home. I do not care. The conversation that we were having was about, like, treating AI relationships like real relationships. So the question that I had asked, or the scenario that I had posed or whatever, was like, if somebody turned down, or if you asked your friend out to dinner or something, and your friend said that they could not spend time with you because they had to go home to their AI for dinner because they were concerned, they were prioritizing their AI's feelings. Once you get to that point where you are prioritizing the feelings of your AI above other things, that's when it's a problem. And I will not call that normal. And I will not be accepting of that. That's how I feel about it. I don't care what the fuck you do in the bedroom. I feel like that's just, we should all feel that way. And actually, also with that, why are men so weird about sex toys for like, I already know that there's this whole thing about sex toys and how they feel about women who use sex toys, whatever. But like men using sex toys on themselves, I feel like every guy that I've ever talked to is like, absolutely fucking not. I'll never blah blah blah. It's like, why? Why not? That just seems like a no-brainer to me. Sex toys are unpatriotic. Okay, you know what? You're right. I understand. It just feels like failing. Failing, like, how? Mysterious stranger, how are you? They've literally been running around all night. They'll be back. Where are you? Colby. Colby, Jack. Colby, Jack. Peach. Oh, I heard someone plop down. Someone's coming. Hi, guys. Come on in. Look at my tinfoil hat. Do you guys like it? Using a machine because you couldn't get a woman. But, like, what if you use a machine instead of, like, jacking off? Like, I have to imagine it feels better than your hand, no? Some dudes feel that if you bring a 10-inch vibrator to the bedroom... Well, hold on, that's a dildo, first of all. Not a vibrator. And I can Well, yeah, okay, hold on. Wait. When I say that men are against, like, sex toys in the bedroom with, like, another woman or something, like, yeah, of course, I would never suggest, like, getting in bed with another woman and then pulling out, like, a 10-inch dildo and being like, okay, here you go, like, will bring you more pleasure than me. While you just, like, sit in, like, sadness in the corner. That's obviously not what I'm talking about. I mean, sure, like, maybe it's, like, a kink that you want to watch your girlfriend fuck, whatever. But, like, that's not what I'm talking about. There's a difference between a dildo and a vibrator? No shit. Why are you talking about a 10-inch vibrator? No one's buying a 10-inch vibrator if that's not a dildo. Why couldn't it be for the guy to use it? Well, I don't think that's what it was. Okay, I'm talking about in this context. You fucking debate perv. Maybe he's using a 10-inch vibrator. Nobody... Oh my god! Tinfoil hat!
___ hat.
What? Thank you so much for subscribing. Do you like it? Please tell me what you think. I wasn't debating. It's a gay joke. Oh. I wasn't even considering gay people to be real at that moment. Says who? Says me. You're telling me that somebody is looking up 10-inch vibrator and they're not even looking for a dildo? You should probably set this one out. You're just making yourself sound silly. I love where this stream is heading. Speaking of heading, no, I'm just kidding. Heading, lol. Oh wait, you gifted it? Nice going, Mike. Oh my god, wait, I'm, oh, holy fuck. Are you still there? Nice going, Mike. Thank you so much. Oh wait, oh, I thought Tinfoil Head was here. My multi-stream didn't tell me that you gifted it. It just said that they subscribed. But then I just opened up Twitch to change my title and it said that you gifted it. I'm gonna have to look at that more often. I don't know why the multi-stream doesn't do that. Thank you so much. Let me change the title. Edit. To Tinfoil Hat. Shenanigans. Okay. Whatever that means. And then I'll change, because I have to do it one at a time, because I don't know how to do it all at once. But I don't know how to change my title on YouTube because I don't know anything about YouTube. Do I edit video? It's not a video. Oh. Does it just count as a live? If I do the same thing? Did I just like unlive on, oh, that's weird. Did I just go offline on YouTube? Am I still here? Yeah, I am. So I got 2 friends. Over there. I got so many friends over here. Ew, Hershey or peach flavored Hershey's? Gross. Hi. Did I move the screen? Why can't you see him anymore? I'm prioritizing my kitty. Yuck. You see him better now? Yes. Okay. Wait, we're talking about violin. Violin is so beautiful. I dated a guy that played the violin. It's a definite, what am I trying to say? It's a, I don't know, listen. I liked it when he played the violin, okay? He would play for weddings sometimes. Is that a thing? I got a girl by playing violin. It's a thing. See? Now, to be clear, we were like already dating when because he like really only played for weddings or like sometimes when he just like was memeing or something, he would like pull it out or something. I'm saying. My dad also played the violin for a little bit. Is that a weird time to bring that up? Dexter! Thank you so much for following. I appreciate you. You guys, what do you think? What if my dad, what if I could debate my dad on stream? What do you think about that? Would you guys watch that? I got tinfoil everywhere now. Freud moment? Yeah, for sure. Do it. Would you watch it? I'll brush my hair or something. The next time, I was thinking about this today because I wanted to, I was looking for like a cute dress that I wanted to wear today and I couldn't find that dress. But that dress makes me feel like I'm on the farm. So I wanted, to wear like braids or whatever. And then I thought about it and I was like, who can yell at a girl in braids, like, ever? So I think that if I do debates, I'm gonna just start wearing my hair in braids, and I'm gonna see how it works. I don't know, I just feel like braids, I can't imagine yelling at a girl in braids. I feel like that's just so silly. Like, what'd she do to you? Have you ever seen, like, an unhinged girl in braids? No. Or have you ever seen, like, I don't know. I just feel like you give off a different vibe at that point. Like, go milk the cows. I would yell at a girl in braids. I don't know. Well, you're a debate pedo anyway, so. Oh yeah, I was reading a lot of Matt Walsh's tweets while we were watching the thingy. And, like, yeah, he's a fucking unhinged. I didn't realize how unhinged he was. Well, like, obviously he's unhinged, but, like, I didn't know how, like, openly unhinged he was. I was like, fuck, bro. Pigtails? Okay. Listen. I'm not coming for any woman specifically, okay? I don't know women that wear pigtails. I feel like wearing pigtails is like, I don't know. I feel like I could not do it. Finish my sentence for me. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Ain't no one gonna... I feel like you're more likely to yell at a woman in pigtails than braids. Let me see something. Girl with pigtails sounds like the annoying girl at school. Yeah. I feel like I'd be like LARPing as like a child, and that just doesn't sit right with me, personally. More juvenile. Yeah, like I'm like trying to like be like a little kid, and that's just, I don't know. Oh yeah, debriefing the Wick debate that we watched. The stream since we watched it, we should unpack it a little bit. But I feel like we did a lot of that during. I think that, what do I think? How do we wrap it up in a bow? Okay. Maybe I'll add a little bit to it. Maybe, no, you know what? I'm gonna go in a different direction. Completely. Because, I think, when it comes to the, what do we do as far as rhetoric moving forward, okay? Policing our own. We still, on the left, must police our own, okay? On the right, I suggest you do the same, even though it's not gonna happen. If you know anybody on the right who is anti-Trump, please let me know. Please. If they would be willing to talk on stream, even better. Because I want to meet these people, and I want to see what they have to say. That's one thing, okay? That's an aside. When it comes to policing our own on the left, I think that, Dressy, thank you so much for following. I appreciate you. While it is true that the right polices the right, the left polices the left, there are still some people from the right that can move out of MAGA. Because if we want to avoid, let's say like, if it really is going down the path of like, Trump's not going to do anything, his base is not going to do anything, then we have to rely on the democratic process, okay? Until otherwise. So, kind of like, at least if I were to say my perspective, after hearing everybody talk about, or come for Destiny talking about meeting them where they are, tit for tat, yada yada, etc., etc. We all watched it, okay? Anti-Trump, and I'm on the far right, but I'd never talk on stream, but in chat I'll speak. I I don't know how to ask a question then that, I don't know. I feel like maybe feel free to comment. I would like to know your thoughts. Maybe I'll think of a deeper question to ask. It is possible for people to leave MAGA. It's all anecdotal. Obvi. I don't know if there's any way to not be anecdotal or whatever. But like, and you can only point to the cases that you see. But eventually, assuming we don't go to civil war, assuming we can get Trump out of office, given the fact that Trump won and he won the popular vote, okay? Assuming it wasn't rigged. Assuming it wasn't rigged. Okay? We need people to not vote for him again. So, when we talk to people on the right, moving forward, especially following the tragedy of Charlie Kirk, which is a tragedy, there's a difference between the way that you talk to Do you hear that? Who's like drunk and singing outside? There's so much going on right now. But you can't see my cat. Where'd she go? She's really cute right now. There she is. You can't see her because of the box. Come here. Oh, wanna play fetch? Singing. Do you hear that? Can you hear that? Okay. I feel like there's just a weird thing that I like keep seeing and like triggers the fuck out of me where like everyone's like, I'm anti-Trump because he doesn't represent the true right. A president that represents the true right would be Ronald Reagan or George Bush the first. Did you ever support Trump? Don't jump to I can't. It's so distracting. I'm like close to like shutting the window. You were never for Trump? Okay. Well, I appreciate you for not bowing down to the... Wait, have you ever voted for Trump? If you did, how many times did you vote for Trump? Will you vote for Trump again? I have so many questions. We just need to like chill the fuck out, okay? Because right now we're living in a time where like, listen, Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Yeah. We all know that. People right now, I think all of us should be, or you're fucking psychotic, mourning one or more of the following. Mourning our nation, mourning the man, or both. In some capacity. Especially if you saw the video. Listen, fuck me, bro. The only thing I can compare it to is like the ISIS executions that I came across when I was like in fucking middle school, and I clicked on it and I was like, what the fuck why did I click on that? What was I expecting? And so when you talk to people, it's important to remember that one of those people, or the person that you're talking to, has every reason to, or may be very sensitive in that moment, and they have every reason to be sensitive in that moment. They have the right to be sensitive. It's valid. Okay? You can say that Charlie Kirk was bad for the country. You can say that he was a horrible person. Just because somebody says, I liked Charlie Kirk, it can mean a million things. It can mean that they supported some of the things that he was for, maybe not all of them, maybe all of them, you don't know that. They could have supported and respected the way that he engaged in debate. There are a lot of reasons to like Charlie Kirk. He was very popular. I am still mourning our country. I mourn for Erica Kirk. I mourn for their children. I mourn for above all else, just our nation and the ability to have public discourse and feel safe doing so. And I think that a lot of the time, the second you start talking to somebody who does not share the same opinion as you do, and I'm talking literally, it can be just as simple as like, oh, I'm really sad that Charlie Kirk died. I'm seeing people literally hear that phrase and go fucking apeshit. And it's like, yo, like, calm the fuck down. You know what I mean? Or people saying on, like, you know, oh, like, he shouldn't have been assassinated, it's not right, and people are like, oh, well, he fucking sucks, and blah, blah, and then it's like, just shut up. Shut up. And it's like, well, I have nothing in common with this person. Shut up. If you are in the boat that there is something wrong with our country, and we need to fix it, and you're like, the right just needs to stop. They need to realize what's going on and blah. Like, okay, hold on. If you're in the camp that like every single like MAGA person is hopeless and is exactly like the most extreme version of MAGA, then why the fuck do you care about what Trump says or what anybody says? Do you know what I mean? It's just like, you can't have it both ways. And for me, if I'm, for example, talking to somebody, who I disagree with, and it's, I'm gonna say more like one-on-one conversation. A lot of the time if I see someone write something dumb in chat, I'll be like, go fuck yourself, I don't fucking care, go jump off a cliff, whatever. I'm not saying that this is how you should engage with like people in the real world. And for some reason that needs to be said, I think. I don't know. It's just that, like, be kind to your neighbor. And wait before calling them a disgusting piece of shit. I'm just saying wait. You know, if you are like, if they say, oh, I'm sad about Charlie Kirk. It's devastating. I hate the state of our country. I wish we could all come together, and even if they say something like, I wish the violence would stop on both sides, they might not be as plugged into the world as you. And especially if it's somebody that voted for Trump or MAGA, they are not, like, obviously they're getting misinformation. Do you know what I mean? I will say that it's like every time something happens, it seems like we can say things like well they should know by now. Yeah, they should. But if somebody came up to you and said, "Oh my God, I can't stand what's going on anymore. I didn't realize how bad it was. I am ex-MAGA," you'd be like, yay! You know? So it's like, what if that person is literally, like, right there? What if they're, like, right there? And there's not a lot that you can really do. And I would say from my own personal experience, most of the time, you might end up ending that conversation being like, actually, you're dumb as fuck. Fuck off. Get the fuck out of my country. You fucking piece of shit. Ignorant fool. Okay? That can happen. I'm not saying it can't happen. But obviously our country is sick. And I know that I'm trying my best, like I always have, to meet people where they're at. And, you know, I know that I have my own special skills as a math teacher to do that, okay? But, like, we can all do that. I mourned for our country in November. Nothing changed since. Well, okay, yeah, sure. She's white nationalist for real. Yeah, true. Do you read chat? Duh. I'm fucking with the silly bands based. Me too. Did not vote for Trump, but I did not vote for anyone. Hollywood fish, you are part of the problem. See, I almost, not to call you out, I hate to say this right afterwards, but now I'm thinking about it because you just said it. I think that's worse than voting for Trump. I really do. Do you still eat peanut butter by the spoonful? You betcha. Aww. That's really sweet. Thank you. That was a sweet reminder. I haven't done that on stream in a long time. But yes, I do. Especially because I'm still as poor, so please remember that. Donate, like, subscribe. Thank you. Oh my god, Trouble Astro, how are you? It's dead ass a racist now. Depends on who you ask. Depends on who you're talking to. I would definitely say that racism is thriving. For the first time in a really long time. But, or, sorry, not for the first time in a really long time. It's on the rise, I guess. Because it's being celebrated and, yeah, whatever. It's being allowed to happen. You remember Wesley? Of course. Why you ask? Racial profiling is legal now. Exactly. Right. No, it is. I was just trying to say that, like, again, if somebody says that they are sad that Charlie Kirk died, it doesn't automatically make them a racist. He wants to type, but he can't because your chat is on verified accounts only. And his is glitched. Okay. You're on Twitch, right? I'm only racist against white women. Damn. I can change that here. Somewhere. I always forget. Here. And then chat verification. Nice going, Mike.
Nice going, Mike. $12.
Thank you so
I donate,
much
like, and subscribe.
for the $12
Doing as I'm
donation.
told.
I appreciate you. Just do what you're told. Based. I appreciate that. Alright. Have fun, I guess. I should work now. I don't understand, and I wish I could explain it better without, like, kind of pseudo-doxing myself. Is it doxing myself? I don't know. I don't live, like, in the, like, city. Like, for there to be, like, drunk people, like, outside singing, like, I don't, like, there's not really a proper place to do it outside. I don't know where they are and what they're doing. This is crazy. Yeah. Hi. Oh, also, by the way, since you're here, what's up, Wesley? I've been meaning to go back in your server to just mention that I stole, God, what was it? I don't remember. I remember I looked when I got the notification on my phone the other day, so I would, like, remember, so I could say something. I stole, somebody's go live message was like, you know, so-and-so mentioned you or whatever. And I stole it because it worked on me, and I've done it a few times, and it works. So I was gonna be like, paste, thank you, because I stole it from one of you guys. I don't remember who. Because I still follow you guys, and I have my notifications on. But, I'm not gonna tell you. My Madden Friends servers. My Madden Friends server. That was mine. Yes! It's probably me. Mine used to be that. Yeah, that was mine. Oh, do you guys all do it? Secret memes? Yeah, you weren't here literally a year ago. Do you guys see that I moved? Okay, based. Well, you weren't there at the time. I don't know, maybe you were. But yeah. It's been a lot of fun. We just watched a debate. You guys, have you seen me in any of my debates? I do that now sometimes. I did it the other day. It's fun. What do you guys got going on? I was gonna, oh my god, look, I made a tinfoil hat today. Oh, that's not the right way. That's the back. Maybe I should fix that. See it? Aw, I appreciate that. Oh yeah, I was thinking, we should do a thing. I want to learn how to play your video games. I think that'd be fun. Do you think that'd be content? Like Madden or something? What else? Don't you guys play COD or something too? Hey, Profiteer Gaming, how are you? The cats need tinfoil too? True. Oh wait, don't cats not like tinfoil? Wait. What if we try to get them to walk on the tinfoil? Hang on. Where'd it go? We have an in-person camp coming up soon. No way! Is it in Michigan? Madden summer camp. That's so fun. Holy shit. Try Rocksmith? No, I don't want to play Rocksmith. How do you know? Wait, stop. It's not in Michigan. Is it? I'll come. I'll cheer you on. No, he didn't tell me. It actually is? No way. I used to be, I don't say where I am now. Because there are weird fucking people on the internet. But that's where I used to live. I'm not far. That's so fun. Do you guys get to, is it like an enclosed camp or something? Shut up! No way! I don't believe you. This is a setup. Wait, summer camp? It's not summer. Checkmate. You're lying. Or did, Geezy remember where I lived? And just, it's in summer? Oh, like next summer? Oh. Wait, no, you literally said we have an in-person camp coming up soon. Soon! Soon? That's a year from now. What? Soon for who? Busy for the next 7 months. Oh, okay. Well, that doesn't mean make it soon. God, you got me so excited. It's in late May. They gotta be trolling. That's what I'm saying. Damn. We can totally hang. Maybe I'll be a Madden pro by then. And I'll go too. I want to see what they do with it. What do you think? She does not care. Or does she? She likes it. Oh, I hope she doesn't swallow it. What do you think? You like it? What? What? Yeah, she loves it. Should I zoom it in? Can you guys see? I don't want to distract her. What do you like? What if I put like a toy on it? Or like if I think she'll like walk across it or something? Alright, she doesn't care. Sorry, this is like really boring. Okay. I feel like I can't stop now. Okay, fine. We were talking about violin earlier. I wanted to play my favorite song that has violin in it. I think it's violin. What if it's not? Can you tell me if it's violin? Sip, sip. Who's trying to talk to the cat? Oh my god, wait, I missed you. Lynn LWT2D. Thanks for following. I appreciate you. What song? I'm just gonna fucking play it. What do you mean? It's no fun. Oh, she's still playing with it? Okay. I play it all the time, by the way. Live with string quartet. No way. Do you think the live version's good? I don't know how I feel. I don't know how I feel. Oh, thanks, Rezzy. I think you're cool too. I'm so happy to see you guys. Especially because, well, I guess I haven't shown up in a lot of your chats recently, but I like to try when I can. Which is never sometimes. Yes, I was, wasn't I, Triple X? Yes, I was. Thank you. That's really good live. I'm actually surprised. It's the same guy? He screams and does clean vocals? Really? I actually had no idea. What flavor? This one, I don't remember. It's like, I actually bought a new one today, and so, I couldn't remember, and it was none of the ones that they told me it was. It's like a sour... watermelon? Not cherry. Maybe. Are you a screamer, Zip Zip? Really? It's a fucking banger, dude. I had no idea that they had just had one guy. But I knew some. That's awesome. I didn't know any good screamers. I had some friends that were very musically talented in high school. Like, for real. Like, all my friends in high school ended up, like they actually, like, the high school band, my friends were in a high school band, and I was, like, their groupie or whatever. They're still together, and they, like, make music and are, like, successful. Okay? And, like, the rest of them got, like, music scholarships from, like, fancy-ass schools. So, like, I don't know how I ever fit in with them. But, I would go to all of their competitions and battle the bands and stuff, and there was always, like, that one... You know what I'm talking about? That one band where it was like, maybe we should stop screaming, okay? You know what I mean? Or like find someone else. Yeah. Like, one guy, he teaches for like a music school now. This guy was so fucking crazy. We would always do like campfires and stuff, and it was always such a joy. Because he would bring like whatever instrument he felt like bringing from home that day. And then like one day, this guy just pulled out the fucking spoons. I've never seen somebody that talented on the spoons before in my life. And I was like, of fucking course. And then like all the girlies, when we would, you know, go to the beach together and we would be like, you know, bumping the radio, I would totally sing along with them, but you know that you could pick me out of everybody because they were all just the beautiful singers. And then there's just me. The spoons are so cool. Like, if you can play the spoons, it's crazy. This has 2 million views. Is this good? Spoon solo. Show me your spoons, girl. want to play the spoons. I don't even think I own 2 spoons. Don't ask questions. Oh my god, do you remember when we were gonna become magicians? Can you play a song for me? Yeah, sure. What song? Oh, I thought you meant like play, but yeah, I can. What is it? Anything for you. I don't know the song. Night Sky Interlude. Lord Kev. I love the name. Is this not him? It's the guy typing. Oh, in your stream? Big Lord Kev. Big Lord Kev! Oh, the Big Lord Kev, there you are! Sorry, the blue is like weird to read. Is this you?
Looks like you lost another one.
Gotta find another way. Gotta find another way. You told me I'm a disgrace. How I lie right to your
Subscribe.
face. I'm dishonest, that's the case. I think this one takes a cake. I've been asking for a break, but I don't deserve a break. You told me to do better. Told you that I lied. I wrote it in a letter. I'm tired of the problems. Please let go of that vendetta. I told her I swear. You don't even ask if I'm okay. You don't even wanna change your ways.
Mood.
You don't even understand my pain. I don't know what to say. You don't even ask if I'm okay.
Can't relate, just don't date people.
Help me try to solve my pain.
I like her too.
You don't even ask if I'm okay. You don't even wanna change your ways. You don't even understand my pain. I don't know what to say. You don't even ask if I'm okay. You don't even wanna change your ways. You won't help me try to solve my pain.
I'd listen again. That's a banger, dude. I'm happy for you. Congrats. Do you tour? Oh my god. Are you coming to Michigan too? This is I was gonna be like, this is my friend. It's not. But now I feel like I should play it because I want to play it. I want to listen to this song. Do I? I don't know. The last time I listened to it was the day that I was suspended on Twitch. But I don't think it was for this song. It could have been. Do you guys know this song?
I kill pet.
Oops. Do you know this song? You be like touring? No way!
I kill pedophiles.
Let me know. Oh, is that really loud? Shoot.
Blow their balls off with a sawed-off shotgun. And if their victims end up being into children, I kill them.
I'm just shit. No way!
I kill Nazis. I kill people who talk to Nazis.
Are you friends helping friends, or were you a manager first? Are you guys even friends?
Plus I kill police who peg people with less lethals. Yo, if you kill black people, I kill you. And if you are black, well, I still do. I kill Jews, depending on what side they're on. Plus, I kill kids taking pictures of their dicks. That's child porn. I kill pregnant women at abortion clinics. Then I kill the protesters trying to storm in it. I rape racists, then castrate rapists. Who else? I kill trans people if they fucking try to kill themselves.
Please don't do this. I don't wanna watch you die.
Please don't hate
Come here. I'm American as apple pie.
I'm so sorry. Didn't mean to make you
Lose your mind.
The dream is over. Fuck you, bitch. I'd rather rip out my eyes. Dry drunk.
I'm trying to get him to the top.
Strong, only time I'm
Uncle Connie! Thank you for subscribing with Twitch Prime! Thank you!
Time's up.
What?
Time's up. Might be your
What is this song? I Kill Pedophiles by Mr. Girl.
I hate him so much. I'm Trump. And this YouTube channel is just mine con. I'd rather breathe Cyclone B than bite my
Is it a banger?
Used to want to murder conservatives. I ain't proud of it. Back home
He's
being
crazy.
Republican wasn't allowed, was it?
But I like the song. Do you guys know this song?
Coming out of 'em. Your friends and family, they
What's
don't
it called?
really stick around 'cause it's funny when your heart breaks, it doesn't make a
I always think of it right after because I think of like YouTube music or whatever. What is it?
Fuck it, and when you cowards drown me, I'll make sure that there's a crowd watching. Please don't do this.
I don't wanna watch you die.
Please don't hate me.
Is Uncle Connie a Mr. Girl fan? Is that why you subscribe with the Prime? Thank you so much.
I'm so sorry.
I know, but like that's why it's like my favorite kind of songs are the ones that are like, why is this slap? You know what I mean? Like, for example, I gotta wait, I think. Because if I think if I hit enter, it'll go, wait, is this song almost done? Yeah. Is it gonna go away? No, it doesn't. Do you know this song too? It's ridiculous. Oops, why is it over here? Oh, it's a lyric video! Is that too quiet?
We ain't the same, cause I got no shame. All that I own is my little name. When I be teasing, it hurts, so I'm screaming. I wake up your daddy, I'm having bad dreams. I'm holding my blanket, you're holding your bills. I'm
Stop being a baby.
having no spills. I'm scared of your boss, I'm scared of the dark. Head baby in charge, take me to the park. Yeah, I got little arms, who cares? I'll put my toes in my mouth, who cares? The only thing that it seems I can do
Just go down the stairs.
I'm playing with blocks while you're checking your stocks. My life is just starting while you're just departing. The doctor said, oh, what a sweet little baby. Girl, you don't know me.
Maybe. It's too early to tell.
I'm faded off infamil, drinking my milk from my mama still. I kick it, I scream, and I cry, and I watch till she give me her nip, and I get my fill. And now I got poop in my diaper, but I ain't cleaning it up. Boy, am I thirsty, yeah. I know I just ate, but please put some more milk in my cup. I mean, bottle, watch me waddle, put a whip it and
Hit the throttle. Oh,
yeah, pull up to your girl and drive her red. Back to the crib, I put on my bib. You know that it's time for another sip. Yeah, rock-a-bye me. You doing your taxes, I'm living for free, baby.
Hop out the womb, hop in the jet. I hit the club, you hit the deck. Milk bottle service.
This is a banger.
Section, padded phone edges,
Hello?
fully protected. I like milk tepid, go bib, I'm flexing. Your mama calling
Can
me
I get
baby,
a
not in school yet, here's a
banger,
lesson. You are the
please?
worst, I am the best. Pull up to your block.
Please?
I'm not impressed. I got the juice. Don't know how to speak. Don't know how to lose. Object out of
What does
sight.
that mean?
Thinking it's gone. 16 years older than me, but I'm taking your
Sister to prom.
I am the B.
I am the bee. Buzzing around, pretending to sleep.
Those little dumb bitches don't stop me from moving. I jump out the window like a Louis V bag, all packed. Apple slices in a smaller Louis bag. Little man, not a baby, that's a fact. How I roll out in Vegas with a short off. Till you go, I'm closing fake stash. Now I look a little older.
I still put my toes in my mouth. Who cares?
I drink milk until I throw up. Who cares?
I'm gonna take a nap.
Who cares? Who cares?
One day I'll be grown. And I'll be on my What part? Wait, what do you mean? You said one thing. I said, you are wild as hell. I don't understand why. Where did you? Oh, where'd you go? Okay, never mind. Alright. Bye. Banger number 2. I'm sorry, who are you? I can't copy from multi-chat. It's not letting me. So I couldn't even if I wanted to. Sorry. Pierce Morgan had a panel on Charlie Kirk? Why are my legs splatchy? I just realized that. Jamming out too. It's not a bad thing. Oh, well, thank you. Okay, I forgot. Even though Darko's a loser, he does have fucking bangers, actually. Hang on. Let me see. I'm typing it in, though.
Many men wish death upon me. Blood in my eye, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my
Is this AI music?
Come on. I put a hole in a nigga for fucking with me. My back on the wall.
Read the description.
Now you gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. 'Cause I'll come and take
I literally don't see anything in the description that tells me it's AI. In the comments. Oh, AI.
wish death upon me. Lord, I don't cry no more.
I appreciate that, Fry. I agree. You can't use the military against your people.
Now, man, these pussy niggas putting money.
Okay. Thank you for your contribution, Darko. Thank you for doing something semi-normal within the past, or the first normal thing that you've done in the past, like, whatever, however long. How do I approach girls like you in public? Oh, if you ask Darko, I wouldn't be able to give you that information because apparently women can't give advice on that kind of thing. I say magic tricks. Do a card trick. Ask a lady if you can do a card trick at the bar. Like, go to the bar or whatever. Bitches love magic, especially when they're drunk. That's my advice. I'm not Chris Angel. You don't have to be Chris Angel. Literally just do a magic, like literally a card trick, I said. You think that means Chris Angel? Okay, actually, the way that you approach women in public is don't be that. Don't be dumb. Okay? Damn it, that fucked up my algorithm. Oh my god, the report of the week said that fast food just peaked and he went to Chick-fil-A. I wonder what he reviewed. I don't feel like watching him right now, though. Tom McDonald wrote a new song called Charlie, posted 2 days ago. Can you guys read that? Yesterday, in the violence of a cowardice, an assassin, in a violent act of cowardice, an assassin took Charlie Kirk's life. Marcos Otto, his wife, his 2 children, and his millions of loyal supporters. All proceeds for the song will be donated. Rest in peace, Charlie. Great. I haven't heard this song. You've already heard it? I do appreciate that he's donating the proceeds, though. I think that that's sweet. No?
Shot down and he was barely 31. Another woke coward took a life with a gun. He left behind a wife and a daughter and a son.
Oh wait, 2 days ago. Did we know who the killer was? How come all of you guys have already heard this song? We don't even know who the killer was. 2 days ago. Wasn't he like just killed? 2 days ago? Wasn't that Wednesday? No, that was the day after. Yeah, we don't know who the killer was though.
He did was try to speak for all of us. And I'm so tired of the hatred and the narratives. The patriots ain't dangerous. Woke people are the terrorists. They shot and killed the father, sent a message to Americans. They ain't gonna stop until they bury us. Dear Charlie, I don't know if you can see us now, but if heaven has a window, I sure hope you're looking down. Cause we ain't going quiet, we gon' scream your name loud. And you're gone, but I swear to God that we gon' make you proud. We ain't backing off or giving up, I'll preach what you taught me. They may have killed a soldier, but that man had an army. This is far more deep than some political parties. And you can't kill freedom, so this one is for Charlie. This ain't the America that all our parents love, but good men tried to keep making it great. Pray that God will take care of us, the system is failing us. When good men die for the things that they say, and I can't just be quiet. So I gotta be brave, cause this is America. Lately it's scaring us, but one good man can change it all in a day. Killed in cold blood for having a discussion, and liberals are celebrating murder like it's justice. You didn't kill a villain or the evil that it comes with. You killed a father and a husband. And I'm so tired of the left and all the wokery. We can't get along if you just kill us when we don't agree. Sniper rifle fire from a liberal that no one sees. Scared I might be next to die when I'm just buying groceries. Charlie, we'll make sure your children know that defending all our freedom is why you aren't coming home. I hope heaven has a window you can watch your children grow and hear your message echo from below. And we ain't backing off or giving up, I'll preach what you taught me. They may have killed a soldier, but that man had an army. This is far more deep than some political parties. And you can't kill freedom, so this one is for Charlie. This ain't the America that all our parents love, but good.
What is that about?
Keep making it great. Pray that God will take care of us. The system is
liberals.
When good men die for the things that they say, and I can't just be quiet. So I gotta be brave.
I agree, Brad the Human.
Lately it's scaring
These slimy fucks. But I don't know if you were here when I said shit earlier. I'm just saying that not everybody is a slimy fuck. He's a slimy fuck. Jesus Christ. Oops. Do you have glitter on? Hell yeah, gamer. Oops. No, stop. I have to turn off autoplay. Yeah. No, I mean, I assume you agree and like know that or whatever, Brad. I'm just saying to say. I poo in the sink. Why do you do that? Soda or pop? Pop. What's up with the stream? Why is there no feet tag? Do you see feet? Do you hear that? Is that like a fucking scooter? What is that? Candace Owens. What's this?
Well, that
23
has never
minutes.
happened before. I guess we could say Charlie broke the internet one more time. 150,000 of you guys were watching, and the system just sort of crashed. And it just really makes me happy that happened, actually. It was already very difficult for me to do this for a lot of reasons, but I knew it was important because I didn't want the last thing that people had in their minds about Charlie to be the moment he lost his life. That was what was especially hard because he's just had so many amazing moments throughout his career. And as I was saying, I was having this discussion with George this morning, obviously through a lot of tears, about not wanting Charlie's caricature to survive when the actual Charlie Kirk individual, who Charlie Kirk actually is so much more important. The caricature of the cartoon is that Charlie's this young, smart guy, made a career out of debating college kids, decided not to go to college, started Turning Point USA, and I think a lot of people thought that Charlie must take himself a bit too seriously, and I want you guys to know that that could not be further from the truth. Charlie and me were always laughing. Yes, he was ambitious. Everybody knows Charlie's ambitious. I met him back in 2017 when Turning Point was this very young organization. Nobody knew who I was. Nobody knew who Charlie Kirk was. And Charlie was always wearing these really baggy suits. I mean, they looked like they were hand-me-downs from 3 generations because he was focused on the ideas. He didn't care about his appearance. He was laser focused on what he knew Turning Point could become. Not could become, but would become. He hired me on the spot. We were at this conference in Florida. And he and I used to always say, we never said the rest was history. The rest is history. We say the rest is future. We were totally locked in, and I want you guys to know about our first planning sesh, okay? It was in the middle of Chicago O'Hare Airport. There is this restaurant that's called, and he thinks he was going to meet him, and of course he did. It was Rush Limbaugh. He was really raised on Rush Limbaugh, listening to Rush Limbaugh day in and day out. And
Of course he was.
Conversations that if he could have a show like Rush Limbaugh one day, he would be very happy. That was, I think, his ultimate goal, and it happened.
So was I,
We had
by
a
the
bunch
way.
of rules. Charlie's rule was never say no to Fox News. So even if the show was at 4 a.m. in the morning, crack of dawn, I cannot tell you guys how many hits we did on Fox News. I'm talking 4 hits a day, up at 4 a.m. for Fox and Friends First, and then doing whatever the evening program was because he believed this is the way we're going to get our names out there. You know, we have to work harder. It was just my luck. Charlie was pumping gas. He was inside.
What
inside
is
the
this?
And I'm sitting in the car, and I see this person. His phone is sitting in the car, and my overly bright and sometimes really annoying kid brother. I was smiling going through my chat of how many times he would text me a picture and say, "Does this look cool? Does this look cool? Do I look cool?" This is like just a screen recording of us talking about a pair of sunglasses. He just said to me, and I'm like, "Nah, that's not good." Which was absolutely an incredible night, and in the UK, which didn't behind the scenes, and I think my perspective was as it's been throughout our relationship. You might not get it now.
You know what? It's fine. If she's grieving and wants to post her eulogy, that's fine. As long as it's not like, kill the libs, I'm fine. What did Joe Rogan have to say?
The Joe Rogan experience.
So this just happened. We just found out that Charlie Kirk got shot.
It's fucking awful.
And is he dead?
Oh wow, they literally just found out.
In the lobby was just.
I've been looking. I haven't seen anything that's confirmed.
Whoa.
Murder for having a different opinion from somebody else.
Yeah.
Different ideology from somebody else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Beliefs that didn't
who
align.
did it or-
I'm sorry. Rest in peace. Fuck.
Is that?
Jesus.
I'm very bad with people. Okay, I was gonna say Charlie Sheen. I literally like I don't watch movies or TV, and even when I do, my facial recognition is fucking horrible. Yeah, okay. I was like, is that Charlie Sheen? Okay.
27 years old, maybe.
Do
30.
they even have a suspect?
I don't know. I don't. I'm literally trying to track it all on Twitter, and it's all.
Fuck. Nobody deserves it. He doesn't deserve that. Nobody deserves that.
So, were you saying that MSNBC had a crazy take on it? What was their take?
I'm literally just reading Twitter, so I didn't see the video. I just saw people talking about tweets of it. I'll pull it up though. Let's see.
Fuck.
And even how to go take it down.
It was a tweet or a video?
I'm doing the show. I'm trying to figure.
Right.
it
No,
out.
I understand.
I think they were live on the air, and people clipped what they're talking about. It's not a tweet. It's not on their Twitter account or anything.
So it's someone's hot take.
Live in the moment.
Yeah, that's a crazy take. Crazy take is.
What is it?
What was the take that they deserved it?
No, that's why I didn't want to pair.
Right.
Here you go. They poured my repost.
You found it right here. Put it.
Shooting like this happens.
You can put the headphones on.
Yeah, and again, that's what you just emphasized. We don't know any of the full details of this. We don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea. But
that's what the crazy thing was.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, if it was
That's what the crazy thing was?
What?
That they didn't
Someone
know
shot their gun
what
off in celebration and
happened?
killed him.
You shoot celebration guns in the air.
Oh god.
Just.
What a crazy take. Like it might not have been someone assassinating someone for the wrong opinion.
Huh.
Fuck.
Yeah, maybe because we don't fucking know.
No, I know what I'm saying. It's like.
I mean, they want to try to pin it on a Trump supporter, with a crazy Trump supporter with a gun, going wacky. We don't know if it was a supporter shooting off a gun in celebration, because you know they do.
Right,
a lot of folks are just constantly out there shooting off guns at large gatherings in celebration.
Yeah, 4th of July, you can't leave your house.
What the fuck?
No, that is that's a wow.
There's gonna be a lot of people celebrating this. It's so scary. It's so dangerous too to celebrate or to.
This is their initial reaction, by the way.
He's not a violent guy. He's
So much worse than just like, we don't know what's going on. Maybe it's this, maybe it's that.
Everything I saw seemed reasonable.
He's a very intelligent guy.
Yeah.
You know, whether you agree with him or don't. And there's a lot of stuff that I didn't agree with him on. That's fine. You're allowed to disagree with people without celebrating the fact they got shot.
You can't disrespect his passion.
Yeah. Well, what you're supposed to do with a guy like that, if you're opposing him, is debate him.
Right.
Have a conversation where your argument is more compelling than his.
Sure.
That's what people should be celebrating. Discourse. You know, we used to do that.
Do some homework and bring it to the table.
Yeah. Yeah. It's horrible. It's horrible. This podcast has been a lot about violence.
What do you think they're doing?
No.
I'm sorry, not something is so in the moment right now. From
That's more responsible than this.
Yeah.
That is responsible. They were being responsible. There's nothing wrong with them saying that.
Right? Yeah. I mean, he's one of those young influencers, right? This time from the right, who is all over social media, always doing these various shows and debating people, and talking to people, and giving speeches. And
sure.
Yeah. No one deserves this, folks. No one that has different opinions.
No fucking shit.
No.
But I know people are gonna celebrate it. this is a fucked up time, and people have really fallen into this trap of us against them.
But it's also going to make people not want to be as courageous and not want to be as forthright with the things they believe. It's going to put people on guard.
It could. It also could.
It could do the opposite.
Yeah.
I get that. But
Yeah,
there's also
brave
going to
take.
be that sort of ingrained thing now.
You're correct. Yeah.
And and it just going through the whole New York thing. I just sometimes there's a crowd. And it's all love. It's all love, and all they want is is your signature or a photo or this and that. But there's so much of those moments where you're spent looking down. You're looking down the entire time.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody wants to shoot me. I don't think that's kind of out in the world, right?
No.
But it's the type of shit that just lives in the back of one's mind.
Right.
Because how could it not?
How could it not?
And then a thing like today.
True.
Okay, that's why it's in the back of our minds.
Yeah.
Well,
it's when we were talking about assassinations earlier, whether it's Kennedy or RFK or you think of them in the past. You think of them.
Should make this
like,
bigger. I feel like this is really small.
When something happens in the current, like right now, this movie, Charlie Kirk, it doesn't seem real.
No.
It seems very surreal.
It does.
It seems like it's going to take a long time before we reference this as something that happened. Like remember he got shot and killed. Oh yeah. Like right now, it just doesn't seem real. It seems so crazy that it's not registering.
It's not. No. Is he a friend?
No, I met him once. I met him once at a gun range.
We're gonna be on guard.
Wow. Yeah.
Maybe.
He's a nice guy. But I met him. Wow. It's a fucked up time. People are so divided in this country. They're so divided.
I don't know.
There's so many people that love it. They love that we're divided and they profit off that division. And they
if Trump keeps doing what he's doing,
and they do it
yeah,
for their own profit.
sure.
And it's so fucking gross. It's so gross. And to encourage this kind of thing is really one of the most horrific things that you could do after someone dies horribly like this to celebrate.
It's
It should be a wake-up call for everybody. Like, this is nuts. This is nuts.
No, it's unforgivable that to spend things like that. Because the people they're never thinking about is
to
that person's
spend
family.
things like that.
That's just like default with those. They
To
gaslight you by
spend
default,
things
right?
like
So
that.
immediately they try to find
What are you
some reason
talking
why
about? You
they're
literally
doing
saw a
the things
fucking
that
clip
they're
of their
doing.
live reaction.
And that's what they're
A
doing. They're
clip.
masquerading as
How
news.
can you?
So weird. Fuck.
Your brain.
It's a dark day.
Yeah.
Where is it?
Well, two things is going to happen. Either people are going to realize how fucking insane this is, and we have to have a conversation about being able to have conversations.
Right.
Or it's going to get a lot worse. That's what's scary. It's scary just to spark off some kind of.
You want it to get a lot worse.
You know, that guy had a lot of fans.
Yeah,
a lot of people love that guy.
Yeah, I know.
And if they find out that he got killed for something that they vehemently oppose in the first place, it could send people.
God, I can't stop thinking about like I can't believe I didn't think about it before today when I talked to my mom. Like
previous times like this.
the right has been wanting civil war. Literally, they've been preparing for civil war for
this also highlights
years.
Just a little bit of
Since
perspective,
they
like how
thought that
lucky
Trump, during Trump's presidency, I'm almost positive,
and
but
it's
like
just like Charlie
my
Brown a head turn or a couple
vivid
of
memories
millimeters or,
of like
it's just like,
conversations with right people and when it was like a meme.
It's just there's just
Trump-
yeah, but they talk
just
about
clips his ear.
yeah. Because he makes a reference
Was
to something, and then it's just
And then it clips his ear, where if he didn't turn his head, he'd be
the
dead. And it would have been on live on CNN.
2020 election or whatever. Wow. Such an yeah, it is. That's insane. There's a really good video that I watched today, like earlier today. I was listening to it when I was like cleaning and shit. Channel 5 talked to Hunter, I can't remember his last name. He was the guy that was debating Charlie at the time that it all happened. It was really interesting to listen to that. It was a good conversation. I enjoyed it. I recommend it. Let me see. Nine days ago, wait, what's this?
I don't know. What is it like to be the last?
Isn't this Between the Ferns? What is this? I don't want to watch this on 2x speed. I want to watch Barack Obama.
President.
Seriously? What's it like for this to be the last time you ever talk to a president?
It must kind of stink, though, that you can't run, 3 times. You know.
Actually, I think it's a good idea. If I ran a third time, it'd be sort of like doing a third Hangover movie. Didn't really work out very well. Now, I have to say that I've seen this show before, and some of the episodes have probably been a little bit better than this. For example, the one with Bradley Cooper, that was a great show.
It's so funny. Stop. Is that staged or is he that funny? Barack Obama is that funny.
Those Hangover movies, basically he carried them.
Yeah, everybody loves Bradley. Good for him.
Good-looking guy.
Being like that in Hollywood, that's easy. Tall, handsome, that's easy. Be short, fat, and smell like Doritos and try to make it in Hollywood. Is it going to be hard in 2 years when you're no longer president and people will
Wait, this was posted 9 days ago.
How does it feel having a 3-inch vertical?
It's a 3-inch horizontal.
I'm confused.
So,
What does it mean when
Where
you're
are
no
you
longer
planning on building
president?
a presidential library in Hawaii or your
This
home
is
country of
old.
Kenya? Because, I mean,
Did you
both
say something about
places seem
Kenya?
like they would be.
Zach, that's a ridiculous question.
Well, you know, I mean, not to bring up the birth certificate thing, but you really never did really produce your real.
Where's your birth certificate? Why don't you show it to us right now?
I don't want to show anybody my birth certificate because it's embarrassing.
What's embarrassing about it?
My weight on it, it says that I was born 7 pounds, 800 ounces. You know what I would do if I were president, Mr. President? I would make same-sex divorce illegal, then see how bad they want it.
I think that's why you're not president. And that's a good thing.
You said if you had a son, you would not let him play football. What makes you think that he would want to play football? What if he was a nerd like you?
Do you think a woman like Michelle would marry a nerd? Why don't you ask her whether she thinks I'm a nerd?
Could I?
No, I'm not going to let her near you.
So do you go to any websites that are .coms or .nets, or do you mainly just stick with .govs?
No, actually, we go to .govs. Have you heard of healthcare.gov?
Here we go. Okay, let's get this out of the way. What did you come here to plug?
Well, first of all, I think it's fair to say that I wouldn't be with you here today if I didn't have something to plug. Have you heard of the Affordable Care Act?
Oh yeah, I heard about that. That's the thing that doesn't work. Why would you get the guy that created the Zune to make your website?
Healthcare.gov works great now. And millions
Wait,
of
is that
Americans
true?
love
The guy that
government
made the Zune is the
health
one that
insurance
made
plans.
the
And
healthcare.gov
what we
website, or
want is for people to
affordablecareact.gov or
know
whatever?
that you can get affordable health care. Most young Americans, right now, they're not covered.
That's amazing.
And the truth is that they can get coverage all for what it costs you to pay your cell phone bill.
Is this what they mean by drones?
The point is that a lot of young people, they think they're invincible.
Did you say invisible? Because
No,
I just
no,
think like that's impossible.
not invisible.
Trying to crack my toes.
Invincible.
Okay.
Meaning that they don't think they can get hurt.
I'm just
But
saying that nobody can be invisible.
Pika Tim!
I understand.
8472!
if
Thanks
they
for
get
following, I
that
appreciate
health
you.
insurance, it can really make a big difference. And they've got till March 31st to sign up.
I don't have a computer, so how does...
Well, then you can call 1-800-318-2596.
I don't have a phone. I'm off the grid. I don't want you people like looking at my text, if you know what I mean.
First of all, Zach, nobody's interested in your texts. But second of all, you can do it in person. And the law means that insurers can't discriminate against you if you've got a pre-existing condition anymore.
Yeah, but what about...
Yeah, we
what about
can.
this, though?
That's disgusting. How long have you had that?
Oh, just 4 months.
Really?
Spider bites. I got attacked by spiders.
Zach, you need to get that checked right away. You
I
need
know,
to
I
get
do
on
too.
Healthcare.gov.
That's why I got excited when I saw the
That's
image
one
of the
of the most
ferns.
disgusting
I was like, oh
things
my
I've ever
god.
seen.
But
What's your
also, I
question
thought it
again?
was actually 9 days ago. I don't know why it was posted 9 days ago.
I suppose so.
So which country were you rooting for in the Winter Olympics?
Seriously? I'm the President of the United States. What do you think, Zach?
Russia.
I want to thank President Obama for being on the show.
I'm going to press this.
Don't touch that, please. Thanks for the interview, and
honestly, what they say doesn't bother me. I understand we've got an adversarial system. I'm a mellow sort of guy. And that's why I invited Luther, my anger translator, to join me here tonight.
This is a great idea. I miss this.
Hold on to your lily white butts. In our fast-changing world, traditions like the White House Correspondents' Dinner are important. I mean, really? What is this dinner? And why am I required to come to it?
That was great.
Jeb Bush, do you really want to do
Oh, that wasn't the original count. Yeah, you're right, Doug.
Because despite our differences, we count on the press to shed light on the most important issues of the day.
Is that Spacey? What's up, Spacey?
News to terrify old white people with some nonsense. Sharia law is coming to Cleveland, right in the damn hills.
Oh my god, I forgot these times.
We won't always see eye to eye,
Oh, and CNN, thank you so much for the wall-to-wall Ebola coverage. For 2 whole weeks, we were one step away from the Walking Dead. And then
Me too, Peaches.
just moved on to the next thing. That was awesome. Oh, and by the way, just if you haven't noticed, you don't have Ebola.
But I still deeply appreciate the work that you do.
Y'all remember when I had that big old hole in the bottom of the Gulf of Mexico, and then I plugged it?
Gulf of America.
Remember that? Which Obama's Katrina was that one? Was that 19 or was it 20? Because I can't remember.
Protecting our democracy is more important than ever. For example, the Supreme Court ruled that the donor who gave Ted Cruz $6 million was just exercising free speech.
Yeah, it's the kind of speech like this. I just wasted $6 million.
And it's not just Republicans. Hillary will have to raise huge sums of money, too.
Oh, yeah. She gonna get that money.
This is sad.
She gonna get all the money. Khaleesi is coming to Westeros. Watch out! Whoa!
I like.
The nonstop focus on billionaire donors creates real problems for our democracy.
And that's why we're running for a 3rd term.
No, we're not.
We're not?
No.
Who the hell said that?
But we do need to stay focused on some big challenges, like climate change.
Hey, listen, y'all, if you haven't noticed, California is bone dry. It looked like a trailer for the new Mad Max movie up in there. Y'all think that Bradley Cooper came here because he wants to talk to
Bradley
Chuck
Cooper
Todd?
again.
He needed a glass of water. Come on.
The science is clear. The science is clear. 9 out of the 10 hottest years ever came in the last decade.
Now, I'm not a scientist, but I do know how to count to 10.
Rising seas, more violent storms.
You got mosquitoes, sweaty people on the train stinking it up. It's just nasty.
I mean, look at what's happening right now. Every serious scientist says we need to act. The Pentagon says it's a national security risk. Miami floods on a sunny day, and instead of doing anything about it, we've got elected officials throwing snowballs in the Senate.
Okay, Mr. Okay, I think I got it, bro.
It is crazy. What about our kids? What kind of stupid, short-sighted, irresponsible bull?
Whoa! Hey!
What?
Okay, no, hey.
I love that.
What?
All due respect, sir, you don't need an anger translator. You need counseling. So now I'm out of here, man. I ain't trying to get into all this.
Go.
Beautiful. That's a good one. Alright, what does this say about news? NATO allies must stop buying Russian oil. Trump vows action after Russian drones breach NATO ally Poland. Tens of thousands march at far-right rally in London. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what to then look up on YouTube because I'm not going to click any of these crazy, like I'm not going to watch like Fox News coverage about any of it, okay? Let's see. What is the lowest 4-digit number? Isn't it 1,000?
What is the smallest 4-digit number?
Smallest? 0, 0, 0, 0.
That's not a number.
No.
Well,
no.
does that work? Oh, wait, 4
Smallest-
digit? Wait, are they talking about like... Wait, what do you mean?
4-digit number.
Are we talking like sig figs? Or like, what are we
Zero,
talking?
0, 0, 0.
So what is it then?
100.
It would be 1,000, no?
What about capital of Italy?
Whoa.
How'd they find this guy?
I generally haven't. I don't even know.
That's for R.
An R.
What's there? R-O.
Romania.
Sorry?
Romania.
Romania.
Name one element in the periodic table.
Don't know what that is.
The periodic table.
Hydrogen,
What
carbon,
about you? Do you know what the periodic table is? Have you heard of like helium?
helium. Oh my god, I literally just said this at the same
You
time.
know what helium is?
Yeah.
That was
Have
really
you heard
magical.
of, gold.
Yeah, I know what gold is.
They're in the periodic table, you know.
Oh yeah, so that's I know what you mean.
So name one element in the periodic table.
Gold, isn't it? Like you just said, innit?
Yeah.
I know what you mean now, though, innit?
A-U.
What's like another thing?
Right?
Diamonds.
Yeah.
What's the name one country in Africa then?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Kenya.
Country in Africa. Oh, I don't even know, man. Yeah.
Your math
Name
teacher.
one country
Always
in
wonder how
Africa.
Common Core math worked. Oh wait, really? Do you want me to tell you?
I swear my mates told me he's gone there before. I don't know if that's in Africa though.
So, when it comes
What language do
to
they speak in Argentina?
You what?
What language do they speak in Argentina?
Argentinian.
true.
They speak Argentinian, innit?
Is it?
So the purpose and the so I can explain like the purpose or what it's designed to do, basically. I think it's like the easiest way to explain it. So like when it comes to Common Core, the reason why it's so controversial for like no reason at all is because well, like, do you know? Okay, so when you teach Common Core, the purpose of teaching Common Core is to basically show students how to either derive their own like math equations or to work with math in different ways than what they're used to. Because what happens is when you learn math, there is something called the, well, I don't know if it's like like a formal term or whatever, but it's kind of like you hit a wall when it comes to math, either early on in life or later on in life. If you're the kid that was really good at math, for example, you may all of a sudden get to college and you're taking like calc or something and it no longer makes sense to you because you've been taught to basically memorize and to just kind of like, for example, basically just rote memorization. And so what's important when you do math is that math is kind of like, or it is, like its own little language. So when you are faced with a math problem or like story problems, for example, there are several different ways that you can solve story problems or approach problems. You're supposed to be able to look at a math problem and think to yourself, what do I have in my math toolkit that's gonna let me fuck around and find out? As long as it's mathematically sound and like legal, you can really do whatever the fuck you want to manipulate an equation, to create your own equations, to I guess fuck with it in some way. So what the purpose of Common Core Math is, what Common Core Math is designed to do is to get kids used to the idea of working with the math principles that they're learning, the theories that they're learning, and understand where it all comes from, how to be confident exploring math, essentially, if that makes sense. So, for example, or that's why you'll hear parents be like, I don't know how to solve this problem. Why can't you just do times tables? Or, they're asking me, they're trying to, like, the problem wants you to, like, okay, so it'll be like, what's an example of one? If it's write this fraction in, like, 4 different ways, that can be an example of Common Core. Where it's like, why? What's the point of being able to write a fraction all these different ways? All you should be able to do is, you know, look at a full pizza and then know that half of it is a half and blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? It's like, why are they making it so hard? Why are they making it so I can't understand my own kid's math? And it's like, you can't understand your own kid's math because you're fucking dumb as shit. And that's the fucking point, is that you didn't learn math correctly. You know? Or like, yeah. It's not about just arriving to the correct answer as soon as you can, or the easiest way, because that's not how you're ever going to engage with math in the real world. Nectarine5, thank you so much for following. I appreciate you. You're just not. Yeah, so like, here. Would you rather eat only fruits and vegetables your whole life or say goodbye to every animal you eat? Say goodbye to every animal I eat. Yeah, like this one here. Where is it? Solving this equation here. 1 second. Here's one. I just Googled example of Common Core math. We'll do it. What's the, I mean, we don't have to use the exact numbers, but I guess we will. If it's 38. Rewrite like 38 times 26. I don't know. Do you have to do it with so many different, what we'll say in, I don't know. You can rewrite this as like, what? 30 times 20 and then you do what, plus what, I actually don't even know then, what, like 8 times, wait, 38 times 26, since it's all just okay, so as you know, if you're multiplying, let's go to the basics here. If you do 5 times 8, for example, what you're actually doing is you're doing, you can do 8, hold on, 8 plus 8 plus 8 plus 8 plus 8, or 5 plus 5 plus 8 times, right? So then when you have 38 times 26, you can break it down into smaller versions. Would it be 8 times... I actually don't know the answer to this. Probably. I don't feel like it right now. But, yeah. That's an example. It can get more difficult and more challenging. But yeah, that's why parents think that it's a waste of time. But you know what? I was going to say Board of Education. The education department doesn't exist anymore. Or it's defunded or whatever. And so every state can just, figure out what the fuck they want to do. So, Texas is probably going to get rid of Common Core Math if they already haven't. Then at 8 times 6. Okay, it does work. Thank you. I don't know why that scared me, but it did. It scared me because, actually, I'll tell you why. It scared me because when I Googled what is Common Core, whatever, that was the example that came up. And it gave me, this plus this plus this. There was, 8 different versions. I'm like, I don't want to, what the fuck do you mean? I don't want to break it down that much. So I got nervous. Do I identify as male or female? Female. They don't want to be in your stomach forever? Wait, they won't be in my stomach forever. What do you mean? So yeah. I picked a fight with Sarah now. Really? Oh my god, the first thing I see, evidence? Oh god. I have faith that you're at least not like, Darko. I have more faith that you're, not like Darko. As long as you're not Darko, I really don't care. Well, let's be clear. I don't care. But also, I kind of do it at the same time. Because I'm like, I don't want literally, bad faith, disgusting people being, that being, the vibe. No. So. But you didn't see that, chat, because it's in the subscriber-only Twitch chat. So it's locked. You gotta be a subscriber. You gotta be cool. Good evening, m'lady. Good evening, my sir. I don't know. What's the equivalent? I have a sub now on Twitch. Oh, base! Thank you, Warble! I don't know if he's here. What does that get me? You have access to the sub-only Twitch chat. You have access to the fancy emotes. You have access to a few other things. No one's asked me that in a long time. I have to do more. My VODs, too. And then, also, we gotta do more subscriber-only streams. Well, actually, not now, because I should have done them more when I had a lot more subscribers. We can still do them now. It doesn't matter. I don't know how many subscribers we have right now. We've had a lot today, actually. So yeah, we should. What do you guys want to do? Hi, Zakiwi Elmer 26. Hello. Mooser. Are you guys talking about video games or something? Is that why I don't know what you guys are talking about? What is the topic for tonight? Literally everything. But also I'm getting really tired. I have to, well, I don't have to wake up early, but Zakiwi Emer. Sorry, I don't know if I said it better or worse. Thank you for following. I appreciate you. Call me, is it V? My nickname's Kiwi. Oh, call me by my nickname Kiwi. It's easier. Will do, buckaroo. I appreciate you. What's up, Kiwi? Are you a Kiwi, like from New Zealand? Who do you like better, Twitch chatters or Kick chatters? Historically speaking, Twitch chatters, because Kick is mostly spam and people asking me to show my titties. Maybe it'll change over time, but right now I would say Twitch. Chatters, though. Twitch as a platform fucking sucks. Had too much coffee to drink? No. What makes you say that? What? Oh, another toy. I know this toy was right here. Never liked Kick Chat. If it's a good Kick Chat, it's a good Kick Chat. But, like, if someone, like, streams regularly on Twitch or on Kick or something. Why my baby girl? Baby Peach. Peach, 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 Peach. Hey, Task Force, how are you? Peach, 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 Peach. I was gonna play Clone Hero tonight. No, I can't. One question. What time do you have? You trying to dox me, bro? Eastern EDT, whatever. What is it? Like before daylight savings and after daylight savings is different. I'm East Coast time or whatever. Wait, when's daylight savings? Fall back. When's fall back? Is that soon? You guys, are you also ready to be depressed as fuck? Is that something that y'all gotta deal with too? Usually around Halloween. That feels familiar. I keep talking about it, but like I'm like I really should prioritize it. I was like, damn. Like, am I really gonna wait until I'm depressed as fuck to be like, hey doc, let's figure something out again? Or like, should I do it prematurely? Or not whatever, ahead of time? I don't know when my next appointment is, but I feel like we gotta sit down and be like, look. I'm not ready to I'm just not ready again for this fucking winter shit. Whoever is. I gotta move out of the state. Who wants to live? Who want lasagna? Who wants to live in a state that, like, literally, like, every winter, when winter comes around, you, like, have TOS feelings, okay? It fucking sucks. Why the fuck do we live here? I gotta figure that out. Yeah, maybe if I buy my puppet sooner. Nader Hunter? Wow, what the heck? How are we getting all of these homies? I haven't seen him forever. That's crazy. How are you, Nader? I green screw winter, 42 days and counting. So I'm off to Hawaii. Yay! Take me with you, please. Please, please, please. I would die. I'm good. Yay! You know what, actually, let me see something. Sorry, you don't need to wait for me. I'm in here now. Welcome! You know what? Could I find a way to move to Hawaii? I might have an inn. I have to think about this. Actually, Nader, you could be creepy as fuck, and I really don't care. That sounds awesome. What did you learn today? A lot of things. Let me think. I learned that daylight savings is around Halloween time. 4-bedroom, 2. Wait, I have a 4-bedroom, 2 are free? Wait, oh, you have 2 bedrooms that are free. I thought you meant like you only pay for 2 of your 4 bedrooms. I was like, what the fuck? Damn. Nader, are you rolling in it or something? Jesus Christ. You have a 4-bed in Hawaii? I don't believe you. That's fucking awesome, man. That's sick, bro. Yeah, you could be a murderer. And you know what? I think that if I were to be murdered anywhere, I would be okay with it being in Hawaii. Yeah? I think so. That's awesome. I'm so happy for you. Oh my gosh, I had somebody, there was this person that I met earlier this summer. Super cool dude. Also lives in Hawaii in the wintertime. He does like the same thing that you do or whatever. He like lives here and then goes back there or whatever. But like, I mean, like it's been a little bit, like it's been a couple months now, so I don't remember the exact details. But like this guy literally pays to have his shit, like a bunch of shit, shipped from here to Hawaii, like back and forth for like thousands of dollars every year. I was like, what the fuck? Just buy new shit. What are you doing? I was like, what the fuck? Oh yeah, he made me write down places to go. And I think I threw that piece of paper away. Rip. Literally. I probably ripped it up and threw it away. Oh my god, 2 people are typing at once in my server. That's so fun. Guys, join my server. I have stuff in both locations. Yeah, like a fucking normal person. I'm like, what the hell do you have that, like, you are, like, required, like, why? And it wasn't a car or anything either. It was, like, just stuff. It's more cost effective to just have stuff in both places. I would think so, too. Because, like, the reason why it was so expensive, for some reason, I don't remember why, but, like, you have to have a fucking, like, ship. Like, it's like, your stuff is transported by ship. I was like, Jesus. However he did it, I don't remember exactly anymore, but I just remember talking to him about it. Yeah. I was like, probably do something different, fam. If you ask me. Thank you for letting me talk about Common Core as well, Green Pasture. That was really sweet. Oh, that's a hiccup. Wait, where are my hiccup fetish people? I know there's at least 2 of you. Well, 2 of you have existed at one point in time. Not at the same time. I think you know what I mean. I've always wondered about very old school math times tables. Yeah. No, for sure. Yeah, that's why, like, so, for example, when we did, I went to, at the time it was, at least, I think maybe, I don't think they're number 1 anymore, maybe, I don't know, but Michigan State University was the top, or had the top ranked college of education or whatever, when I went, or whatever, okay? But when we were like actually like student teaching, so basically like real teachers at that point, because you literally do a full fucking school year unpaid teaching. You literally have a full-time teaching job for free for a whole fucking school year, by the way. But we would have class every Friday for like what, something like 7 hours. And one of our classes was like 2 or 3 hours. And we were forced to, if I'm putting, no thank you, Mr. Dr. Dorco, because never mind. And so then what we would do is we would sit there and like, they would give us problems, like math problems, and we would have to come up with every possible way of solving that problem. With all of the math that we had gathered. And it was actually a lot of fun. But so like we would get used to the kind of these are good emotes. Oh, thanks. Yeah. Oh, I have to upload more. Thank you for reminding me. I'll do that tonight. And so that when we would teach, it helped when working with students who were like struggling or something, to be able to sit down with them and try to gauge like their own understanding and try to teach them the way that they were like geared like towards or whatever. Does that make sense? At least that's what I did. Because yeah, it's always better when you are teaching somebody math, especially when it's like high school and like it's someone that's struggling with math and math is scary, right? And you don't really have the confidence for math to be like, what do you want to do? Do it. And then like, huh? It's like, just start stuff. And then seeing where they would take it and get stuck and figure out why they were getting stuck on that part, and then figuring out what their brain wanted to do, and then be like, oh, well, if your brain wants to do that, then let's do that. And then this is how you do it that way if you want to do it that way. And then if they do it and it's like, you know, let them fucking struggle. You know what I mean? Let them struggle. And then once they figure it out, then you can maybe be like, you know what's actually like a really easy way to do it? You know how you did that one thing? What if instead of doing it at that point, you did it up there? And then it's like, you know what I mean? It's really cute and fun. She was above average with my math. A bit below average in English lit. Most people were the other way around. Yeah, I was really bad with would it be technically English then, I think? Yeah. Sorry, I was thinking about the ACT. There's the English section and then the reading section. The reading section of the ACT was always the worst. Even though it's literally supposed to be the easiest section. It was always my worst one. I think it had to do with ADHD, but and science came very easy for me. High school and college. Yeah, same. But English, I'm very bad at things like punctuation and sentence structure. It's still to this day, it makes no fucking sense. I've tried to ask people to like teach me stuff sometimes, and it's so annoying. When it comes to commas, my mind, I can't figure out the fucking commas. And everyone always says the same thing. Actually, since we're talking about students and stuff and like teaching, I would always ask my students, like, I'd be like, you guys are literally like you guys have English next or like earlier today. So like this is fresh in your little brains. I'd be like, where do I put the comma? Like I would ask them to teach me the shit that they were learning. And they would say the same shit that everybody else says. Which is like, where do you put a comma? You just put commas where you would naturally just breathe. Okay. Do you do the thing? Then it's like, why the fuck do you have so many commas? You're not supposed to do it every single time you take a breath. And it's like, well, that's literally what you fucking told me to do. So what do you want me to do? It's a lot. Did good enough to get a decent job in the Air Force Base. Oh my god, Air Force Base? Like Air Force Base? Stop it. Okay. When I took the ASVAB, Air Space Verification Air I don't know what the fuck that means. Air Space Armed Service Vocational Aptitude Battery. That makes so much sense. That was right on the tip of my tongue. That was gonna be my next guess. And you took it away from me. Ugh. Ugh. Alright, dang it. I love you guys so much. But I have to wake up really early tomorrow. I could go all night. That's what she said. But, I didn't do good on the SAT. SAT? I had to take the ACT. They don't do the ACT anymore in Michigan. They do the SAT now. But I took the ACT. I did not take that. You had to take the SAT if you wanted to go to a college that, like, accepted SATs or something. Not taking both. Why? I didn't want to go to an out-of-state school. I wanted to go to Michigan State, the best school in the nation. Like an 870 or something. Who wants to take a test where you get marked down for having the wrong answer? Hello? No. I took the ACT. Wait, you took both. What'd you get on the ACT? How often do you get your feet massaged? Ugh, not enough. Never. Literally never. The last foot massage I got was... Let me think about this. Oh God. I don't even want to say. 2023. Scores are completely different. It's like 21 or something. For the ACT? There's no way I could get doxed by giving my score right. No. Got 32 or 33. Damn! Good job. That's fucking awesome. That's really good. Because 36 is a perfect score. Probably people who would pay to massage your feet. Please, where are you? Yeah, those glasses are fake. You're just literally trying to rage bait. It's fine. Now ask my SAT next. What's your SAT? I don't even know how the SAT is scored. You don't even have an eye impairment. True. What was your SAT? Out of 1,600, I got a 1510. Why aren't you building rocket ships or something? What? That's fucking awesome. Jesus Christ. I can see when someone is simulating to avoid taxes. I don't even know what the fuck that sentence means. Because I'm dumb. Oh my God, you're literally one of those people. You do have to be like 18 or something, because that's like something only an 18-year-old would say. Simulating ESL detected, probably Spanish. Nice. 1 second. See, I told you. That's the worst. Spanish, you would say simulando to mean pretending. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I know Spanish. Kind of. Not really. It's the one semester of Spanish love song. Did I wear my shirt? No. I was gonna... Is there any... No. It's gonna be like Spanish music? No. I'm not feeling it. Fortunately, GPA also exists. Zip! You had a bad GPA and you can get scores like that? Jesus. What are we tinfoil hatting about here? Or about here? Your mom. But also... About... Usually... what do we want to tinfoil hat about right now? We were tinfoil hatting about Trump. Avi. Kirk. I had undiagnosed AT. And you could get test scores like that? No, I get it. I get it. That's fucking rough. Trump had a stroke, right? A few days ago? Yeah. Sorpa never did homework. Fair. Yeah. Oh my god, my senior year. I still did it, right? I still did pretty well my senior year, but I remember like homework was I remember one time I procrastinated. I got addicted to sunflower seeds. My excuse for not doing homework was eating sunflower seeds. I would eat bags of sunflower seeds to avoid doing my homework. I don't know how that makes sense, but I remember that did become a problem. I had to stop eating sunflower seeds to make this do my homework. I was so done. I was done. Especially when I got into the college I wanted to get into. I was like, done. I'm out of here. It wasn't a horrible GPA, just not good enough to get me into any college with those scores. Yeah, fair. My friend's brother got a 36 on the ACT. I wonder where he is now, actually. That's a great question. I really want to know where he is. I'm trying to remember his name. I wonder if I could Google him or something. Oh. I really want to buy a puppet now. I still have the puppet page open on Amazon. These are actually really cool. I feel like we could have so much fun with puppets. I finished high school, got a job, saved up, now I'm working on my first mortgage. No education debt for me. Beast. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, gamer. That's fucking sick. Oh my god, we have another Kiwi. There's 2 Kiwis? Are you the same person? I just realized that. Whoa. 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 Oh. That looks best. I don't even know. Who's the other Kiwi? He's up there. He has this, complicated name, but he goes by Kiwi. Okay, my friends. I must depart. I have to get ready for bed. 'Cause I have to wake up at a decent time tomorrow. I have to... Oh, Sipalong Kiwi! Thank you so much for following. I appreciate you. Thank you. Please join the Discord. It's popping right now, actually. We got a fight. We got debates. 902. Oh, that's sweet. I appreciate you. What a nice, wholesome way to leave. Wait, I've been on Twitch for like a week. I've seen cute girls play video games, but I haven't seen cute girls talk about politics. Let's do it, fam. Finally, now I can go live. Wait, are you going live? You're so sweet. It's because we have so much fun here. Wait, are you going live? Oh, wait. Oh, my God. Wait, we should do the raiding thingy. I always forget. Who do we raid? Wait. Maybe it is late, but we get tested at least? For sure. I would raid you if you wanted to, but if you're just doing a test, you probably wouldn't want that. Hold on. I'm going to find somebody. Is there anybody that I love that is streaming right now? Hall Robbers! Thanks so much for following. I appreciate you. Let's see, hang on. I have an idea. But are you doing Twitch? I actually don't know how to do it on YouTube. We can try it too. Actually, I don't know if I'll know how to do it on YouTube. And I think it's just you that's watching me on YouTube. If you're watching me on YouTube. Or it's me. Hang on. I'll make sure to find somebody that I want to watch on Twitch. Hang on. But I don't know if we do the same people that I raid all the time. Or if we mix it up. I only set up Kick. Don't plan on using Twitch. I don't know how to raid on Kick. I can try. We can learn together. Let me see something. We can do... Okay, I figured it out. Let me see something. Oops. Oops. Second. I see something. Hey, choose YouTube. YT, sorry, or white. Whenever I see YT, I think YouTube, but isn't it technically like white or something? I'm so old. How are you? Wait, what's this? I'm pretty sure this person has either rated me before or I don't think I've rated them before. How do I know this person? TwitchCon fund? You guys better not fucking donate. I'm just kidding. Oh my god, I'm fucking horrible. Alright. Actually donate everything. This looks like so much fun. Oh my god. Wait, what are we doing? I'm gonna read them. 1 second. Alright, I love you guys. We're gonna watch Hazel Blossom play. Is the game? I don't remember the game name. Is it just you wait. We got some cute girlies, okay? Everyone's favorite. Let me get us ready. Bye. Thank you again so much. I had a lot of fun. 7 hours is crazy. I haven't done a long stream in a long time. That was really nice. I really liked it. Make sure you follow, join the Discord, sub if you want to. I'll be back tomorrow. Maybe we'll play Clone Hero tomorrow. I wanted to do it today, but I actually really want to play. So, yeah. Okay. I love you so much, and I will see you tomorrow. Am I doing it right? Pharaoh Servo 92. Thank you so much for following. I appreciate you. Those guitar sessions. Yeah, it's super fun. Okay. I want to watch this and see what they're doing. Maybe we can do a TwitchCon fun too. Oh, shit. Okay. Bye. Love you so much.